never said. She told me fairy tales before I went to bed. She spoke of a happy ending. Then he talked to me in a real tide. She turned the nightlight on and then kissed my face goodnight. My mind would fill with visions of perfect paradise. She told me everything. She said he'd be so nice. He'd ride up on his own stand, taking me away one night. I'd be so happy with him. He'd ride me out of sight. She never said that we would cross, cry and scream and lie. She never said that maybe one day he'd say goodbye. My story ends, and stories too. Reality steps into view. No longer living life in paradise. No fairy tales. She spoke about happy endings of stories not like this. She said he'd slay all dragons, defeat the evil prince. She said he'd come to save me, swim through the stormy seas. I'd understand the story, it would be good for me. You never came to save me, you let me stand alone, out in the wilderness, alone in the cold. My story ends, and stories too. Reality steps into view. No longer living life in paradise. No fairy tales. I don't look for higher than the sky. Need a reality now. See, I don't feel the need to be advertised or to try. I know you lied. You never came to save me. You let me stand alone out in the wilderness, alone in the cold. No magic words can save me. No rose with the wings to fly. My fantasy is over. My destiny to die. Fairy tales. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, everyone. Welcome. I'm sorry I cleared my throat. It is Cinco de Mayo. So welcome, everyone. I'm so excited that you guys are here with me today. I appreciate you. I'm waiting on a special guest. I'm waiting on a special guest to join. But while we wait, let me say, the Ebony Iyanla conversation that has blown up on social media highlights a lot of things in my mind, but I'm going to start with the negative. I'm going to start up front with the negative in what was said. Because I had conversations in my family, and I think I think I can talk about this. I didn't ask for permission, but I think I can talk about this. So I think there is, we're in an era of politics, right? The milieu that exists currently, the modern approach to dating conversation, economic conversation, and even politics um, is very distasteful, I think, as a general matter, right? And the reason I think this is when I think about sort of how I was raised and the people around me who had a ton of resource and access to resource, um, there was this knowing that we didn't talk about that which we have, right, or had, and we kind of presume at the bare minimum that the people we engaged with had some kind of access. It wasn't until someone, and this, I can only remember one time this happened. It wasn't until someone couldn't afford something when we go out that we would recognize that there might be some kind of issue, right? And what I mean by this, and the reason this person couldn't afford what was being bought was their mom cut them off and they were sort of using the charge card too much. And so the ways in which people talk about money and access to money, um, I think, was limited and speech was chilled when you're in a certain class group, because to do so would seem condescending and inappropriate, and you would make yourself a target. And so there was an understanding about how we engaged with each other. I'm not talking about rich people or anything like that. I'm talking about people generally. There is an understanding that, I'm not reading the chat, by the way. I am not reading the chat because I don't want to skew this. There is an understanding that when you engage for your own protection, but also because the ways in which power and resource and access to said resource operated was done silently. It was done very much where people who were in the know understood and knew, but they never had to explain it. With the explosion of social media, and I'm going to blame social media mostly for this, a lot of the conversations that would happen behind the scenes are now taking place in a public forum. And I don't think we have the tools generally to navigate these conversations. And I do believe that the ways in which we did it before, when we think about tradition, and I'm not talking about this from a sort of conservative perspective, I'm just saying tradition in terms of institutions and feeling obligated to an institution and feeling that you have to carry this quote unquote stiff upper lip, and you weren't going to speak out in the negative or even in the positive about things that were happening and what it is that you want, and taking ownership in a very public way of your experiences, be they bad or good, and what it is that you want out of life, be they bad or good. There was a sort of understanding that we are operating, even if we're terrible people, we're operating in the world with an iron fist covered by a satin glove, right? So the kind of political playing that goes on in a Game of Thrones, if you will, or the courtiers, how they would operate, where there's never this wanting to show overt power, but rather there was a willingness to sort of hide the fact that you, in fact, have power and you're controlling things, but you never had to show it. In the same way that this used to happen, and I hope this is not in any way esoteric, in the same way that this used to happen, there's this understanding now that when we're talking about relationships, that we can demand anything we want out of a relationship. And while I do fundamentally believe that this is true and right, there is a problem about voicing it. And the reason why it doesn't make sense to voice certain things is because certain people aren't ready. And other people's readiness should not prevent you from speaking your truth. But the reality is, other people's unreadiness, right? Other people's inability to receive what is being said and move on from it because it doesn't apply to them, uh, does actually come at a cost, great cost to the speaker, right? And so certain things are usually left unsaid. So when someone say, um, this was not the question, but how much money is enough for for you to date someone, that is not a real question. That question does not fully capture what another individual is looking for. Most relationships aren't as overtly transactional, right? And so when you are cornered into answering that kind of very specific question about income, if you want to attack, then you say a number. But if you truly want to engage with it, don't say a number. Don't say a number because it does not serve you. It does not serve what it is that you want ultimately. And you are not about to just get it by stating it, right? It's generally off putting for people who don't meet the standard. Like it is what like it is generally off-putting for people who don't meet the standard. So when we're having the conversations online, be aware of what your intent is. If your intent is to go tit for tat, then drag and go on. But note that when you do it and you give a number, there's going to be a ton of critique about that number and whether you are deserving of that number. Whether or not you're deserving of something should be a decision you get to make and not anyone else. So no one else needs to know your number. If someone asks you, in my mind, and I'm going to preface all of this by saying this is not advice. I just got a message. Sorry. Oh, I need to send a link out. My bad. So, if you're being asked how much money, you can literally say, "Well, I don't look at the money," even if you do. Even if you do look at the money, you don't have to tell anyone that. The only reason you would tell someone that is if you want to get caught up in some mess. And that's where I want us to sort of start this conversation because I think it's important I make it known that I don't appreciate the sort of statement around, oh, I need this much money, oh, I need that much money. Because the truth is, you probably deserve more. You probably will get more. You probably are setting yourself up for interactions that are not the best. And so, why answer people when they're already being disingenuous? Someone shoving you into a corner to say, someone shoving you in a corner to give them a number about how much you would date is absolutely irrelevant. Because the truth is, most people don't just look at a number to date. Most people, men and women, don't just look at a number today. There's a lot of other factors, but when people ask you a number, sure, everyone is like, I would want someone who makes this much money. And that's the ideal, but people don't engage and say, oh, this person is asking for the ideal. No, they pretend like that's what you mean, and without that, you're not going to date, as if you have not been dating. Just sent. So please note that that is my general stance. I wish we had this sort of understanding of understanding of the very nuance and detailed way in which we go behind the scenes and we engage with people and we negotiate power. And I wish that happened behind the scenes more. I recognize we're in a new world, so that's not about to happen. And my guest is here, so we're about to start the video. I wanted to put that out there because we're going into this and I'm going to analyze it from what I think is hopefully my perspective, and you guys can agree and disagree with it. But I just wanted to put that out there before we get into this. So I'll read the super chat, hit the intro, and then my guest and I will start. I'm taking attendance. Please have notepad and pen. Please, period. Thank you so much, Curry Up and Eat. And let's roll the intro. Hey. How are you? You look beautiful. I saw you in the back.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't. I have myself on mute. I do that a lot, even on my live streams. I'll start it and I'll be on mute. But I am so ready to get into this discussion because I have a lot to say,
Good.
like a whole lot to say, and I couldn't put it in the video that I had. So now I'm just gonna say it here as we go through this video.
We're watching the Iyanla talking to Dr. Perry's video, right?
Yeah.
I saw you did a review of the Breakfast Club. You want to like talk about that quickly before we get into this new video?
The Breakfast Club interview, I feel like played out the same way like a lot of the panels that I've been on in the past. And that's why I said, it was weird watching it because I was like, oh, I can relate way too much to this. The gaslighting, the bringing up personal details of her relationship to deflect, cutting her off, acting like she's like attaching what her sentiments to emotions rather than thinking about the fact that, look, this is an attorney. So the only thing she cares about is facts and data. That's all she cares about. Even when she presented the facts and data, all of that was overlooked, and it's just about, okay, how you make me feel. And I think Black people really need to get out their feelings and get into reality and understand that really nobody cares about your feelings. Nobody ever did. We need to look at the dire situation of our community and take the necessary steps to rectify it. What I despise is this movement to lower the standards or completely get rid of any of the standards that Black women have. And I think that because Ebony is a high profile person, because she is so accomplished, because she does have the look of a preference. We're just going to be honest there. A lot of people thought she was biracial, but I suppose she's not. So she carries the phenotype of a preference, and she's telling Black men that they need to do better, that they need to elevate to a level that they don't want to be on. And I think that's what most people are seeing as particularly problematic, because she can influence a lot of people, a lot of Black women.
Yeah, and there was one point in we're not watching the Breakfast Club video because they have this copyright thing that I'm not for, but DJ Envy actually, he doesn't know this, but he literally made the argument that Ebony was making. At one point, he was like, some bus drivers can go and get real estate portfolios, and they can do this and they can do that. And the reality is they can. That wasn't the question. And her qualifier was essentially saying they should. Like they should own the bus. Like they should. And so it felt like DJ Envy was too angry or outraged, heightened, if you will, to recognize that she was saying the same thing he was saying. So I think without the rage, he would have understood that, like, in the beginning you agreed with her. You just did not like the way she said it.
Well, that part really annoys me, and it kind of reminds me of some panels that you would have where they'll come with these unrealistic hypotheticals, like, oh, well, what if the bus driver does this? Well, what if it's a bus? The reality of it is most bus drivers do not have real estate portfolios that they own, or else they would not be a bus driver. So who's driving buses and owning real estate? Like, real estate would just take you out of the bus driving field. You wouldn't do it. So I feel like that's silly. Like, we always have to come with these whataboutisms and scenarios that really don't exist and have nothing to do with the discussion, just to try to get a point across. The bottom line is, nobody put a 1 in the chat box if you aspired when you were younger to be a bus driver. I just really want to know. Or if you know anybody who ever sat down and said, you know what, when I get older, I want to be a bus driver. Let me go to school so that I can be a bus driver. Like, yeah, right. Nobody aspires to that. And it's like, we can't be honest in the community. We have this so-called woke movement, everybody keeping it real, but everybody's lying. Bus drivers don't make a lot of money. You can say, like, somebody even put a comment saying they make in between, I think in Chicago, they make in between 57 and 154,000. How many bus drivers in Chicago actually reach the 154K a year, though? How many of them? Like, no one has time to sit around for 20, 30 years to wait for somebody to finish bus driving so they can get a pension and some benefits that Ebony already has. Like, it's just ridiculous to me. It really is.
She did say something, and this is going to be the last note on that because I think DJ Envy completely missed the point. But and there was a lady at the end that just I couldn't. But she she said if bus driving is you maxed out at your potential, then that's fine for you. And I found that beautiful insofar as I believe in the capacity of people and I believe that we have a tremendous amount of potential. I also realize that I might have too high an expectation for certain people. So if you feel that you have maxed out your potential, then good for you. And I don't think I would never speak poorly on someone who've done their best and wherever their best landed them, that's where they could go. But know that you should at least attempt in this life to get to your best, right? To try to provide that which your talent has to create something in the world. So I appreciated her for just saying, look, if that's all you have, good for you.
Yeah.
Like, I appreciate that.
But it sounds like Ebony is looking for somebody else's best, not the bus driver best. And this is not even to like demean bus drivers or anybody who's in a certain field, but why are we acting like it's not a subpar position? It really is. Somebody has to fill it, but it's a subpar position nonetheless. And I felt like they were trying to unrealistically elevate this position that's not elevated in anybody's mind. That's why I put the clip of Tyler Perry's video where because Lynn Whitfield's character was one of prestige. She was a wealthier woman. And so that is how people of a certain social status view other people in certain occupations. Why would you come in here with this bus driver? Basically, nobody sees it as an elevated position, but in the Black community, because we know that generally Black men are low achievers. They've already refused to do anything. Let's just be real. I think we know that they're basically saying we don't want to be any better than what we are now. We're comfortable. Because that's the dynamic, then we need to somehow elevate low positions and act like they're not what they are. It would be foolish for Ebony Williams to get into any type of relationship dynamic with a bus driver. Like, how would she even meet the bus driver? Like, where is she going to be at where the bus driver is just going to be congregating, where high profile attorneys and reality stars, like how is the bus driver getting there to where she's at? Or is she just like slumming somewhere? Like, I just don't know where she will meet this man. And I feel like this is being done because they feel like she demeaned and degraded the average Black man and is saying that the average Black man is not worthy. Add to that, she was engaged to a white man, so that makes it much worse. That makes it a lot worse.
So can we stay on that for 2 seconds? Because I'm always sort of interested. I'm trying to not lie, right? I'm trying to really think about whether or not I put value on someone's work. And I think I won't say yeah or nay because I don't want to put that out there in this way. But is it subpar to? I think DJ Envy was trying to say it's not subpar to make an honest day living, and I think he's probably comparing that to the alternative of, in his mind, the alternative. In my mind, the alternative is to do a lot better because I think we have the capacity. But I think in his mind, the alternative is to not do anything or to do something criminal. How do you respond? Do you respond to this?
Okay, so he's saying we should respect the bus driver because he's not a criminal at the end of the day and he chose to work rather than to engage in a life of crime.
When you say it like that,
they're mad at Ebony for saying what she's saying, but what are they saying if that's the suggestion? It's basically saying the only two positions you're going to see Black men in is either a criminal position where he's risking going to jail or probably has been to prison, or a subpar job like a bus driver. So it's so interesting that they'll get mad at Ebony and talk about you're hurting the whole community, but you don't realize what you're saying. What you obviously have to think about Black men for it to be down to, oh, you should respect him because at least he's not a criminal.
So is this weaponizing, and I will get to the video now, but is this sort of weaponizing mediocrity? So because everyone else is not as good, then you should be grateful that this one has a job.
And this is why I'm saying the herd just needs to be banned at the end of the day. The mindset is too prevalent. And yes, they think like that. They absolutely do think like that. I don't necessarily think it's weaponizing mediocrity. I think it's trying to repackage mediocrity as if it's not mediocrity. Putting sugar on shit and calling it a brownie. It's still not a brownie. All you did is sprinkle some sugar on some shit. The mediocre situation is still mediocre. Like I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. Like I really just wish we could. The Black community is so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. So embarrassing. This is just problematic on a number of different levels. It just really is. I love your name, Wake Up, Makeup, Slay. I love it.
Sorry, I'm trying to be
professional. It just is what it is. Don't root for me.
I'm trying to be professional, but you can't keep doing that because I'm really trying to be professional. Yeah, I caught a live, been watching the playbacks. Thank you. All right, so we're going to get into this video. Envy drives a Porsche while arguing for mediocre. Why are we ignoring class and intellect struggle? Yeah, I do have an issue with it. I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to explain my discomfort too. Welcome to the membership. I forgot the name. So we're going to watch this. I hope you have enough time, because if you don't, we can skip to the back. Because
I do have enough time. I have until about 6:30 here, and that's just because I want to lay up and rest. So that's all that is. But here's the thing: when they mention class, this is how silly their assertion is. What would it look like if Ebony K. Williams, let's just say hypothetically, she's married to this bus driver. He's still a bus driver. She's just somehow helping him build at the age of 40. I don't know why she helping somebody build at the age of 40 when she's accomplished, but she's with this bus driver nonetheless. If she's going to these high-profile dinners and high-profile charity events or what have you, whatever it is going to be high-profile because of Ebony Williams' position. She goes in there and she introduces herself and saying, I'm Ebony, this is my husband. Oh, he's a bus driver. Like, what? Really? People gonna be looking like, bitch, really?
No, okay. So
people gonna be looking at her like she crazy.
So I wouldn't actually care about them looking at her so much as I would care about him and how he would feel in that situation, right? Because I'm not going to give that away, but I have seen situations where people feel uncomfortable and take it out and they don't know how to interact. Is it fair? And Ralph Richard Banks also talks about this, to take, he calls it dating down, to date down in this way and take someone who might be a better match to someone else on their level and try to force them into a social situation that will be literally uncomfortable for them.
Like he wouldn't even, I feel like a bus driver, let's look at your average bus driver. I mean, listen, I don't even think they would know how to navigate. Would they even know how to navigate in that environment? Would they even know how to dress to go into that environment? Like there's so many intricacies that is not being considered here. And I think it's not being considered because we're in the Black community, because everybody else understands that you should, look, you got a whole bunch of Christians out there. There's a Bible verse that talks about being evenly yoked. Yet you want a millionaire woman to sit up with a bus driver? Like, how is that evenly yoked? But then Christians don't really go by the Bible. I'm not even going to get into that, though, because we all know Christians be sensitive. They don't really go by the Bible. It's a la carte. I mean, maybe they just decided they would discard that part like they discard Deuteronomy in the Old Testament.
To be fair, as a Christian, I can admit that I'm a la carte Christian.
Does it count if I spent most of my life as a Christian?
Yeah. Just Claire, thank you so much. I think some people sent some message, and let's read some more, and then we can go to the video. They want Stella got her groove back scenarios or Taylor Perry scripts. Also, it's a lead. He has a job so settled. Sin, have you seen the EBT video? I haven't seen the EBT
I
video.
haven't seen the EBT video. Oh,
Please
Lord.
send it. I want to
We
see
have
what
EBT
that is.
videos out here now?
Notice he made himself real clear. I am not talking about me. Oh yeah, they will separate themselves, but Sinji said she won't use weaponized, but I do think it's a weaponizing of mediocrity. When you come out and you just graduate law school, haven't even taken the bar, and you say you're the prize, you're only the prize because you're comparing yourself to the other men in your group and you look down on the other men in your group. So women should look to you as the best out of them because you're not doing well. I consider that weaponizing mediocrity.
Can I say something though? Because even with this Iyanla Vanzant video where she has this dude up here talking about would you want to date a bus driver, what irks me the most about this whole situation is in the comment section, I'm hearing people say, oh, it's not about her saying that she, wouldn't be with a bus driver. It's about her deeming everybody else who's not in her position as mediocre or less than. Didn't y'all have literally like a bum of a man sitting up in a suit in a dark room telling people they average at best and that they don't deserve a high value man and that they're going to die alone if they don't change this, that, and the third? And didn't everybody in the Black community nearly embrace him to the degree that BET was honoring him upon his demise? So let's not act like people got an issue with the words mediocre and average, because no, absolutely not. Black women were even co-signing that, telling women that because they have children, they're less than a certain demographic of men and less than a certain demographic of women. Talking about if women are 35 or older, they're used goods. But y'all got a problem with Ebony saying that a bus driver who really is beneath her economically is beneath her. He is. He would be socially and economically.
Someone sent a super chat on the end of this live that we're about to watch asking that very question, and Iyanla said she's not about to engage with it.
Of course she's not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit Iyanla up and see if she'll engage with me. I mean, email and see if she'll have a discussion.
Men measure by how they earn a living. The first thing Brad will ask is what do you do for a living? I went to a professional meet and greet thing for attorneys of color, and everyone there was married to a doctor or an accountant, or like the professional group married within the professional group. So yeah. And the last one, I need to see the video of Envy lecturing his daughter to accept less than he has provided, right? All right, you ready? You can stop.
I think DJ Envy said something to the effect that I'm gonna have to find it. There was one interview that I was watching, and there was something that somebody asked him what he want for his daughter, and he said he would want something subpar for his daughter. I have to figure out what it was though. But I think he would accept subpar for his daughter. He absolutely would, based on what he said in the past.
Not my daughter. Let me know if ever you want to stop or anything. Just let me know. I'll stop it and we can talk through.
Okay.
Is because recently I sparked an international conversation by asking Ebony K. Williams what I thought was a very simple question. And that question set off a firestorms of conversations and debate that has had many twists and turns, so many that I think people forgot the reason for the question and the context of my conversation with Ebony. So shout out to my soror Ebony and to all my AKA sisters. But I want to start right here. To all of the bus drivers, the UPS drivers, the FedEx drivers, to the sanitation workers and the EMS technicians and the postal workers, to the truck drivers.
Hold on, we're not gonna put
my big man sentence in the bread that I.
What we're not gonna do is put bus drivers and FedEx and UPS drivers on the same level, because actually FedEx and UPS drivers get paid significantly more than a bus driver would. That I know for a fact.
You want to know something? I'm engaging with this from a different perspective because I don't know what any of these people get paid. I mean, I could Google it, but I'm not.
Just not my knowledge, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, although I did work for UPS for a tiny bit of time, for a little bit of time, maybe like a week or a month. But to my knowledge, FedEx and UPS drivers get paid pretty well. Bus drivers do not. So, and I don't care what type bus driver you are.
I mean, Iyanla did a whole thing where she said she would never marry again and she need an equal partner. So this is new to me, but
Oh, she said that?
Oh yeah. Well, this is let me pull that article up.
I love to the supermarkets, to the plumbers and the electricians, and yes, to even some of the Uber drivers. I want you to be real clear. I would date you, and I thank you for being the heartbeat of this country. I really do. And yes, I'm a lawyer. And yes, I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a law degree, and an Emmy. I've been on the New York Times bestsellers list several times for some of the 19 titles that I've authored. And
her books are actually good, though.
Blue collar, hard working men out there.
I will say that what was most disappointing to me, seeing that discussion, is that Iyanla's self-help books are actually very good. I feel like her advice in her books versus her advice on her YouTube channel are inconsistent. UPS drivers start at 70K. Yeah, I thought that they did. I thought they were starting at the upper part of you nearly being six figures or nearly. But if they start at 70K, then yeah.
I
can't stand it.
I was looking at my bookshelf back there. I have one of her books and I cannot find it. I have not read it though, so I don't know. But I do have one.
Apparently, Petty was a bus driver before being a custodian. Not only do they make bank, but he also gets free bus rides. Okay, well, kudos to you and your benefits of mediocrity, but still mediocre nonetheless. Now, if you could upgrade to being a UPS driver, they actually do get paid money.
That's why I was so annoyed when he was talking about people's feelings. They don't care about Black women's feelings, so go cry. Yeah, well, the super chat that comes up and they ignore it about Kevin Samuels was really sad, annoying.
Yeah, I would date you in a hot Mississippi minute, if. And here are my conditions, okay? If you're good to your mother, and if you are in good relationship with the God of your understanding, and if you take care of or have taken care of all of the children you sired, and if you treat me well, yeah, I would date you, because I believe those are good ingredients. And if you have good ingredients, you can make a great meal. Together, grow together, build together, evolve together, create together with good ingredients.
You want to know something really sad? The fact that she actually don't want a bus driver, because all this building together and growing, and it requires that you become more, right? So you don't just want a bus driver, you want someone to be more, and you're willing to help them build, even though you pointed out that women should not be quote unquote building.
Listen, Iyanla at 60 over 65 is not about to build with nobody, period. Like who's in her age bracket, who's still building? You either built or you haven't. Iyanla ain't about to date no man who is in her age range and he's still building. Absolutely not. There's no way she's gonna convince me of that. You ain't building at nearly 70. Like, stop it.
Yeah. If Black women sell, the whole community will remain tied down for about 50 years. That's the goal. Look.
And those things that I mentioned, I believe all of those are good ingredients. So let me be real clear about why I focus or why I presented the bus driver. Because in my mind, a bus driver is an individual who is focused, an individual who has self-discipline and self-control. A bus driver will eat his food out of a paper bag while he drives, and he doesn't stop to pee unless his passengers need to pee. Okay, to me, that's
you see what I'm saying? Do you mind stopping it right here? Do you see what I'm saying? Where she's trying to repackage mediocrity. Nobody looks at a bus driver and says that person has discipline, that person has any type of character, except somebody who has probably generally failed in their life, and now this job is their last option. Again, show me the people who are saying that they aspire to be bus drivers. Please do find it for me. Because if we're gonna If we're going to have a discussion, it should be like an honest discussion. And I honestly want to know which group of people, whoever in life, are aspiring to be a bus driver. And if you're not aspiring to be a bus driver, which I don't believe anybody else is, then it raises the question of why are you settling for the position of a bus driver? She's trying to repackage mediocrity, talking about bus drivers eat their food out of a bag. Like, there's nothing attractive about a man sitting in a bus, gaining weight, eating unhealthy food from a bag. There's no, absolutely not. Maybe for Iyanla, but then she's lying. There's no millionaire woman like Iyanla, and that's why she mentioned that part about having her own stash in a prenup, because she don't want a low-tier man to come and be able to lay claim to her wealth that he obviously lacked the motivation to accumulate on his own at the age of 65 plus, if it's for Iyanla, unless you just go be somebody's sugar mama.
There is a world in which the socioeconomic position that a bus driver occupies would be great for a specific person. I don't know who that person is, but to sort of package it in the way we just beef up our resume knowing we didn't do anything at the job. You didn't do anything on the job, but you just start adding in these action words in to make it look like you were managing top-notch projects. It feels very insidious because there's an underpinning of, you need to accept this. This is a good person. This is the person you need to take. How dare you want more? And that underpinning is insidious because it's an underpinning. It's not said overtly. And I think that is dangerous. Like, I think if you want people to settle for it, say it outright so people can push back. Throughout this video, she is going to say, I am not telling you to settle. I am not telling you to settle, but you are.
How is she not telling her to settle? And she literally said verbatim, see, that's no, that's wrong. See, that's the problem. When a millionaire woman said she would not date down with a bus driver. So she is telling her to settle, because if the wrong thing is to not date a bus driver, who, mind you, these hypergamous, gold-digging black men will look for women to marry who make more money than them because they will upgrade their socioeconomic status. Let's not act like the reason why black men are in the middle class is not because of the wealth and the money of their black wives. So Ebony will be dumb, and she's clearly not dumb, to date and risk either having a child by, because women still have to pay child support. So even that man could then try to go to court, get equal custody of that child. And then who do you think is going to be paying child support between Ebony and a bus driver?
Not just child support, but also spousal support.
Yeah, child support, spousal support, and some alimony if she was, or a nice divorce settlement if she was to divorce him with this no-fault divorce, even if he was cheating. So this will be foolish it would just be completely foolish for her to do.
Yeah. I mean, she definitely pointed out her prenup, but the prenup does not cover the child support. So
I sure don't. And you can make a living off of child support if you're getting it from a millionaire. Y'all better go ask who's that chick that just had the baby by Tristan Thompson? Marley Nichols, as she's sitting on $40K a month, making more money than most people in this country. Please.
Black men aren't taking blue-collar positions and have high unemployment rates. Black women are typically the breadwinners in relationships, so why is there a need to bully Black women to lower their expectation when they're already low? This is a problem. Part of the problem is that the research indicates that Black women tends to marry down. They tend to take care of the man. Like Ralph Richard Banks, I understand now why they really hate him, because every time something pops up, I just say Ralph Richard Banks. Literally, everything is in this book. And it's unfortunate, but the reality is college-educated Black women tend to date and marry down and provide for the household at a 60% rate, which is equivalent to how white men provide for their household. That is a problem. Thank you. Let's continue. Again, stop me whenever you want.
Pays attention to detail. He has what's going on in the bus, in front of the bus, and behind the bus in order to get his passengers where they're going, to get them there safely. So that tells me I can trust a bus driver in my life. And in my mind, These are all good ingredients. So yeah, I would date you. And that's why we're here today, because I want to continue and expand the conversation of love with conditions. Why we use, or should we use, status, income, and position as the criteria for dating and mating. How do we do that? Why do we do that? And most important of all, is it working? Can you hear me?
Did she just ask, how do we use status, income, and position as the criteria for dating? I thought that's what everybody everywhere historically and presently always based dating and mating and marriage decisions off of. She's asking because we're in the Black community and we're operating outside of the norm. The norm is to judge your mate and your potential husband for a woman, not based on whether you love him, but whether he can provide for you. What is his position? What is his socioeconomic status? What is his position in society, basically? How much money do we got? So this whole notion that this is somehow inordinate for women to think about these things primarily is only something that we see being presented to us in the Black community. Everybody chooses mates like that. That's even with arranged marriages, you have to pay a bride price.
The unstated part of this that you're picking up on, I think, is the Black community is positioned differently, and so we have to, quote unquote, work with us, the men. And I think that's the part that she's not saying out loud, where we now need to understand, is there something preventing Black men from living up to their highest potential?
Well, no, Female, she did say it. She did say that. She said that in the original one. She said that the criteria that we use to measure men off of, she said the criteria that we use to measure men is off for who we are as women and who they are in society. So she may not be saying it in this one, but she definitely said it in the other one. We should be choosing Black men not by whatever qualities they have that would be beneficial to, quite frankly, a functional union and a family, but based on their position in society. It's like, yeah, right. Maybe they should be elevating their position in society. No, we need to stop choosing them until they choose to be in a better position in society, not cater to it.
The Wildest Woman, thank you so much. There's a ton of super chats that came in. Iyanla is grifting. Well, I didn't know, today was the first time I knew she had a channel, so we'll see where that goes, but thank you so much. Court says, Iyanla is gaslighting, though, because she is trying to establish her authority to affirm her position in the debate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the end result that the people are looking for, because she's going to talk about her ex-husband and how abusive he was, which we'll get into when it gets there. I'll read the super chats in a minute, and because I wanted to get through the intro and when she brings on this man.
Everyone is entitled to this and their standards. And what happened was, when I asked Ebony that question, she said only if he owned the bus. What's the standard? Let him own the bus company. Because if that one bus breaks down, y'all are done. Just like if the lawyer or the doctor or the dentist loses his job, breaks his arm, can't practice anymore. So if everybody is entitled to or has their standards and their preference, but are they working? And are the standards now obsolete based on the conditions and the realities that we face in the world? Are the demands that you're holding for someone else to live up to, are they working to get you what you say you want? So that's the question that we're going to
Is she really sitting here saying that our standards should be created based on their position in society and what's going on in the world? Because I literally think she just said that. It's like, no, lady, people don't choose their standards. Then we just don't have any standards then. That's probably why we don't have any standards, because we've been doing that. We've been basing our criteria for Black men on the single fact that they are Black, not based on what they can actually do, how they can as a father, as a husband, as a provider and a protector. The only thing we've been considering is their Blackness and their position in society. That's all we've been basing our criteria off of now. And that's why we have no standards, boundaries, and expectations. And that's what's not working. See, Iyanla can sit here and say, well, this doesn't work, but what is this? Because you're surely not going to say that Black women have some standards and expectations that they do not have. Most Black women have none, don't know how to establish any, and lack the self-love and self-value and willingness to be alone to even implement some standards, boundaries, and expectations. Because if you're going to apply your boundaries, you have to be willing to walk away from a relationship if that relationship doesn't serve you.
You
Most
don't have
Black
a
women are not
boundary.
there.
You don't have a boundary if people can just pass it. Like, you don't have a boundary.
Right.
If people, like, it doesn't make sense. And the idea of the bigotry of low expectation keeps coming up in my mind, and I'm trying to rationalize it from a sociological perspective, which is this a racist underpinning and trope? And what does that mean? But it does feel like they're settling for is saying that the men cannot be better. That's where it is, and I don't know how to reconcile my feeling that it is true and the feeling that is this what white supremacists say.
Well, that's why I laid it out in my video. You know, what's the difference between white supremacists saying that Black men are incapable of producing, they lack the intellectual fortitude, and the only way that they will actually build something is if they're forced to on a plantation where a man of no color is managing them. What's the difference between that and what Iyanla is saying? Iyanla is simply saying, well, they're low performing because of the society that they're in, and white supremacy is saying this because of their genetics. But ultimately, they're coming to the same conclusion. This is why I say Black male worshipers essentially hate Black men. You have to, and you have to think very poorly of them to think that women should cater their standards and expectations to the position of the man in society rather than just using those standards to push him and propel him to be in a different position. You have to hate him. And I suspect that they do hate him. I think that they're trying to keep Black men in this NAB position so that they will have more access to him. I really think that's what it is. This is the way.
No. You can't just say that, and I can't leave that.
Nothing else, bitches. Okay, good.
No, wait. Is it insecurity? This is not saying it's true. I'm just saying, based on what you just say, would that mean that these women, who I think you would call Black male worshipers, are? Do you think they're deeply insecure about whether the men will stay if they become better?
Absolutely. And they're rightfully so, because what have Black men been demonstrating? It's already a statistical fact that the more money they make, the higher their position and socioeconomic status is, the less likely they are to marry Black. All Black women know that. They know about the starter white phenomena, that you will build him up, and then once he gets to a position he wants to, he'll leave. Kanye even put it in the song. Once he get on, he'll leave your ass for a white girl. Everybody in the community knows this. So if Black men do not excel, if they don't elevate, then they stay right here in the bottom caste position, and then maybe they'll stay loyal to Black women. And that's a silly notion because they're not loyal anyway. Even they bummy and not loyal. So it's just, but I really do think they feel that way. I absolutely do.
She might be trying to dethrone Pearl. She should. Well, no, that's
a perfect example, though. That is a perfect example. A perfect example is that situation.
Yeah. Since Iyanla wrote those books, she's called Black Women Scallywags. She don't like us no more. She is for the thing, and she for kings only. She there's an unwillingness, I think, thank you, for her to like address men. And it comes up in this too, so we'll see it. I put the EBT video in the chat. All right, I don't see it.
And turned it into something else out of the context of our original conversation, which didn't even have anything to do with dating. So for those of you who are just turning in, welcome to the R Spot. I am Iyanla, and this is a very special episode of the R Spot because we're live today on Facebook, YouTube, and I believe IG or Twitter. So if you're at work hovering over in the corner to listen, I want to thank you. Let me share how this is going to work today. For the first hour of the R Spot, we're going to, in our time together, I want to continue the conversation that I began when I was a guest on The Griot with Ebony Williams. And believe it or not, we were not talking about dating, but that show went viral. And I'll tell you why in just a minute. Then, listen, in the second hour, I'm going to open the phone lines and ask you the same question that I asked Ebony. Would you date a bus driver or a cab driver or grave digger? And why is somebody in a blue-collar job considered less than? And people are talking about, I want Black women to lower their standards. I wasn't even talking about dating. So can you hear and do you listen? Because that's a very important quality in a relationship.
This is disingenuous. What do you mean you weren't talking about dating? I don't understand
I
that.
watched the whole thing, and the whole thing was focused around Black women showing up as masculine in these interactions with Black men, and then it shifted to them requiring way too much. Even though Iyanla didn't even really answer any of the questions, though, and it's because she didn't have the answers, just like Umar Johnson didn't have the answer, so he just started screaming out she hate Black men. So, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing.
This is the problem that I'm having. The reframing and saying it is not about dating. I'm not telling you to lower your standards. I'm not telling you to settle. While saying those things is odd to me. Like it creates this very specific disconnect for me where it's, I am not about to have you hold me accountable for telling you to lower your standards, but also lower your standards.
Yep. And you having a high standard is wrong, but I'm not telling you to lower your standards.
Yeah. Yeah. She said, consider inmates. I'm tired of y'all.
Relationship, whether you're dating a bus driver or a CEO. I want to know if the way of the world today is about transactional relationships, what you can give and get, what you can do for me, what I can get from you. Is that where we are? Is the way of relationships in the world today about loving with conditions? Or are we willing to accept a good person with good ingredients and do the work?
Didn't she just point it out that she had a ton of conditions even for the bus driver she would date?
Yeah, she did. She did have her conditions, and then Ebony had her conditions too. Your conditions was that he loved his mother and he has integrity and a good character. Ebony's conditions was that he owns the bus. What is the problem? I don't understand it.
Like, can we get past conditions? And what do you mean? You literally just highlighted your conditions. Like,
and her other condition was that she keeps a stash of her money on the side because she understands that if you date down, you have a risk of losing your wealth to the person that you dated and married down to. And she would have to have a prenup, so he can't have access to her wealth. So Iyanla is full of it. She's not trying to build with anybody. You're not building if you're keeping your wealth separately. You're hoarding your wealth on your own. You're protecting it, not building. You're just allowing this man to be in your space and take up time when he really doesn't deserve it. And the reason I'm saying that is because I've been there. I've done that. Not married them, but I've been in relationships with men where they make less money, and it is not a situation that you want to be in. It's just really not. They are going to become insecure. They are going to become jealous. They are going to start devaluing you, and they are going to start exploiting you in any number of different ways, but they are going to.
Yeah.
It's not an if, it's when are they going to.
Sherry Shepherd had the nerve to, I think this is about Ebony. I don't know what CLW mean. And she paying alimony to two. Wait, she's paying alimony to two. Period. The third time is a charm, I guess. Again.
I mean, look at Mary J. Blige. Do you think Mary J. Blige right now really wants to be working and acting on Power? Or do you think she would prefer to retire and have her money to herself rather than having to pay somebody who cheated on her, violated their union, but because she filed for the divorce and because she decided to marry down out of love without a prenup, she now has to pay a man who violated their marriage and who literally is the cause of the demise of the relationship. She still has to work to pay him.
Demus, I saw Mary J on stage. Well, let me leave Mary alone because I actually really do love Mary. But yeah, no, she is, and even what's her name? Wendy Williams. But Wendy Williams is attempting to get out of paying. So I'm just watching and seeing how that works out. But yeah.
Let me tell you, Wendy Williams' attorney was very smart to put the clause in there that if Wendy Williams' agreement says that if she's no longer working, she no longer has to pay that alimony.
Period.
He's already tried to go to court. He's already tried to go to court and make it where she has to pay. And her attorney said no, because written in this agreement, is that if at any time Wendy Williams becomes unemployed, which she is right now, then she does not have to make these payments. So he won't get money out of her because she protected herself.
Can you imagine having to pay your ex-husband who cheated on you and have a baby and living with the that will
I can imagine me getting the goon squad. I can imagine that, but no, not me paying him.
Because
no.
If he doesn't marry her, the alimony is going to keep coming unless Wendy can get out. And Wendy is fighting, and I'm here for it. Demas, you and Sin, you also need to interview a bus driver. Nobody has asked them how they feel about all of this. Well, I can interview Petty. I
want to talk to a person who works in human resources who hires the bus drivers, because I want to know what their resumes look like. What do their educational background have? Are these some people who have been caught up in the system? I want to know the type of person, the profile of the people who are bus drivers. I bet you it's not good.
Wait, do you think, is Sherry Shepherd, I'm not Googling this because it's going to make me annoyed. Is she paying alimony to two people? So she married, she did it
I heard that she was too, yeah. Not two people, but I've heard that she was.
I know one. I knew one, but I didn't know. I hope it's not two. That's a lot. That sounds like you didn't learn the first time.
Yeah. Well,
create a great meal. So in the second hour, I want to talk to you. If you have a question or a comment or a perspective, you'll be able to call me live at 775-307-7768. But don't call now. I want you to call when you can contribute to the context of the conversation, because what's happening out there in the world right now, I ain't had nothing to do with that. I don't even recognize it. So let me start here for those who don't even know about the conversation. Ebony K. Williams asked me to be a guest on her show on the Griot to discuss a statement that I made. Shout out to Ebony and all of my AKA sorors. I made a statement on The Breakfast Club. Shout out to The Breakfast Club. And Charlamagne and DJ Emily, don't be on nationally syndicated radio and television telling people I'm old. I heard you. I had my ear on you. The word is elder, not old. So there. But the comment that I made on TBC was about women demonstrating and manifesting more masculine energy than feminine energy. And Ebony gave her experience that she can't trust that a man will show up. And that's why she feels many women have this masculine approach. But in today's world, I'm experiencing more and more women who operate from the intellect, which is masculine, rather than the heart, which is feminine. Now, that does not mean that we can't be bus drivers or own bus companies or be truck drivers or boxers. It doesn't mean that we can't sleep with whomever we choose. What it means is that as a feminine expression of God's source creator, we as women carry and anchor a certain energy, a heart energy on the planet. And that energy is purposeful. The energy of forgiving grace, of compassion, mercy, caring, nurturing, nourishing the earth and people on the earth. And that's a tender energy, a nurturing energy that somehow gets lost.
You stop this. Notice how, and it seems like in the Black community, they see every behavior that Black women engage in as masculine, except being the breadwinner of the home, going 50-50 with a man, or being in a relationship with a man where she makes more than he does. How is that not masculine? How do we not see that as masculinity? It is masculinity.
Because it has been, the consensus is that it is not about what you do because they need you to provide. It's about how you do it. So you need to submit while providing. And I see you need to be not overt in stop talking about your degree. You need to not talk about that which you've earned. Don't do it, just do it behind the scenes. And that's what it feels like. The idea of submissive provider keeps coming up in my mind. And I feel like that's what is being told. Like, it feels like they're saying, well, we know he can provide, so we're not going to make providing masculine, but we definitely going to make talking about it masculine. We definitely going to make...
But providing is masculine, though.
Yeah.
Literally, in that Moynihan report, it described the basic fundamentals of manhood as being able to provide for a woman and a family. That's literally how they define the bare bones, the starting point of manhood. And manhood and masculinity is essentially just characteristics of men, if I'm not mistaken. Being a provider or making more money than a man is a characteristic of a man. That is masculine. It just is what it is. Now, they can ignore the fact that that's masculine because it caters to Black men's position in society, but it's masculine nonetheless. You either want women to be feminine, which is where they're not being the breadwinners and providing, or you want them to step into the masculine. And if you're giving them okay to step into the masculine and be a provider, go 50-50 with a man, then you need to stop saying that they're showing up masculine. You want them to show up masculine, but only to the benefit of Black men.
Yeah, so that's my problem. If you're going to believe in patriarchy, believe in it fully, don't tell me anything about no esoteric nothing, because I don't know about that. The providing and protecting is concrete. If you think men should be masculine, I'm with you. Let's start there. I don't want to hear nothing else. Let's start at providing and protecting. If you can't, then you're feminine. If you like, the reality is you're right insofar as they don't want to say what is really happening, because to do that would be to call out the people she is trying to defend, even if she doesn't say it overtly. Because you're defending men's mediocrity right now, and I don't like it.
That's exactly what she's doing. She is.
Yeah, I'm with you there. She named characteristic that Black women used to vet. We are the shallow ones. No smoke for the shallowness of men. Like, how do you vet for certain kinds of character? You can definitely look at his bank account. I feel like they, at the same time they're telling you to vet, they're telling you not to, and that don't make no sense.
Yeah, they're telling you to choose better, but lower your standards.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Choose better, but definitely don't look at income. Choose better, but don't look at educational achievement.
Right. This is silly. It's so silly.
In relationships, however, I also acknowledge, because of the way women are educated, programmed, and conditioned in today's world, because of our experiences and our familial and intimate relationships, our feminine energy has been distorted, denied, diminished, and dishonored by us as women and the world at large. That was the conversation, okay? That somehow has gotten lost. And as an alpha woman, I recognize that I am an alpha woman. And I understand how and why I shifted more into providing and protecting, driving rather than being driven. I understand why it was difficult for me to nurture from my heart, to teach by tender, gentle demonstration.
If you don't have a driver, you are going to have to drive. If you want to get to somewhere and you don't have, it's not a matter of I need to switch my third eye on and I need to manifest my being so that I can create and not build. All of that esoteric stuff that could be meaningful, maybe it is meaningful. I don't fully understand it, but practically speaking, if you don't have a driver and you need to get from point A to point B, you are definitely going to have to drive that car, because you manifesting someone to come drive you, not going to make them come drive you. If you don't have someone there to drive you, you're going to have to drive. If no one is providing for you, you're going to have to provide for yourself. If no one is protecting you, you're going to have to protect yourself. I don't know why, like, I shifted. You had to shift. You had to become the person who protected yourself and your child, which she's going to explain later.
But then they have a problem with Black women saying that they don't, or the notion that Black women don't need Black men. But then they're like, okay, well, you should settle for a man who can't provide for you. You're making more income. He can't do what you can do in a society where he has the advantage as a male, but you should still run around and say that you need him. Yeah, right. You recognize that if you're sitting here telling Black women that they need to settle for a bus driver regardless to what their income is, then you recognize that they're in a position where they absolutely do not need Black men. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
And if not, there wouldn't be such a hard push to get Black women to not have these expectations. It just is.
She's gonna try to say her and her a husband of hers were contributing the same percentage, but her percent was more because she made more, but they contributed the same. I was sitting there like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but you still contributed more. But she's going to try to explain that in a moment when the guy comes on. And that was a mess. No, she's not a comedian now.
Illustration of what it means to be a feminine expression of life. And like so many women, young, old, black, white, I was taught and conditioned to be hard and strong, but not powerful. Okay? I denied my innate power as a woman and sought power based on a masculine construct, which is about doing rather than being.
Notice how she never explains why she was taught that way. Because she'll go through all of these discussions and she'll say, oh, you weren't trained to be feminine. Oh, you weren't trained to be soft. Oh, you were trained to be hard and masculine. Why? Why are you being raised this way? Why is all of the girls being raised and told to be independent? Because if there is a symbiotic relationships between males and females, and we know that there is, it doesn't matter which way they try to go. There's still a symbiotic masculine and feminine. I'll just say that. There's a symbiotic relationship between masculine and feminine, no matter how it shows up or how it presents itself. Meaning, even with two men being together and two women, somebody is going to embody masculine, somebody is going to embody feminine. In order for it to work as a symbiotic union, someone has to be possessing that energy. So the bottom line is, if you're saying that women are supposed to possess these feminine characteristics and not masculine, even though we both have masculine and feminine traits, and we should use our masculine ones when we need to. But if you're going to acknowledge that femininity is the position of women, then why are you not explaining why they were raised in a masculine way? Why? And it's because the men are in a feminine position. It just is what it is. The men are occupying the feminine space. They are, especially if you can acknowledge, like, how is it that we're letting it go unless we just don't believe that in a patriarchal society, men have privilege and advantage? Black men are not exempt from male privilege just because they are black. They still have male privilege at the end of the day. And they will tell you that they have male privilege when they tell you that they make more money than black women. Why do they make more money? Because they're men. It's not because they're more qualified, because we know black men are less qualified and less educated than black women. So if they still get paid more, that is because they are men. How is it that we're having a discussion in a patriarchal society that somehow men cannot come up with, that men cannot be in these positions where they're earning the amount of money that women can, despite the fact that we're double oppressed? Why? Why are we not having that discussion? Oh yeah, because then we would have to talk about some form of deficiency in black men. We would have to.
I feel like people we know people don't want to, and I understand feelings are going to be hurt, but it's like at some point we need to speak up, because they're going to talk about who's someone preventing a man from going to school, and I am confused. Do university accept students with low grades just because that's all they can earn? Can you pass the ball with low scores? Iyanla isn't being honest, and it's annoying. It
is really annoying.
I understand where she's coming from, insofar as I think most of us have been trained to never critique individuals, but rather the system of white supremacy. And I don't mind critiquing the system of white supremacy, but I'm going to also now review, are we doing the best we can do with what we have access to? And my answer to that is no. So there is space for critique. My email is themisthoth, one word, themisthoth, no and, themisthoth@gmail.com.
Rather than listening. Aggression rather than surrender and receptivity. I was taught to be intelligent, not to be intuitive. My intuition didn't make logical sense, so I denied it. I was taught to be independent rather than interdependent, rigid rather than flexible, competitive rather than cooperative. I was taught that. I was taught to be tough, not tender, because tender is weak. As a woman, as a young girl, I was taught to get and take rather than give and serve. And when I did serve, it was from a place of better than and less than, rather than in recognition of equality, humanity, and equanimity. Along the way of that toughness, hardness, roughness, meanness, along the way, with compounded disappointments and betrayals, where I didn't get what I wanted or thought I didn't get what I deserved. I lost faith in life.
By the way, let me just be clear. This is not about femininity and masculinity. This is someone who is mean versus someone who is a good, kind person. Because if I'm giving and I'm caring for someone, it doesn't make me a man or woman if I'm doing so with goodness and kindness and grace, and I'm not looking down on the people that I'm helping. Like, it just means you're a good or bad person. I feel like these ideas around how you should show up is kind of reductive now. Like, as I'm listening to her, it feels very kind of reductive, and I feel like everyone should give grace and everyone should care for other people. And if you're helping someone, you don't have to look down on that person. You don't have to come from a place of ego. You can literally come from a place of wanting connectivity with other humans. Look, I'm over it. Not over this, but like I'm over the whole thing.
Look, if you look in this chat box, as she's talking about how she was raised, a woman in here is asking her, why is that? But I guarantee you she won't address it, because that's the question. You see this woman here, Angela Herbowski, saying, why is that? As she's sitting here talking about how she was raised and how she was raised wrong, if you're going to admit why you were raised that way and not put it into context, then to me, you're being deceptive at that point.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised at the amount of pushback in this chat. There were a lot of women in this chat, and I don't think this is a normal thing. So like I think messages or did I skip? I think I missed the super chat. I'm trying to save them so I can read them. But I think a lot of people, women, Black women on the BWE, I guess, side of YouTube are waking up and they're pushing back, and maybe they're not the majority, obviously they're a very small minority, but they showed up. They showed up to this live stream and they were asking questions.
And in myself and in people. And that made me afraid to be vulnerable, because vulnerability means being weak. And I cannot be weak, because that means that I'll get hurt again, disappointed again, denied or dismissed again. And it was
By who?
I wonder by who? Why can't you be vulnerable in your community, Iyanla? Why is vulnerability weakness in your community? Because you got men running around terrorizing the community. That's why. Making it unsafe to where your survival depends on you not being in a vulnerable position. We clearly see that. But is she going to say that? No, she's not.
Yeah,
she ain't going to say it.
It was very telling that a white man weren't offended by what she said. The griot had no issue letting Ebony double down on what she said. Black men and the women who caped for them were the only ones crying. Yeah.
Toughness, my competitiveness, and my emptiness as a woman that showed up in every room I entered. And as a woman, I was miserable, unhappy, and mean as hell. Thank God I'm better now.
See, she's talking about relationship, not in the world, even though she just started by saying she wasn't talking about, we all know she's talking about relationship.
But she literally said she acted like that in every room that she showed up in.
Yeah.
Therefore, telling you in every single situation, not in relationships, because most of the situation, most of the rooms that she show up in, it's not going to be a room where she had a relationship with a man in it. Most of them are going to be other rooms with other people out in society. The reason she has to be like that is not because of relationship dynamics. And maybe it has a little bit to do with relationship dynamics, but most of it is because of the community that she's growing up in. The environment, it is unsafe, where bandits are preying on everybody. Like, what are you talking about? There always has to be a Black male worshiper just somewhere lurking.
But not only that, the idea, even if she's talking about a relationship, it would still stand that good people would not be coming from a place of ego. It's not, oh, women shouldn't come from a place of ego. The men shouldn't treat women poorly either. So like, I still think it applies when she's like, I just came from a place of ego and I was mean and I was vicious. Oh, that sounds like a terrible person, man or woman.
Yeah, it does.
That's in my 20s and my 30s. Then through many years of self-work and self-awareness, I learned a different construct for living my life as a woman. I reworked and recaptured my rites of passage, my blessings, my lessons, my ceremonies, my gifts. I stopped being angry and I became curious. I stopped knowing everything and became teachable. At 20, I thought I knew the answer to every question, but at 40, I realized I didn't even know what the question was. So I studied hard. I took copious notes and I sought guidance, not just from without, but also from within. Then my consciousness shifted about who I am, and my heart shifted, and I shifted. And you know what happened? My life and relationships became easier, more productive, more loving, and most of all, peaceful. So when I invited Ebony to share when Ebony invited me to share my perspective about women and being a woman, I was honored. And it was in that conversation that I posed a question to her when she was complaining about Black men. I posed a question to her. And dare I say, I thought it was a simple question, but it sparked a controversial conversation. So I'm going to continue that conversation today, not just with you, but also with a man, all right? That man is my brother from another mother. That man is a friend, a non-sexual friend. And I'm going to tell you why that's important as a woman. Dr. Steve Perry is a social worker. That means that he knows how to help individuals and groups and families prevent and cope with the problems of their everyday life. And good God.
Before he comes on, let me tell you. So I was like, why is he so upset? Why is this man so upset? He admits that he was jobless at what, like.
Mm-hmm. I did actually see that part where he talked about he didn't have a job. And somebody called in and said they didn't have a job either. And his wife still took him and saw something in him. It's like, no, she saw your Blackness. She was desperate to get married. Most of y'all are unemployed, clearly. So she had to take what she can get. It wasn't because she saw a character in you. It was because she wanted a Black man. And she settled.
The fact that he came in and added to the story, like, she married me, the guy that called in. She married me when I was unemployed. I don't know what that was supposed to do, but like, I feel like we should be telling people not to do that. Like, as a general matter, we should be like, at least unless he's like going to be the stay-at-home dad, and that's your all's agreement. But that doesn't seem like a practical thing to do. I don't know. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Look, maybe I'm wrong. So Furia, do what y'all want to do.
God knows our relationships are problems. Dr. Steve Perry is also an educator, the founder and director of not one, but two charter schools, the Harlem Prep Charter Schools, both in Connecticut and Harlem. He has taken his knowledge and training as a social worker and committed them and his resources to serve his community, specifically the children in his community. And I asked him here today because he has firsthand knowledge and experience of how women are showing up in the world, particularly how mothers are showing up and the impact it's having not only on men and how we look down on men, but how it's impacting our children. So for those who are just turning in, welcome to this special edition of the R Spot being recorded live. Our subject matter today is love with conditions, using income, status, economic positioning as the criteria for dating and mating. And what has hit the floor and splattered all over the world, on the walls of the world, is a complex question. Would you date a bus driver? And I've already seen in the comments people talking about they wouldn't date a bus driver. But I want to share something with you that Roland Martin told me the other day. He said, for many women, the standards that they set for the men their daddies couldn't meet. Could your daddy meet?
And that right there tells you how long they've been nothing ass bitches. Right there. If Roland and Martin's daddy was a nothing ass bitch, listen. Oh my God. They don't think about what they're saying about Black men. You're not helping. Like, you're not helping. You're just telling us how long they've been here. That's it.
Those were the views of Cynthia G, not mine. My view is a lot of people would be right to want higher standards for the people they're dating than for them to be like their fathers. Because your father, a lot of their fathers who are not even there. So
and
I would
they don't even pick. But they don't even pick their fathers. So what are you talking about? That's somebody they mama picked. Do you think that, listen, I wouldn't pick a man like my dad. I wouldn't pick one. Even though my mom picked him. I wouldn't pick him. I wouldn't pick one like him.
I would hope that the standard is not your absent father. Like, if you have great fathers, then they should be the standard, period. But if your father is not there, I hope that you're not looking for a man who's not going to be there. for you and your children. Like, that don't make no sense. You cannot set a lot of women are choosing men that their fathers would not meet the standard of their father or whatever. And it's like, some of their fathers aren't there. So, like, yes, obviously the standard they have for the man they're choosing is higher than that of their father who is not there. Like, what do you mean? London Turner says, London Turner says, great conversation. Oh, that is $100 super chat. Not y'all balling tonight. Great conversation. Y'all. Much appreciated. Iyanla is dangerous for impressionable women. I think you're right. I think a lot of women want to do the right thing, and they're being told that the right thing is to stand by the man who is fighting white supremacy. But is he fighting white supremacy?
I wouldn't say so.
Meet your standards that you are expecting someone else's son to meet. Would you date a bus driver, a sanitation worker, an EMS technician, or a grave digger, or any one of the other 100 blue-collar workers that keep our society running? So I invited a guest here today, Dr. Steve Perry, social worker turned educator, who deals with women and the complicated ways in which we show up. Welcome, Dr. Perry. Thank you for sharing your time.
Sis, listen, I'm glad to be here. Here you did it again. Holy cow. The question heard.
Wait. I have to preface this by saying, first of all, this man annoyed me to no end, so I refuse to take accountability for anything that comes out of my mouth from here on in. So that's that on that. Shout out to the Nabs who may or may not be in the chat.
I'm being petty. It's the petty in me. I can't help it. Like, sometimes I just get extra petty, but kudos to y'all. Bus drivers, no.
Welcome.
Around the world, would you date a bus driver? What is it that made you ask that question?
Well, because I heard the things that Ebony was saying about her experiences with men, and I'm sure we all have a story. But here's the thing, Steve. You know, while women are complaining about the men, some man is on a therapist couch because of his relationship with her. And we never think about
they're
that.
not, though.
I asked her that question because.
But they're not, though. Men are not sitting up on therapist couch complaining about the women because men don't think that they should get help. But what I will say is the reason she asked her about a bus driver instead of an accountant is because the bus driver is on a lower tier. You didn't ask her that question because you thought being a bus driver was something that was on her level. You asked her because it was beneath her level and you wanted to know if she would date down.
And that's the intellectual dishonesty that I don't like. Own it, because you are also looking down on bus drivers when you ask.
Exactly, you are. And that's why you asked about a bus driver.
Yeah.
And a garbage man makes more. So she wasn't going to say a garbage man because they actually do make more than bus drivers too. You asked about bus drivers because you know where they stand.
Yeah, there's a huge bus driver shortage. So how would Ebony meet them? Give them when I doubt she has bus routes in her neighborhood. They are underpaid and undervalued. And I last checked, Ebony ain't create that condition. Period.
Again, as a woman, I'm reading her energy. See, I was feeling her energy as a woman.
What did you read, though?
Really, to tell the truth, and this is just my experience, it was a put down. Like a bus driver with a good character and integrity. A hardworking man is not good enough for her because she expects her happiness or her whatever to come from a man. And I know that now that conversation has shifted and it's become.
Listen, you asked about an occupation that doesn't earn enough money. That's why. Because an accountant can be a good hardworking man too. An attorneys put in work. They burn the midnight oil. One of those cases, this is what we know. You could have picked a doctor. You could have picked a surgeon. You could have picked anybody. You could have picked a therapist. You chose a bus driver because of the low income that they make. That is why.
Yeah. Again, I hate the fact that she's pretending like she said it with some really theoretical framework in her mind. No, she said it because she thought they were beneath her and beneath Ebony, and she wanted to hear Ebony's response to, would you date someone beneath you? That's the question she was asking.
Right. Because she knows a bus driver is beneath Ebony too.
about her promoting and supporting excellence. I do that too. I support excellence among Black, but that's not what we were talking about. That is not what we were talking about. And so I was just reading her energy, and what I heard. And I've heard, I'm not just focusing on Ebony now, from many women. I mean, I've been doing 50 episodes of the R Spot. I talk to women every single week. And what I hear is their expectation, demand, and reliance on another human being to make them happy and provide for their needs. And see, me, God is my source and my supply. A man is the gravy. He ain't the potatoes.
What are the person there occupying your space if he's not doing anything, if he's not making you happy, if he's not doing something for you? So basically in her mind is that a Black woman should go into relationships not expecting anything, not even happiness from the man.
God is your provider and protector. Okay, who gonna pay these bills though?
Right, because unless we live in a free economy, then nobody should be shaming anybody who wants a provider. What Black women want is for us to have a community where it's okay and acceptable for Black men to operate outside of manhood. And largely that's been how it is. It doesn't work. You can look at the community and see how many problems it's causing, but yet they still keep pushing for this. So yes, the person who said this is borderline demonic, you're right, it is. It is. They don't love Black men. They really don't.
If Black men were kicked out of the workforce in the 60s to 80s due to deindustrialization, why would they get upset at Ebony for warning them about the possible encore episode? That's the thing. Like, it feels like people are lying because people will run around like, oh my God, men are in the middle class and blah, 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 and Black men are doing okay. If you believe that, there wouldn't be such a push for us to do better and talk about systemic racism. Systemic racism would not even be a part of the conversation. And to pretend like we're not doing poorly is just like the seat of intellectual dishonesty. Like the fact that people are pretending like it's not here yet, but the fact that people are like pretending like we're just doing great is ridiculous to me.
This is demonic.
And so I heard in that she wanted him to be the potatoes, the chicken, the crisp on the chicken skin, and was really kind of demanding how he had to fry the chicken.
Because just demanding.
If she's gonna eat that chicken, she can tell him how she wants that chicken cooked.
Absolutely.
Look, I'm tired of this.
Did it come across as demeaning to you?
It did. I'm sorry. I know she says now that was not her intention. I know she says now that. And I believe if she had thought about it again, she may not have said it that way, because she said only if he owned the bus. And my first thought was, well, damn, I want him to own the bus company, because if that one bus go down, we jacked up. You
so
know,
you want him to own the bus company, but you're condemning her for saying she wants him to own the bus.
Wait, I didn't hear this. I honestly did not hear this until just now.
This is coming off as an old hater hating on a younger, much more prettier woman than her.
Wait. Wait. Iyanla played too much. Iyanla is playing in our faces. Iyanla is playing in our faces. She does not want the bus driver either. She doesn't even want the bus owner. She needs you to own the bus company.
Yeah, I think she just wanted to make the type of Black woman that Ebony is look a certain way. Because if you want him to own the whole company, then you have a higher standard than even Ebony position. So why then would you ask her that, as if you're trying to out her as a woman who looks down on Black men and see them beneath her? It's looking a lot like a hating ass bitch situation. It's starting to. It's beginning to look a lot like a hating ass bitch. That's all I'm gonna say.
You white folks were pissed when Britney Spears married the backup dancer, had to pay him $40K a month and still pay. Yeah, and I've seen people have conversation about their child not dating. Like, you know what? Let me move on. So there's consensus we're divesting from Iyanla, right? Look, I don't know. I rewind it.
That way, because she said only if he owned the bus. And my first thought was, well, damn, I want him to own the bus company, because if that one bus go down, we jacked up.
So what's the reason you asked her?
Oh my God. Iyanla is playing in her face because it sounds like she's just mad at this woman because she don't even want to date the bus driver. That's what
Yeah,
it's
she
coming
is.
down to.
She's one of the problems with the older generation of Black women who get, and hopefully I will never become that, where I'm just older and I expired out the game. And so now I'm sitting over here trying to set up younger, prettier women to make them look a certain way, because ain't no way you should even be doing this live stream if you know your first thought is that he needs to own the whole bus station. Like, come on now.
Yeah. What?
But I didn't get into that because we were talking about, again, the context of the hardness, the toughness, the masculine drive. Really, that kind of energy for me is what a man would think about or look for in a woman who's going to mother his children, who's going to keep his house, who's going to help him build a legacy. That's what a man looks for. A woman who's
that was pretty unattractive from where I was sitting. She has since said that she's described.
This is also an annoying thing. It's pretty unattractive from where I'm sitting. She does not care. She said she wouldn't date a bus driver. I'm pretty sure she would also say she wouldn't date you.
There's not many Black women who would date him. Let's just be real. Like, when he first came on the screen, I was thinking, yeah, I just know Black women are generally not checking for him, but we'll listen to what he's saying anyway. Like, he looks like he belongs in somewhere where Siegfried and Roy would be. He looks like he belonged there.
HR professionals for 10 years, and I can run that down.
People who work in such jobs as mediocre and succumbing to the low expectations of racism. I was surprised, to be very honest with you, because when I watched the entirety of your interview, it really, the conversation or the comment that she made about the bus company or the bus owning a bus was really a very small part of it. I actually saw in her opportunities, attempts at empathy, attempts at reflection in that. Since that time, in subsequent conversations, she seems to be marrying the conversation around high expectations, which is totally whatever she's subscribed to as high expectations, and what Envy, if you can just use the term for a second, but DJ Envy called shitting on the working class, and trying to get her to understand that, look, I as women go, I don't see skinny as my thing, right? I don't look like, wow, she's size 1. But I don't need to say that size 1s are ugly or mediocre or average, right? And so it sounds now that she has taken what she believes to be excellent and using herself as the yardstick for the acquisition of excellence, right? So if you're excellent, you get to be with her because she's the prize.
But again, even that, I think here's the thing: loving with conditions. I see it in the thread right now. People talking about you like Black men better than Black. What are you talking about? We're human beings. And I want to go to Funky Geneva said it the best. We all want the same thing. We want to be loved. We want to be valued. We want to be accepted. We want to be connected, heart to heart, soul to soul. But if it's about how much money you make and what kind of job you do and what kind of frills and things, what about not just coming together as people? And if women have that level of hardness in their heart, if they have that level of hardness in their heart, where if you're a bus driver or you got on work boots or you dig a grave or drive a truck, you can't do for me, what's going to happen? I think it's a combination of all things. But my primary thing, Steve, is women showing up in the world as masculine and not feminine, from their head and not their heart, from their intellect and not their intuition. And that is killing the world. Here's my question. You can answer this. If we want men of status, whatever that is, or men who make a lot of money, how are we raising our sons? And what if our son's soul is not corporate, lawyer, doctor? What if it's artisan? What if it's entrepreneur? What if his soul
Did she say what if his soul doesn't encompass lawyer or entrepreneur? So are you saying that Black men innately are low achievers?
Girl, I didn't hear that. I did not hear that, but that is even funnier because I thought she said, what about our sons? And I was like, so you want people to date your son who doesn't do anything. Got it. Because she's going to talk about her children later, about one being super smart and one don't care about school or anything.
And this is what I don't like about these so-called educators, because you have two so-called educators up there, but they don't know that historically, and we'll say presently, because some cultures still do arranged marriages where when they're choosing the man, primarily they're choosing him based off the amount of money that he has. But why is she sitting there as an educator acting like she doesn't know that since the inception of marriage, it has been based on a man's economic status and position? Because she's going to say his status or whatever that is, like it's just a foreign unknown concept. It's not a foreign and unknown concept, lady. This is how it's always been done. Just because we have a raggedy, janky, broke community doesn't mean that everybody else haven't been operating based off of what do you have that I can benefit from? Can you provide for me?
Wait, Jeff Bezos created a robot that provides. I'm gonna get me one of those.
Spiritual purpose is to be a drummer or an artist. You know, he may never reach social status. But how do we raise a male, and how do we encourage our sons, our brothers, our husbands, when their soul is not directed toward this social corporate status? What do we do with that as women?
So one of the places.
What does she mean? Their soul is not directed toward the social, the social. Did she say cultural status or societal status?
I think social status, she said. I don't remember, but she said, what if their souls aren't meant to be like corporate or whatever?
Because what does she mean by that? Like, what do you mean?
I was going to ask you that, but since you're asking me that, what do women do? Find a man whose soul is corporate. If you want a man whose soul is corporate, find a man whose soul is corporate. What do you mean their soul is not corporate? Period.
If anybody in the comment section knows how to get in touch with Iyanla, can you tell me? Her email is not in her description box. I'm looking in it because I really want to have a discussion with this lady because I need to ask her the questions that are not being asked that we're asking, but that people are not asking her. I want to ask her that, but her information is not in her description box at all.
She said, let them drive your car and hold your purse. Look.
That I think we need to start is acknowledging that words hurt. And no one, male or female, wants to be demeaned for what they do for a living. No one wants to be told that they're mediocre or underachieving, as she has said, because of their vocation. And that, and I think that there's, let me just preface this. I don't care who sleeps with who. Period. As long as they're adults, I don't care who and how many that is on them. I have too many other things to worry about than who's zooming who, as Aretha used to say. That is not my thing. Where I jump into this conversation is when I watch a Black woman use a platform that she will have, but no one has forever, to push the politics of Paramore as a destruction of the very people that I have the pleasure, the honor of working with every day, many of whom are poor and on the come up. That's where I jump in. That's where I gotta throw a flag on the play. Because I don't get what she doesn't understand about the way she's talking and how she's.
Where were these men when Kevin Samuels was out?
They were congratulating him and telling Black women they need to take constructive criticism and stop thinking about the messenger and listen to the message. But now all of a sudden they can't do this when the messenger is a woman.
Like, she's not even telling women to lower their standards. She just said she's not about to date them, and y'all need to level up if you want. You can. I don't know why y'all are mad about this and weren't mad about Kevin Samuels. Y'all are weird. This is weird. This is weird.
But no, look at how she's framing it. Notice how she's just saying, will you date a bus driver? Still not putting it into context. You asked a woman who is an attorney and a millionaire and basically a public figure on a reality show if she would date a bus driver. You're not asking a store cashier if she would date a bus driver. You're asking a certain type of woman. So this whole thing is deceptive, even when she sits there and says, well, I'm going to open up the panel so you can tell me if you're asking regular everyday people who are not on Ebony's level if they would date a bus driver. And yes, most regular people would, but a celebrity, a millionaire, no.
Yeah.
Thriving in the world. For me, when I watch somebody tear other people down because of what they do for a living or don't do for a living, at the same time as they then go and marry or be engaged to a white man, but trying to do so in a space where they are talking.
That is killing, isn't it?
They're not gonna let that go. They're not gonna let it go that she was engaged to a white man.
How did you get here? You know what? Let me leave that alone. Red pill women are switching their narrative to, I used to be a modern woman, but the red pill saved me, Iyanla included, as you mentioned the other day, Iyanla telling us her origin story. Yeah, this is the femininity origins. Yeah, every woman has the feminine origin story talking about I used to be masculine. Girl, you had to be masculine if masculine is getting a job and providing for yourself.
About black people, then what is excellent to you? Because to me, a white guy who does well isn't necessarily extraordinary. A brother who does well, whatever well is for him, is extraordinary, knowing all the circumstances that he's got to go through just to get to zero. Wouldn't it be?
Sorry, I have to pull that up again. Y'all have to hear that again because that girl, they won consolation prizes, and I don't like that for us.
Times they didn't go and marry or be engaged to a white man, but trying to do so in a space where they are talking about black people, then what is excellent to you? Because to me, a white guy who does well isn't necessarily extraordinary. A brother who does well, whatever well is for him, is extraordinary, knowing all the circumstances that he's got to go through just to get to zero. Wouldn't it be nice if we as black men start out at zero, just zero, and then got to move forward from there? So the energy of which you speak, to me, is far more global.
So that's it. They're like, you can settle for me because everything is so difficult, which is fine, but you shouldn't require more of me, and you can require less of me in comparison to other men because it's so hard for me. So say that. Say it so we can deal with that. That's fine.
Right.
Than just determination of who you want to be with. When you are damning other people, and you are, because we all heard the same thing. We heard you say what you said.
But they're doing it right now, talking about why am I asking women to lower their standards? I'm trying to figure out how do you create the standard? How do you do that?
But that's not even a conversation. Here's the deal, because I guess all of them are super dope, making tons of money, and they're gonna have it, and they got generational wealth. Because last time I checked, my black ass could lose my job. So I'm not gonna walk around all haughty talking about where I am or what just because I got a degree or 2 or 3, whatever that means to somebody. And by way of a system that says that these are the things that matter. Come on, there are certain jobs that pay more than other jobs.
But did you get those degrees though? You did. You did get those degrees. So even if you don't talk about them, you understand your access based on those degrees. It's ridiculous to me that you want it for you, but not for anyone else. I believe other men, black men, can go and get degrees and do well. I believe that, and it's because I believe that I'm not about to sit here and say, you need to praise me for the bare minimum. Yes, I said the bare minimum. Why do you want? He literally just sat up here and say, because black men have to work so hard to get to zero, we cannot expect.
Where? That's the thing. They keep acting like black men have this super hard plight. Like they have to navigate so many things to do anything. How? Like where? Like I don't. What is this huge plight that black women have? Like that black men have? What is this huge plight?
So the way I would answer that is the plight is more difficult for black women than it is for black men. So if black women can do it, you definitely can do it. So that's my problem with this. And I don't refuse to acknowledge systemic oppression, but you're not going to use that as an excuse for why you can't do well. You can tell me, Themis, I couldn't get into Harvard because of racism. You're not about to tell me you can't get into no school, no university. You can't get into any university because of white. So you're not about to tell me that.
But they refuse to even tell us specifically what this plight that black men have is, because I keep hearing it. Like people keep framing it in different ways. Like I've heard women say, oh, well, black men have it so hard, so we have to be there for them when they go out to the world. It's so hard for them. How and what? Nobody ever gives any specifics. They just say, oh, black men have it bad. Based on what? Because everybody who's black is dealing with racism. So what is black men's unique situation to where it is excusable and the reason why they are in the social position that they're in, especially when you see black women elevating who are also black and who also deal with racism because of their blackness and sexism because of their gender.
Oh, I see a question. I see a question. You're asking how is it different from black women?
Yeah, like what is it? I just want them to give me something specific that black men are facing.
I think black women have it worse, so you can't ask me that. So
Yeah, I want them to do it. They're sitting up there saying it, and in the community, people have been saying, "Oh, poor black men. Black men have it so hard. We got to just like shelter black men because y'all know black men struggle." What is it though? Aside from racism based on blackness, which then black women suffer from too, what are they facing?
you want to know something? I actually believe men would come up here and deny black women's race experience to justify their own oppression separate from black women. I actually think, I wonder if people would do that.
They have. I've heard them say racism only affects black men. And it's like, then that's not racism then. You can't call it racism if it only affects black men. Then you have to call it something else unique to black men, because if it's based on race, then everybody in that race suffers based on the social policy of racism. But they never say it.
I'm trying to be careful because I don't want the sense to be that I don't believe in racism and that I'm so removed that I don't care, because I do. But what you say, I agree with, because I think fundamentally racism is about skin, and black women possess the same skin, but also are women. And so you said it earlier where we were talking about black women being doubly oppressed. It feels like it's harder for black women than it is for black men.
It is.
And I feel like we're not really, I too want to know. So when we open the panel, if we open the panel, because there's too much to go through, I would like to know that as a preliminary sort of positioning.
Mm-hmm.
The system of black male patriarchy also needs to be critiqued heavily. And mind you, patriarchy is older than white supremacy.
Yeah, they keep acting like all these concepts started with white men. Like they'll be like, I reject the white man's version of manhood. This is not the white man's version of manhood. You can go out and observe nature. This is nature's version of manhood. Animals may not be providing money, but they provide what is needed for their female counterparts. Like, this is not based off of white men. This is based off of nature.
Yeah. Morehouse is 80% black gay men. Wait, is this true? Ultimate Enigma, how did you know this? How do you know? All right, I'll look in my email now.
If you work at a certain institute, you do something, you'll make more. Doesn't mean you have a higher status. Why are we even having that conversation? This is a person who you're going to spend your intimate space with.
That's right. That's where I want to get to.
Like, for me, I was standing yesterday. I'm coming home. I'm standing next to this brother, and he's straight up guilty.
I promise you I don't believe this story. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying I don't believe this story.
He's got his yellow penny on, like he was clearly working outside or somewhere. I mean, he was dirty, like, not like, whatever. So I'm standing next to him. He's sitting down. He's got his elbows on his, he's got his forearms on his thighs. His head is just down. He's spent, like, whoa.
He works hard.
His phone rings, right? And when his phone rings, I'm so close to him, it catches my attention, it doesn't catch his attention. It's a FaceTime. The caller ID says, "Love of my life."
This dirty man on the train.
Love of my life. When that love of my life opened up, it was what appeared to be his wife and his daughter. And their faces lit up together. You mean to tell me you don't want that man answer your phone?
I'm not about to engage with that. Do you believe that's true?
It's hard for me to even follow what this man is saying.
He said he was on the train with a dirty man beside him who had a phone, and the caller ID says "love of my life." And when the man answered it, it was his wife and daughter. How do you know it was his wife?
Yeah, like, how do you know?
I don't believe any of it.
I don't either. I think people in these discussions, they tend to make up stuff, or they'll just say stuff because really we can't verify it or not. So we're not in a position to say it's either true or not true. And I think that's why they say it.
Yeah. Thank you, R. Johnson.
You don't, that's not who you want to call? You don't want to call him? Because he's dirty? Are we serious right now? Yeah. No, I'm not that. For me, one of the problems that we have is that people are taking their professional life and injecting it into their personal life. No one cares where you went to school when they're trying to date you. Get over yourself. You're playing yourself. What they care about is how you care about them. You could become.
I don't know who he's talking about. I don't know who he's talking about. This is a live from the pits of hell. If you think you're gonna have access to certain groups and they're not about to ask you about your pedigree, it is a straight up lie. It is. I think it's the way it's done sometimes is sick and I think annoying and absolutely disrespectful and disgusting. But note that this idea of pedigree and what college you went to, it shows up a lot. And people compete and people talk about their spouse and their partners and what they do. And in these kinds of young professional environment, it is a topic of continuous conversation. And it will be, if not for the person who is doing well, for the other person, very uncomfortable very quickly if you do not fit in or find a way to fit in.
Right. And then they're not even when they have these dialogues about the type of man that they feel like a Black woman, especially one in Ebony's position, should choose, they're not even telling how it's going to benefit her. How would it benefit Ebony to be with a bus driver? Like, what benefit is there to that? What is she getting out of this bus driver? Because you can't just assume that he's a good person just because he's a bus driver. Chances are he's probably not, because he probably had the background that's unsavory if he is a bus driver. And I get that can be kind of stereotyping but a person who has gone through a certain level of education, who has put in a certain level of work, is not going to be a bus driver. I do believe it's a certain type of person that is a bus driver. And that's not, to me, it's not a high achieving person. Nobody's going to convince me that somebody aspires to be a bus driver. They just don't.
Well, I don't know if I don't fully agree with this. I don't think I've never met anyone who agrees, who wants to be a bus driver, but I also don't know anything about it or stats about it or stereotypes about it. I just don't feel, if someone don't want to date a bus driver, in my mind, I don't understand why that's a problem. Like, I can honestly say it's not even to push back. I literally don't know anything about bus driving and bus driving.
I don't either, but I'm just thinking, like, somebody in the chat said to be a bus driver, all you have to have is a high school diploma. So we can surmise that at least academically, they're low achievers. If all you've gotten is a high school diploma and that's the bare minimum, then you're not a high achiever. Like, I don't know any bus drivers or anybody. The only bus driver I knew was one of my mom's friends, and she drove for the school district. She was a school district bus driver. And I don't think that's even what she aspired to be. But I don't know. I don't know anybody who just goes and aspires to be a bus driver. They settle for being a bus driver. Look at the median pay annually, $37,000. Median pay hourly, $14.88.
God, I'm not doing this. This is kind of
year growth 6%. Everything about this bus driving position says low value. It just really does. It says, how can I become?
Sorry, I'm trying to. Why are you laughing? This is why I wasn't going to look it up, because it's going to look like I'm doing a read and I'm really not trying. I'm just trying to figure out, because I know nothing.
They're making it the position that they put people in is a position to where you have to demean bus drivers because they're trying to package it as it's somehow this just high value position, and it's just really not.
Wait, do they not have an education? A high school diploma is you're right. It's a high school diploma for the education requirement.
Why are we wrong for fact checking? So now we wrong for getting receipts.
No.
But if we were just to sit up here and say this is a low budget, low value position, then look, that's why everybody called up to the Breakfast Club. They daddy, they uncle, the man down the street, everybody that they knew was somehow these 6-figure bus drivers. Like, cut it out.
I'm not going to comment on it because I actually didn't know that all you needed was a high school diploma. I didn't know that. So I learned something today.
Really quickly unattractive to many men who don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to come to the crib and compete. What are you thinking? That's not what we're talking about. No one cares what you did, like I got this, I got that. Think about this for a second. You're trying to build a heart together. Yes. You're trying, and if you know, like I do, jobs are going to ebb and flow. Sometimes I
don't like this. I don't like this at all. He's going to say, who cares? You're trying to build a heart. Yeah, because you can just, of course, you can just rip your heart out and say, "Here, pay all my bills with this." Unless you're selling it on the black market, it's not going to pay bills, and then you dead anyway because now you don't have a heart. So I hate it. Stop telling black women they shouldn't be paying attention to what they should be paying attention to. You absolutely should be considering what his employment level is, and based on his occupation, what type of person does that mean he is? Because yes, your occupation says something about the type of person that you are. I know that if it's a surgeon went to school for a very long time. They have a lot of discipline, and they're learning is something that they like. We know that for surgeons. They're very dedicated. They're very disciplined. They value education. They value commitment, because you're not going to be a surgeon and you're not committing to the practice. So you can tell certain things by the occupation that a person has. And a bus driver just ain't it.
Fact checking too, but I wish I didn't look that up just now, because now it's in my head. Because what they did too, they were like talking about you have to be healthy, you have to do this, you have to do that, and then no, I'm not going to say what I thought, but I wish I didn't look up what you needed to be a bus driver. I wish I remained ignorant to that, and I was intentionally trying to be ignorant to that, because my point, that doesn't matter for it, but this makes it even worse in my mind.
Winning, sometimes she's winning. But as long as we're working together, we're getting to that next place. Today, we had college signing day at one of our schools. And one of the young people, he's going to a particular college, and the principal pulled me aside. He said, the story is not that 100% of these kids have gotten into 4-year colleges. He said, the story is, do you know that young man? He said, you see, he's got 2 bags over there? I said, yeah. He said, you know what 2 bags are for? I said, I do not. He said, every day after school, he takes all of the bottles and cans that his classmates have discarded, and he brings them home. His father is mediocre. That man's father is mediocre. Really? That young man.
The child is taking cans home. 1, why? 2, what does that have to do with his father? Like, I'm confused as to the line.
This is insidious at this point. I really feel like this is an insidious agenda to keep black women right where they are, because everybody knows by and large only certain black men are going to elevate, and we will know those men by their accomplishments. So because most of them are not going to elevate, and it's projected that they're going to be the permanent underclass, they either want black women to settle for a lesser male so that she can elevate him out of the permanent underclass, or they want black women to be right there in the underclass with him.
Yeah, child, he got his best Poindexter outfit out there. He look a mess.
Mediocre person to you?
I guess when did that happen? I was married to, I dated a New York City transit conductor. He was a conductor. This was way before I was Iyanla Vanzant. And, people go into this, well, you rich, you can do that and blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're rich. I don't even know what you're talking about. But I won't even get into that. And while we were together, he was a conductor. After we broke up, he became a motorman and a supervisor, and he's now retired. But I met him on a boat ride, leaving out of 43rd Street in New York. And we connected. And it didn't matter to me. So I'm just wondering, and particularly as women, if we go into this dating scene or we go into mating with looking at what you can give me and what you can do for me, and competing at the mind level.
That's it right there. That's it. Let me just say this. As a man who talks to other men, let me tell you the way this breaks down. He comes home to you where you're telling him all the things he's not.
Yeah.
He goes to work. Meet somebody who tells him all the things that he is. Right? Here's a simple one. Because anyone who you've seen who's had a long-term relationship, 30, 40, 50 years.
Is he explaining why men cheat? I know he's not. Girl, if you think, all right, please don't listen to any of this foolishness about cheating. If this is about cheating, do not listen to it. Because if you tell him everything he's not, and then he goes to work and finds someone who tells him everything he is, and then he cheats, that don't make no sense to me.
The more and more Iyanla opens her mouth, the more I suspect that she is one of those older women who have a problem with younger women. Because she said that one thing I heard her say, she said that she dated a transit conductor before she was the Iyanla Vanzant. Meaning, while she's the Iyanla Vanzant, she will not be with the transit conductor, just like she said her first thought was that he has to own the bus system.
And it was a
Who wouldn't do it?
conductor, not a bus driver either. So I'm not sure, period. I wonder how many bus drivers done slid up in her DM since she said she'll date them.
I wonder too. Well,
Trust
they
me.
can't slide up in her DMs because I just tried to send her a DM and it wouldn't allow me to. It says she doesn't just allow people to send her DMs, so they not sliding up in her DMs.
Trust me, her block list has grown significantly. She's not about to, but yeah.
They let the ego thing go. Anybody's been married for any length of time, like real time, like 30, 40, 50 years, that's a real marriage. Like that's a real long time. There are things that they put up with, gone through, that they would never share with you because this is not a community project. This is their relationship. But let's just say that a way to engage one another, because men got a lot of work to do too, but we're talking right now and then we'll get to that moment. But if you have someone who is aware of your shortcomings and your challenges and makes you feel like you're 10 feet tall and bulletproof, they're going to be the most attractive person to you. That person.
So lie to them.
I'm not taking attraction advice from someone who presents like him. I'm just not going to. I barely take him seriously in this discussion, and that's why I haven't commented on anything he said. Look, I know it's wrong, but I'm judging. I'm not listening to a person that presents like that. It's like, dude, you've been like, that's a dated look. Like, take your Back to the Future outfit and send it back to whatever year Back to the Future came out with, which I think it was in the 80s. He needs to take it back there. I'm not about to listen to this dude. I'm not. I'll comment on Iyanla, but nothing and the stuff that he's saying doesn't make sense to me anyways.
They don't. Not to me. He said lie to me.
Who you didn't think was so cute before. You think, okay, she thinks I'm cute. I think she's cute too. Because she makes me feel like I'm somebody. The same way that y'all raise your sons, the same way that you engage your sons and tell them how they're all amazing when they ain't that amazing, the same way that you tell them that they can get over and the things that they can do. Your partner needs that same level of encouragement. And you telling him that he doesn't.
So raise your partner, period. Y'all need to raise your partners. That's the problem.
It ain't gonna happen over here. Listen, I can't. Whatever other Black women want to do, they can do. But I'm just saying, a smart person learns from the mistakes of other people. And I'm telling you, it is a mistake for you to be in a relationship with, let alone marry, a man who makes less than you do. It's a mistake.
He said, not only marry them, but you need to lie to them about who they are so they can love you. Iyanla need to take her One Day My Soul Just Opened Up advice on somewhere.
Actually a good book, by the way. I read those books back in my Christian days, so now I would have to separate the Christianity from it, but it's still, her books were still good. I found a lot of value in her books. Even if you separate Christianity from it, there's still a lot of value in her books, her self-help books. I wouldn't tell people to not read them. I read them during certain times and they helped me quite a bit.
I have one of her book. I forgot the name, but I haven't read it, so I might open it up.
I think I have in the meantime, and One Day My Soul Just Opened Up. I
like the way they used it. We're not going for her 40 days and 40 nights towards Black male worship.
And that's exactly what it is, Black male worship.
This is 2023, not 1998. She really on some book. I'm glad. Oh, Yanni's here. Hey, Yanni.
Hey, Yanni. You know, we love the beautiful Yanni. Right? We definitely do.
Good. Welcome. I saw your review of this, but I did use you and Finji's thumbnails in my other video.
I know, because look, Yanni ain't for the foolish shenanigans of people encouraging Black women to lower their standards to a bus. Don't come up in here with no bus drive. For real. I really want to play the clip so badly. I so badly want to play it.
Wait, which clip?
The clip from Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Drop it in the private. Let me play it.
It's the Diary of a Mad Black Woman or Medea's Family Reunion. It's one of those. Y'all tell it's a Tyler Perry movie. And
Oh, the one you played on your video.
yeah, the one that was in my video where she said, "What do you know about happiness?" Coming in here with some bus driver. So I think it's a mutual consensus that a bus driver position is not an elite position. It's just not.
It is the best way to make sure that he never feels like he is the man of the house. He never feels like he's powerful. And what is it that you want to do? Because since you acknowledge this as somebody who runs schools in Bridgeport.
All right. I'm asking a question. Don't drag Sinji, please. But should the person should he feel like the man of the house if he doesn't provide for the household? Like that's something
No, and he's not going to. I'm telling you, I've been in this position more than one time. He's not going to. Even down to if you look better than what your man is used to getting, it's going to be the same mentality. He's going to become insecure. He's going to start devaluing you. He's going to start acting like he's competing with you. He's going to try to demean you and bring you down to his level. Like, no, he's not going to feel like the man of the house, and he's going to overcompensate for that in a very negative way. I'm just, look, if y'all want to learn the hard way, like I did more than one time, then go ahead and learn the hard way and be with somebody that make less money than you or that is less attractive than you, because I've done that too. Shout out to the ugly guys that I've dated. But anyway, I've done that too. And both of them should not happen. If you want a good relationship, unless you want to bring out the bitch and the insecurities in a man, don't date one that's less attractive than you and who has less money. And yeah, I did go there with looks too. I had to, because I dated a really unattractive man. He wasn't ready to date me because he wasn't ready to the response that he got. He got tired of going around everywhere we went, somebody asking, how were you able to date her? So literally that's what was happening. How were you able to date her? And it resulted in a pathology that you don't want to deal with.
To be fair, that I can see how that would hurt someone's ego. Imagine walking around with someone and everyone is like, "Oh my God, she's so beautiful. How did you get that?" It's like
that's exactly what they would be like. That's literally exactly what they would be like. And it got to the point, I'll tell this story quickly. We were in a club one time, and I'm telling y'all, listen, white women love black women. If y'all ever thought, if white men go love black women because white women love them. We went to a club. There was a group of white women, and they came up and they was like, "Oh my God, your girlfriend's so beautiful. She looks like a playmate. Oh my God." And he was like, "Oh, well, then you can take her." You can best believe the relationship ended shortly after that. That's literally what he said. He was like, "Okay, well, then you can take her." So I was like, "Yeah, okay, it's a wrap on that."
Yeah. Ugh. Okay.
He got that insecure. He got that insecure to where he thought that this was literally that type of situation. And in my mind, I was like, "Yeah, this ain't gonna last much longer." I do know that.
So we can't expect someone else to provide for our needs because that's selfish, but we also can't get it ourselves because that's masculine, right? You can't expect these men to provide, but also if you get it yourself, you're masculine.
In Harlem, in the Bronx, and used to run schools in Hartford, I see so many women show up, pure aggression, I mean, straight up willing to fight. Whoa.
In Harlem, and you don't know why? All right.
Right, exactly. How do you not know why in Harlem?
Hey, let's just talk. Like, let's start with a conversation. And I think it's in part because many of them have been hurt by men in their lives, whether it be fathers, uncles, grandfathers. A lot of men have done a lot of bad things to girls.
I want to say women have done a lot of bad things to men.
Look at her. Really? Listen, what women do to men pales in comparison to what women like. This is what I be talking about. This is black man worship right here. This is 100% black man worship.
It just came out. She couldn't let it go. She couldn't let it go. She could not let that go.
She couldn't. Like a true. She's a true hardcore FDA approved thoroughbred black man worshiper. That's exactly what she is. Now I understand why she did what she did.
She said, absolutely not. They do it to him too. Really? Let's compare stats.
Right.
Into the relationship first. You got to get into the relationship. And if I'm dismissing you because you're a bus driver or a truck driver or we can't even get into the relationship. Or if I come into the relationship.
Wait, that's the point. That's the point. Don't get into the relationship with the person you don't want. What do you mean you get into it first? What do you You have standards and boundaries and expectations, Sinji. Hashtag. Before you get into the relationship. So you know these.
But then look, Themis, if she was to get into a relationship and then constantly bring up the fact that he's just a bus driver, then that would be a problem too. They'd be like, well, you knew you didn't want a bus driver. Why'd you get in a relationship with him? That's what Ebony's saying. I'm not even going to waste my time being with someone who is economically beneath me because I already know how that's going to go. He going to have to level up real quick. If it's me, I'm going to need you to come to that leveling up real fast. If you're a bus driver, you need to be falling into some ownership real quickly, or that relationship is not going to end. It's just not going to last.
Not falling into some ownership.
Thinking I lowered my standards to be with you, I'm always going to have that in the back of my mind because women don't understand what we hold in our heart, we manifest in our experience.
Don't bleed on me if I didn't cut you. If I'm not the one who did this to you, don't put this on me. If you got an issue with your father, that's on him. Your uncle, that's on him. But me, I didn't do this to you. Give me the opportunity to establish myself in your life. If I'm constantly working against the waves, swimming upstream, I get out the water. There's somebody else out here. And this notion that someone's asking you to lower your expectations, what are you talking about? What does that even mean to you? Someone saying, I love you for you, that's lower to you?
Because that's what I want to know. I want to know that. And let me just be real clear here, because I'm very sensitive to energy. And people are making this about me tearing Ebony down. This is not about me tearing Ebony down. That out there. This is not about that. I have a different perspective than she does. She have a different perspective than I do. And I'm also real clear that right now, the conversation that she and other people are having is not the conversation that we were having. So don't put that out there that I'm coming for Ebony. This is not even about Ebony.
But you are, though. She is, though.
Love with conditions. Do we use status?
It feels that way to me.
This is a competition for the type of woman that Iyanla is. For these Black male worshiping older women, it becomes a competition. This is how they compete with younger women. You are coming for Ebony because there's no reason for you to act like what she said is problematic when, again, you said that he needs to own the whole bus station. You said that only you, before you were Iyanla, meaning before you were the millionaire, before you were the New York Times bestseller, before all of your accomplishments, you would have dated that transit conductor, but you would not now. So if you're trying to make something that she's saying problematic when you're essentially saying the same thing or requiring a higher standard, then yes, you are coming for her.
Hey, Pink Pill. And yes,
hey,
that's how I
feel. Hey, Famous. Hey, Sin. Oh, my goodness. I was waiting for y'all to talk about this. I knew it was coming.
Trash situation.
Oh, Lordy. Cynthia, you were saying what I was just about to say before I got on about, that was like my main point. Is like, these will be the same men that'll say you should have chosen better. You shouldn't, you knew that you were dating a bus driver. It's not going to work out. It doesn't work out. It's all your fault. It's like, no matter what, it's always going to be your fault. So if it's always going to be your fault, then I guess you have to be very, very careful. And you can't give the bus driver a chance, can you?
And no millionaire, nobody who's in Ebony's position, close to being in her position, or in a position that's higher than a bus driver, none of those people I wouldn't date a bus driver. Absolutely not. I'm not dating a bus driver.
And let me tell you something. I may be the girl who swirls, but I ain't dating a Black bus driver. I ain't dating a white bus driver, an Asian, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, alien bus driver. If you are a bus driver, I'm not dating you.
I do you think that Ebony's age is why people feel she doesn't deserve a man? No, I think they're gonna find a reason to push back against anyone, regardless of age.
Yeah, because she doesn't look 40. Like she presents as more mature than 40, but she does not look 40. I wouldn't have known she was 40 until she said it.
Yeah, same. My soul says stay home and daydream. It also says to not help out with chores. Would Iyanla like to date me? Let's continue. Again, welcome, Crystalline. I like this. Pink Pill, Sinji, we're doing it together.
I
All
know,
right.
I know. I'm just listen. Are you guys kind of I don't know. Are you guys surprised at Iyanla at all with this? Because I remember years back, didn't she get into it with somebody about Black women accepting less? So is this a rebrand? Because didn't she go after, what's her name? Shahzah Ali?
Yeah.
Back in the 80s? I just heard that. So I don't know. Just dropping that. Isn't that what happened? Is this a rebrand for her?
I think it's a rebrand because if you read her books, the advice in her books is not what she's talking about now. So I think, and then if you look at her Fix My Life, I don't remember her in Fix My Life episodes telling Black women that they need to date down or that they need to settle for less. I don't remember her telling them that.
Yeah,
in fact, I remember her telling them the opposite, that they need to have higher standards.
Exactly. And wasn't she the one that was getting after the brother who had like 10 baby mamas, you know,
and DMX?
Remember that?
Yep.
And DMX. She was going after the dude who had a bunch of baby mamas, and she was going after DMX too. She stopped because she said the level of harassment, death threats, and criticism that she was getting, we know she wasn't getting them from Black women. Let's just say she was getting them from some. But anytime someone dares to try to suggest that Black men get some mental health counseling or that they just fix themselves, and look how DMX treated her.
By the way, sorry, I'm kind of distracted by both of you. Two beautiful women. This actually warms my heart so much. Like the fact that I had to do it. I'm sorry.
I just want to say publicly, Sin, you cool with me, sis.
Absolutely.
All water under the bridge. Listen, we on the same team. Like, just we're moving forward. If you mad, oh boo-hoo, are you mad? Oh, I'm so sorry. If you're mad,
they about to clip, and you know they about to do 8, 9, 10-hour live streams. And they can stay mad for all they want to. I don't hold grudges at all. I remember, I just don't hold grudges. So I can still be cordial and share the same space and even like a person. Because I don't really hold grudges.
I mean, like we literally are on the same team. Like you have a different delivery, I have a different delivery, but literally it's the same thing. It doesn't make sense. And I'm just gonna say, like, in this space, I feel like there should be more togetherness and collaboration. And I think content creators are afraid to do it because the fans just get weird. Like, you know, you start collabing with somebody, then it's like they want to start mess and this and that. But do you realize like how much stronger we would be as a community if we all could just put down the knives and the little 22 shooters and just like
how much stronger and how much more we would get done?
Exactly.
Like we would get a lot done. We would cover way more ground if we were collaborating and unifying. But I think as Black women, we don't like to admit that we share part of the pathology that Black men do, like the part of their pathology where they can't get along with each other. They refuse to unify. They want to destroy and compete with each other. We have that same pathology too as Black women. It's just something that we don't want to admit to. We'll point it out in Black men, but we won't point out how we can be in the same space doing nearly the same thing, but we can't somehow come together because we do have the competitiveness. We do have the notion that we don't want to see, and I use we loosely, but that we don't want to see the next woman elevate. And we don't want to see the next Black woman elevate. And I do think that that's something that we need to talk about because there is a whole lot of bitches on YouTube.
I mean, like, to me, the message is too important to just be petty. I think that if people are really serious about, like they say they're serious, then, you know, we got to put the knives down. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yep. And if you look at these viral stories, like, because I get on Instagram and I see them mentioning our names in the comment section. I see them, you know, adding certain celebrities. Like somebody was just adding Ebony Williams, telling them, okay, look, you follow these people, they're on your site. So I know that our messages are spreading.
Absolutely.
I know they are. I just think we could do way more if we were able to unify. We would do way more.
Yeah. Well, listen, subscribers, you guys got to let it happen. You guys got to let it happen. We can't get caught up in petty mess. It's stupid. And you know what? I think as Black women, we're better than that.
Yeah, we are.
I am hopelessly optimistic, and this just warms my soul. So thank you both for this. I know it's not for me, but like I truly, truly appreciate just the willingness to share space. So that alone, thank you. I appreciate
no, definitely. I don't have anything against Crystal, and I don't. I actually respect what she does. I've always respected what she's done. Even when we have had our differences, I still anybody will tell you have always said how pretty she is and how I respect what she does. I've always said that no matter what issue I've taken, because I may be aggressive, okay, but what I'm not is a hater. So if another woman is pretty and she's doing something good for herself, I have no problem saying that. Even if I don't like her, even if I think low of her, I'm still going to say, well, she's still doing her thing. She's still beautiful. She still has these qualities, that are very good qualities. So I have no problem saying that about anyone, actually.
Likewise. I think the way that you deliver things is a way that I couldn't, but it's a way that gets the message. Your clapbacks are so much better than mine. I'm not good at clapping.
She is the queen to drag. I'll just sit there and just watch drag after drag after drag.
No, I think it's because I have a bunch of sisters. So Black women already have reckless mouth. I think we do have a thing for where we can cut somebody down with our mouths in a minute. I think Black women have a natural talent for it. So add to that having
I missed that, Jean. I did. I'm a big
no. I don't know that I would say that. I don't know that.
I just clap back in different ways. It's more like I come at you sideways rather than
That's what I'm afraid of. Then I can deal with a straight on attack. I don't know if I can deal with a sideways attack.
Oh no, I'll get you from behind and sideways.
I mean, but you even, and it's not to say you're like Candace Owens, because no, Candace Owens is over there by herself. But even with Candace Owens, you can tell she can get down in the mud too if she.
Sure.
You can tell with Candace Owens, she will get down in the mud.
She showed up to the Black Lives Matter people's house pregnant with a camera crew.
And that's the part that I like about her. That's the part that I like about her, because it's like, okay, listen, Candace Owens, she says what she says, but this lady ain't no punk. She seems like she's no punk, and she'll actually take it there with you if she needs to.
And you know what I think too that I learned about her, and just in general, just never freaking apologize. Like I just like, she says the most craziest stuff, but she will never apologize.
I understand that, and I understand why I don't appreciate that. But yes, I understand why people would like that. But I can't do it.
It doesn't matter. Like if they don't like you, if people don't like you, it doesn't matter if you apologize or not. It's not going to lose their mind. It's just going to make you look weak.
Yeah, well, the apology isn't necessarily for someone, even though it is, obviously. It's because I feel contrition about what I did, and if I think it's wrong. Like, if I don't think it's wrong, I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, I'll apologize if I feel bad and think it's wrong too. But otherwise, good luck getting an apology out of me. So it's just
like I don't apologize. Apparently, this is the anniversary of some YouTuber. Maybe you might have heard of him. Anniversary of his death, and I didn't know that, but I was reminded of it. And guess what? I'm still not sorry he's dead. I said I wasn't sorry when he died, and here I am saying what I said. I'm still not sorry.
I do not speak ill of the dead.
I didn't say all I said. I didn't wish him to die, but when he died, I wasn't on the floor gnashing my teeth, tearing my clothes. I don't understand why people don't understand that nobody's going to be sad if you're an unlikable person. Unlikable people are not going to be missed.
Look,
Like, why is that a crime?
wait, he dragged black women. I as a black man was safe from his drilling, I think. So for me, I would never tell a black woman, oh, you need to, I don't care. But I am personally never going to say anything negative about him being passing. But I don't care if people do, but I won't. But I'm going to move on.
I'll tell you this.
Sin, were you sorry?
Absolutely not, which is why I call him worm food. He's worm food as far as I'm concerned. But even if I passed today, I would expect black men to like piss on my grave if I was going to be buried.
Me too.
I would expect it. I would literally.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be offended, and I wouldn't expect my fans to be like, "You danced on Crystalline Carrison's grave." It wouldn't be surprising me. Water is wet and the sky is blue. Like, I wouldn't expect any of these people to mourn me. I know they hate my guts.
Hey, Monique.
Listen, I will be petty. And if you come to my grave, I'm about to haunt my grave. I'm gonna bother you from the afterlife because I'm petty like that. But I still expect it nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Listen, like if something happened to me tomorrow, I got run over by a bus driver because I said no to a date. Nobody, these guys would not be mourning me, and I wouldn't expect them to.
No. Well, I think it's uncouth. I'm kidding. I don't care what anyone does. I'm not about to do it.
I know, you're so classy. And normally I try to be classy, but with this, I just don't. I'm sorry. It was the moment, and somebody's been chasing me around. Anyway, somebody online has been chasing me around for a year about me not being sorry about that. And I'm like, I'm never going to be sorry about it. You can keep chasing, and every time you confront me on it, I'm going to say, I'm not sorry. I did not like the guy. I didn't. Anyway, well, we can move on.
Well, join the club because there's a lot of videos out there of, oh, Sinji disrespected Kevin in the worst way, and I will continue to.
Yeah.
And it's like, I will continue to systematically, purposely, intentionally, and very pettily, I will choose to do that. Disrespect
with gusto and enthusiasm.
Yes, knowing that there's nothing bad it can do to stop me.
Exactly.
Requisite
Honestly, that was the most freeing thing was when I stopped trying to explain, try to apologize, and just say, yep, this is what I do. This is what I said. What are you going to do about it? They can't do a damn thing. Why am I arguing with people? You can't do a damn thing about it. There's nothing you can do.
And if it's not that, it's going to be something else. And it's like, I don't have time to be sitting up changing for everybody. Like,
exactly.
I don't know how to do that. No,
you won't even recognize yourself as much as people want you to change. You're like, who am I?
Yeah, no.
Are y'all done or are y'all finished?
Yes, we're finished. You can go back to your sorry.
Yeah.
Girl talk. Sorry.
No. Y'all be dragging. Just drag the casket from under the ground and keep dragging.
When it comes to as women, because we are in our minds, in our intellect so very often, and not in our heart. Because as a woman, I can feel when a man is, balanced. Is it that so many women don't know what an emotionally healthy, available man looks like? So we use.
Yes. No one knows what that. No one knows this idea of vetting better, which is ultimately what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. Actually, let me stop. Let's get through some of this before we start.
Status and income as criteria. Is it because we don't believe we can get a good man, we look for a successful man?
I think it's something in between there. I think that for a lot of women who speak like that, because that's not the group that I typically travel with in any way, any parts of my life. But what I hear when I run across said group leads me to believe that they're lacking something inside themselves. They want to be able to show up to the Jack and the Jill. They want to be able to show up to the gala. They want to be able to show up to the boule and brag, because there's something about them that they feel like they need from that person, that he somehow, and it's like, no. I'm just saying I want something to be equal. I don't know if that's an issue of equity, because equity can be found in many different ways. We're talking about distilling equity to a single part, which is what you do for a living, which is where you.
Yes, financial and academic equity. I don't understand equality. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like this is very clear. Women say, I don't want to date down. I feel like that's very, very clear.
Right. And the thing is that you're right. I don't want to go like, what business do I have taking a bus driver to the gala, to the business conferences, we don't have anything really in common. He may be a good guy. He may be, heart of gold and all of that, but I'm not. I'm looking for a certain level. And again, women don't apologize for that. It's like, okay, he's a bus driver. And here's the other thing too, is they make it about money. They're like, well, if he's in New York and he's part of the transit authority, then he's gonna make this kind of money. And I'm like, it's not just about the dollars. It's about like your mindset. What do we talk about? Like what, are you up to date on current events? What are you reading? Like, here's what I'm reading. What are you reading? Like, are you reading, Vibe and I'm reading freaking The Atlantic? Like, there's so many fundamental things. And research shows that when women marry down or pair down, it's always bad for them. It almost always is a bad decision. Your net worth goes down. These men are more likely to cheat because they want to feel like men. I mean, it's just
become abusive.
They want to be more masculine, trying to, it's not worth it, because again, it's not going to work out. And then the community is going to blame you anyway. They're going to say you should have chosen better. So if you get the blame, it's just the risk is too high, ladies. The risk is just too high.
Someone said this, and this is the truest comment I've seen. I don't know why he brought up Jack and Jill and the Boule and then put bus driver. Those people are not even answering that question. So I didn't.
But she asked Ebony that question to set her up anyway. So we now know that, because when she made that statement about, the first thought that popped in my head was that he needs to own the bus station. Well, then you asked Ebony that question to set her up. Then you clearly did.
The panel is not open yet, Alexander.
Work, which changes throughout the course of your life. And if you know anything, if you, for instance, are an entrepreneur, you watch your fates dip and soar. And if you are someone who started your own thing or you're working somewhere, you watch these things ebb and flow. The only people who have a constant trajectory, quite frankly, are the very people that we're talking about, which are those blue collar people. There's a consistent flow of their career. So I find that the women who...
I saw your face, Cindy, and I felt it. Yes, that's not a thing.
Yeah, no. But this is what I told you they were trying to do. They're trying to repackage mediocrity as somehow elevated. And it's like, no. Like, what do you mean? A bus driver is not going to be on the steady path to success. Like, we just looked it up. You only have to have a high school diploma.
Mm-hmm. And the thing, it also speaks to your ambition, because if you're just happy being the bus driver and I'm a corporate lawyer, what are your opportunities for advancement as a bus driver? I don't know. I mean,
nobody's happy being a bus driver. Crystalline, have you ever met anybody who aspired to be a bus driver? No, like
I feel like that was something that my parents. Did you feel like boomers were like, get you a good job, get you a government job or a city job so you could get that pension? I feel like that was at one point aspirational. Like, do you remember that? Did
both of you have met someone who want to be a bus driver, Prince Petty.
Oh my God! Like, Petty needs to sit down.
I feel like Petty's too smart to want to just be a bus driver.
Petty's not aspiring to be the bus driver. Petty is being petty and trolling. He would not want to. No one aspires to be a bus driver. Nobody says, when I grow up, I want to be a bus driver. Let me frame my education, which stops once you get out of high school, so that I can be a bus driver. Like, really, no. People settle for being bus drivers. They don't aspire to be it. And you usually settle for being bus drivers after you failed in some area of your life. Nobody is going to convince me different. So it's a failed position.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. Yes, teacher. Yes, nurse. Yes, doctor. Maybe lawyer, but never bus driver. You're right. Yeah. It wasn't one of those.
What do you mean, maybe lawyer? I am offended. What do you mean, maybe lawyer? I'm kidding. What do you mean, maybe lawyer? I'm very offended.
More aggressive. Lawyers are aggressive.
It was in the top 4. So,
But it was 4th. It was 4th in the top
and it was
4.
only because I was like, you got to go to school that long?
We gotta go to one school.
No, doctors go to school longer.
Doctors go to school for a long time.
I know, they go to school for a decade almost.
So
psychiatrists do too, because they have to go to medical school. So
yeah,
so
so I
it
was just
wasn't
like,
the
man.
schooling then, pink pill.
Wait,
You
say it
just
again.
It wasn't the schooling. You just ranked lawyers at number 4 because you don't like lawyers. Got it. Period.
Well, a lawyer might have a certain personality type that she doesn't want to deal with, because lawyers do have certain personalities. Typically very aggressive. They're typically.
It's like they don't know how to turn it off. It's like, I am not the opposing counsel. Okay.
Well, tell Sinji that, because she has the lawyer mentality.
Well,
I don't think you could date a lawyer.
Disagrees becomes the opposing counsel. That's why whoever disagrees, they become the opposing counsel.
Yeah, ready to drag. Where are these spiritual black men that she's speaking of? I need to find out for y'all, and I will let you know. They're still looking for the what wins that's 10 freak in the sheet with a big booty, ex Hafiz and Anthony O'Neill. Period.
And you know what? I find it's the most uneducated men who want the most, who tend to be the most kind of misogynistic. Like, you're working your corporate job and you're making circles around him in pay, but he's still going to expect you to come home and do all the wifely duties. Can I give a quick story? So I have a friend who has a degree in social work. She met her husband while she was doing an internship at a jail, and he was doing 6 years for armed robbery. I advised her against it, but she decided to marry him anyway. And believe me, to my shock, they are still married. But she would tell me that she would come home working like 10 hours a day, and then the kids' homework wouldn't be touched, dinner wouldn't be done, the house would be a mess, the house would smell like weed. And she's like, could you help with cooking the dinner? What about helping the kids with the homework? Oh, that's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. It's always them. It's always them.
Because they still need to feel like a man, even though they're not providing. Got it. I'm going to move on. Because that is a drag.
Can I say something to the person who said lawyers are liars? They're not. They just know how to manipulate facts and bend the truth. But that doesn't mean that they're a liar.
They actually are.
They're a lot like psychologists, actually. If you think about it, they're actually just a more aggressive version of a psychologist. They know how to ask you the questions to get a certain answer, and they know how to manipulate you into giving them a certain response. Psychiatrists and psychologists know how to too.
That's true. Can you imagine a lawyer who's also a psychologist? I wouldn't want to argue against him. Or
you would just have a really manipulative person at the end of the day.
A dark empath.
Someone or something to make them feel like they are somehow accomplished. And that, to me, is a problem, because fates change. Jobs come and go. People lose their job. Disney's firing 10,000 people, some ridiculous number.
I feel like that's the argument for why you need to date someone on your level, so that when your things aren't working out, you have someone who can sustain your life. Anyway, maybe I'm thinking about it too much.
No, but here's the thing. Like, if you're a bus driver and you get laid off, what are your transferable skills?
None. You can go be a truck driver. You can be a truck driver. And I'm not even saying a truck driver at the bad position, because if you're an over-the-road truck driver, then you will make quite a bit of money. But a lot of truck drivers aren't over the road, and they don't make a lot of money. But the over-the-road ones do. They make quite a bit of money, actually.
Like that.
So you can be a truck driver, but a felon can be a truck driver.
They can?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's scary. Because I need to hire a truck driver to deliver all these bottles and stuff I got come in. Oh, Lord, I didn't know that. Okay.
They're no longer valuable to their partner. That's what we're setting up here. And at the same time that we're doing that, we're damning people who are making decisions that are different than what we believe.
I'm sorry, what is he talking about? Because no one is saying you can't have a good life and find relationship and date. They're saying they won't date you. Like, I don't, you can literally go out there and find fulfillment on your own with people on your level. Like,
they don't understand the concept of compatibility. This is just what I learned from listening to them. They don't understand how compatibility in multiple different areas matters when you're in a relationship.
That's very interesting that he said the standards for the other men was much higher. Yeah, no, he wants you to judge on a curb, and I don't like that.
But you
I
think
mean, what if you know what would be
This
the
is-
biggest troll? If she gets with a white bus driver.
No,
Oh,
if
that
she
would
gets
be
with
that would be so trolly. That would
Well,
be
she don't even need to be with a white bus driver. The fact that her last fiance was her ex-fiance was white is something they are not letting go.
They've been crying about that for the last 7 interviews. I'm not
what I don't
engaging with
understand
you.
is about all of this. And I asked the men on Clubhouse who were complaining about this. They've been complaining about this for days. I said, what? Okay, so this lady who is a TV personality who is very successful says she does not want to date a bus driver. Why does it upset you? What do you think personally that is such an affront? What do you think her ideals and what she believes? How do you believe that is dangerous for you? How do you think this is going to affect you and your relationship prospects? In other words, why the F do you care?
Finji was explaining this either earlier on her video, now all of it runs together, where it's like, bus drivers are stand-in for lower, like Iyanla brought it up to make it about lower than you, someone below you essentially, is why she brought it up. And that is a stand-in for men in the Black community. And wanting a higher standard just generally is affecting their ability to date if women adopt Ebony's mentality.
I don't think it's about the bus driver comment. I think it's about the fact that she said he would have to own something. Yeah. It's the ownership requirement that's a problem, because how many Black men are in an ownership position? But then you're raising your standard above the majority of Black men. And I think that's the core problem with them. They can play semantics and say, oh, it's because you said average and mediocre. No, it's not. It's because she said that the only way she would deal with a bus driver is if he owns something. Yeah. It's ownership that they have the issue with.
Yeah. And entrepreneurship, because it takes guts. It takes a level of communication, of creativity, and did I say intelligence already? But it takes all of those things to be an entrepreneur, to go out there and do something that isn't safe. It's not safe. It's a risk, but you got the guts to do that. That's assertive. That's true maleness, in my opinion.
And I would say that Black men, this is why I care, because I think Black men do have that capacity. But if we continue to tell them that they don't, they will continue to believe that they don't. And I don't like that. I think we need to raise the bar. And I don't know why people are fighting that. Like, I feel like there should have been a collective amen to Ebony. And now we're talking about this as if we need to coddle people. No, I'm not for that. Dropping in the collection, please. Thank you, Mariah.
About relationships. This to me is about showing the rest of the world that you matter. Being able to show up with the doctor or the or walks around telling people that they're an attorney when no one's asked you that question.
Anyone who believes they should have pride in what they do, if you work, I don't do it because I don't care. But I don't feel any way if someone is like coming to me and say, hey, I'm doctor whatever, or I'm attorney whatever. You worked very hard for your degree. You can say it. Absolutely not. Forget your feelings. People can say it. They can lead with their resume if they want. That's fine.
And this guy with his bow tie, what does he do? What's his background?
He's auditioning for the next version of Back to the Future. That's what he's doing.
But I mean, he doesn't look like a bus driver either. So why is he fighting for bus drivers? That's what I'm.
Oh, he gonna tell you why. No. It's coming up. Let's skip. Well, hopefully we can get through this because when the people come on, that's the most exciting part. Because he gonna tell you why he's upset. He is going to tell us why it bothers him so much. They know if they don't admit racism affects Black women as much as it does Black men, they'll no longer have an excuse for their comfort and mediocrity. Yeah.
But racism doesn't affect Black women as much as it affects Black men. It affects them more.
Yeah.
Well, racism the same amount, but then we have sexism
yeah,
on top of it. So yeah.
It wasn't even a point of the conversation. Why are you leading with this? Why does that matter? If we're not having a legal conversation, why are we talking about your law school experience? If it's not in that setting, similarly, why do we need to know where you clerked? Why do we need to know where you work?
Iyanla needs to stop shaking her head because she knows in a lot of high-profile situations, they're going to want to know, what do you do?
Yeah,
it's a common question that everybody asks. Like what? I get asked it.
It's
all the
small
time.
talk. It's small talk.
Why would you, if it doesn't matter how you, like, you know it matters how you show up because this is how you decided to show up. You showed up with the bow tie and your hair part sideways for a specific reason. You wanted to show an image. It's not giving what you think it's supposed to give, but you showed up dressed specifically to present an image. It is a problem that y'all are mad when people are leading with whatever degrees they're leading with. If you have it, flaunt it. If you don't, get it. I don't know, but leave people alone.
Do Black men seem like the type of people who, if they had the accomplishments, that they wouldn't be flaunting it? Absolutely, please. If Black people have any accomplishment, everybody has to hear about it. Everybody.
This man barely graduated law school, hadn't even taken the bar. You're talking about he is the prize. What do you mean?
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, I mean, when they get it, they want everybody to know, and they want to be like, nana, nana, boo, boo, ah. They want everybody to know.
With white women, and that's not even an accomplishment. It's not even an accomplishment to be with a white woman. They're not doing anything special, but they run around telling everybody they are as if they're in some elite club. So we know that the only reason why they're talking about your degree don't matter is because they don't have them. Period.
Yeah. Y'all are too long in the tooth. No, y'all wrong. I can't. Thank you for your super chat, but I can't keep that up there.
These are not relevant to you. When two people, think of it this way. When two people are at the gym and they form a friendship based upon the fact that they're both at the gym. And then they form a friendship because they're both mothers. And then they both get there at the same time. And then the friendship grows. And then one person finds out that she cleans houses, another one person finds out she needs a house cleaned. That doesn't mean this person's above this person. That means y'all just found a partnership. Yo, you clean.
That is not a partnership. If you clean house and I want my house clean and I'm paying you to clean my house, that is not a partnership.
Yeah, that's employee and employer. It's like I'm literally hiring you to come clean out my toilet. I'm probably not hanging out with you. Like, cut it out.
Like, y'all just want us to change the verbiage so y'all feel better. Because no one looks at that as a partnership. I'm seeing this is really a conversation about social mobility and social class. Some people as aspirational, it seems like most are not, right?
In houses, I need my house clean. We have a friendship. We have a partnership. That's what we should be thinking of it as.
Where's the friendship? I'm trying to figure out what he is talking about because it just feels like he does not like the words being used. That's what it sounds like.
Because it's really weird because it's like, okay, so if my car is in the shop and I live in New York or somewhere and I got to catch the bus, should I date the bus driver because now we have a partnership? I'm not sure. Or if I meet a guy and I find out he's a bus driver and I need a ride somewhere, does that mean we're partners?
Look, I mean, I guess if you're two people who are trading in business, like, this is so weird. It is
gaslighting. Somebody said it's just gaslighting.
It is because nobody's befriending the person that they're hiring to come clean the shit rings out of their toilet. Like, come on now. Like this is like so annoying. And definitely not a millionaire. Like, because can we preface and contextualize the discussion? This is about a millionaire being with a bus driver. And they can sit up here and pretend that Ebony Williams is a regular person, and she's saying that she's not going to date a bus driver who's on her level. No, this is about a millionaire somehow being in the same proximity of a bus driver that she wouldn't even be in proximity to. Like, where are bus drivers and lawyers hanging out?
Yeah.
Like, where is that?
I hate when he used that friend example as to why money isn't important, because you're not sharing assets and liabilities with a friend. Yeah, no.
Now, to the term of even.
I mean, to be fair though, even friendships where there is a drastic socioeconomic difference is very difficult, because wait. Certain things are hard to do when certain people can't do it with you. And I think we need to give grace to each other when we have friendships. But a lot of times, a lot of things go awry because like people can't pay for their part, don't pay you back because they don't have the money. You are low, resentment bills. Like, it's a lot. It is a lot. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying be careful.
Well, it's like that girl who got Shaquella, who paid. It's like that.
You don't even have to explain that. Just the name. That is ridiculous. Like, y'all play out here with these friendships.
Evenly yoked. You, the house cleaner, me, the person who needs the house clean. We need to work together. You, the mother, me, the mother. You need somebody to watch your son. I watch your son because he's the same age as my son. We should be looking to find commonality, not to destroy one another because we don't have the same level of income.
But I'm still lost in this. Listen, everybody has a right to their preferences and standards. Like I said, you can date whoever you want. You can sleep with whoever you want. You can want him, I personally like chocolate ball with a beard, but then I've done Puerto Rican and straight hair. I've done that too. Okay. So everybody has their preferences. What I'm saying is, when those preferences become the only measuring stick, would you dismiss someone of good character and quality, a good ingredient, because they came in a brown paper bag and tissue paper? That I don't like. For me, it's not even about men this and women that. I'm talking about how we as human beings have degraded our evaluation and assessment of each other now based on income and based on, like you said, frills. That's what I'm talking about. And for women, it's because we live in our heads and we are neck down dead. We don't trust neck down anymore. We don't trust our hearts. We've been talked out of it, conditioned out of it, programmed out of it. And so a man who would treasure and value our heart, we dismiss because he's driving a bus.
There's a woman who I dated when I was in graduate school. There's a woman I dated in graduate school.
She is going to sit here and act like, because let's just throw out dating. Because historically, dating didn't exist. You were either arranged to be in a marriage or you weren't. And that arrangement was based on money. So why is she acting like this is a new concept?
Right. Well, and also the disingenuity. Is that a word, Themis? Come on, tell me. Is that a word? It sounds like it should be a root word for disingenuity.
It sounds like it should be a word.
The disingenuity of saying this, particularly from a Black woman to another Black woman, where we have historically married and dated down, where we have been told. I remember when swirling first came out, some guy on the radio said, Black women don't need to go nowhere. They need to be looking to the prisons. Like, we have been told, like, my mom had a college education. My dad had an 8th grade education. Like, why are we acting like Black women have not been doing this the whole time? The problem is that they're not doing it as much. Now they're talking about hypergamy. Now they're talking about being at someone on my level, and it's making their heads explode. Like, historically, Black women have married down. Why is it that we have such high percentages of Black women who are heads of households? So why are we even having this conversation as if Black women aren't already doing that and getting what kind of results? 80% divorce rates.
That is why it's
$5 net worth. And so now we're having the conversations where we're talking about, maybe I need to be looking at this a little bit differently. And that's what this is about. Because we've been doing what they're saying.
That's why it's gaslighting, because disingenuity in the approach, I'm only using your word back at you. It is a word, by the way, but in the way that they're explaining it, it's making me think they think the world is Black women are only looking up for men, and that these women are not dating men who cannot live up to any kind of standards. And if that were true, then this would make sense. Like, y'all need to lower your standards in an effort to get a man and be able to be faithful or whatever. But that's not what's happening. We know the truth, and the truth is, even if you lower your standards, what is happening is what happens because you've been lowering your standards. People are literally fighting tooth and nail to get women, Black women, to lift their standards up even just a little bit, and everyone is mad.
Because it will exclude Black men. That's why. This whole thing is about keeping Black women rooted and tied to Black men. Because at the end of the day, if Black women have standards, then that is going to... Oh, I thought there was something in my closet.
Wait, you thought something was in your closet?
In my plant, I was about to jump out off this chair. I thought something was in my plant. I was like, don't tell me there's no spider over here in this plant. But no, it's because it will lessen the access and options of Black men. It just will. And then if you have Black women who have these high standards, they're probably not going to be going for they're not going to be going for Black men. They're primarily going to be going for other men who can meet those standards and expectations. And once Black women start dating out, there's absolutely nothing that Black men can do about that except complain. And they know it. So their route is to get Black women to think, number one, that nobody else wants them. Number two, they don't deserve anything better. And three, that it's a problem for them to even go attempt to pursue anything better. They should sit here and just deal with the Black men that are in the community, and that's just it. And it's like, no, Black women deserve better, and you can get better.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you guys see the significance of Iyanla Vanzant, who is in that crone persona? She's an older woman now working in service to these ideas that she knows damn well historically have not worked for Black women. The fact that they're using this old crone to be the voice of, hey, Black women, date the bus driver, is very purposeful, is extremely purposeful. I mean,
and she's weaponizing her credentials too, because when she started it, she started saying, oh, this is Iyanla Vanzant. I'm a 14-time New York Times bestseller, a life coach, an attorney. She had a show on OWN. So this is also an insidious weaponization of her credentials.
No. Pause. I'm glad you said that because I almost forgot. This man was just talking about why we have to know your degrees and your accomplishment. This was not a context for Iyanla to tell us her accomplishment. She did. I was fine with it. He probably would have a problem with her talking about her degrees, because why does that upset you? Also, separately from that, if we're to make it in the best faith argument, because like there's a part of me that does not want to say she's just like trying to be evil, right? Because if Black male worship is a thing, maybe she's deeply invested in it and not knowing that she is. So I'm trying to figure out, does she actually believe this? Because she won't do it. Like, her statements about her never getting married again, her getting a prenup, she's not about to do this or she's not doing that before this, feels like she's very aware of the men around her and she don't want no parts of it.
She is. She thinks very poorly about Black men. It's very, very clear that she thinks very poorly about them. I just think it's insidious and demonic that she's using her credentials to try and bait Black women into being rooted to these men that she already knows is problematic.
Yeah. So disingenuous. Having standards of a certain socioeconomic status is the price of admission. Once you're in the gate, then we can talk about character, worldview, etc. It's not rocket science. Yeah. That's what I didn't think people were just like, oh my God, you're rich, let me go date you regardless of who you are as a person.
But are y'all sick and tired as me of people advocating for things that they would never do them damn selves? Mm-hmm. Like, she's a millionaire too. Iyanla's a millionaire. And I bet if she was in the room with Ebony, she'd be like, girl, I get it. I understand. There were no mics and cameras around. She'd be like, girl.
No, but this is how
she said herself, she was thinking that in order for her to date the bus driver, he would have to own the transit company or something like that, own the bus station. So she is admitting that her standard for dating a bus driver would have to be very high too. And she also said she would have to keep her money, her stash on the side, and have a prenuptial agreement, which means she knows that she needs to protect her wealth from someone who has not put in the work to accumulate it. So she knows exactly what it is. She's just being a black man worshiper.
And you know what's weird? It's kind of like, I don't know, just Oyster Things doing a wife school, and she's never been married. It's kind of like that. I don't know.
I'm glad I'm not glad you brought up Oyster, but Oyster did a video the other day calling MTR, and one of the people called MTR the guy with the wand. You know what?
Yeah, I saw that.
I can't believe someone would do so. That is disgusting.
Wait, yeah, she let somebody else say it, and that's the thing.
And then
I saw it on another channel. I just got the recap. So here's what's insidious about what she does. She'll let somebody else say it.
That's the whole MO.
She'll let somebody else say it. It's usually, it'll be just the flamethrower, so she can still kind of have a little barrier between her. That's what I feel like.
I don't really think about Oyster, and to the extent that I do, everything that people say on her show, I just think that's what she believes. That's it. Like she's not slick.
Not at all.
Wait, the new Little Mermaid hasn't come out yet, right? No, Eve. I'm not asking randomly. Eve once said I'm obsessed with the new Little Mermaid, and I'm just like, no.
Like when? Where?
Let me check. It comes out this month. Oh my God! I definitely need to buy my tickets.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching it. I am. That's why I want to make sure I'm not mentioning it. Please don't do that again and act like the new Little Mermaid came out when it really hasn't. I cried during the Disney version of Little Mermaid. I do want to put that out there.
Little Mermaid is my least favorite Disney princess.
Why?
I love the story and the magic and the whole thing. I appreciate, but how you go? Even as a child, I was like, "You're gonna give up a kingdom for a man?" Period. I mean, it's another kingdom, but like, is it though? So that I never understood why she wanted to like give up her kingdom for this kingdom. But period.
My least favorite princess movie was Princess and the Frog, where they had the first Black princess having to hustle and save the prince and save him financially and physically. I thought that was the absolute worst princess movie I've ever seen.
Is that not reflective of what happens in the Black community?
Yes, it is. But you're supposed to be a princess. It's supposed to be aspirational for all the little white girls to be like, maybe I'll be a princess and a man will come and save me. They get a Black girl on there. She working. She's scrubbing the floor. She's like, I'm going to make it right. Whatever she was singing.
That sounds like what Iyanla is advocating for. So.
I cried when Bambi's mother got shot too. Just so y'all know.
There. I mean,
what did you say, Cindy?
I cried when Bambi's mother got shot too. For real, I did.
Oh.
I did. That had me distraught in my feelings as a child. I was like, "What? They killed Bambi's mother!" I was a mess. I was like literally a mess.
Yeah, I didn't really care about Princess and the Frog, but I didn't like the representation. But I was like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty.
Like the message to the little white girls is that
it seems pretty accurate,
though. Successful man come and save you. And then you have the Black princess, the first and only Black princess, having to save the man, work 11 jobs. He's working for her. They get married. He's working for her in her restaurant. It's bullshit. They give these white girls these aspirations, but the Black girls aren't supposed to have them. Like literally, Princess and the Frog is culpable. And you know what? They're just as bad as Iyanla Vanzant, as far as I'm concerned. When we're talking about this,
I feel like a lot of Black women advocate for that kind of relationship, and so it's like, is it just merely like holding up a mirror and saying this is what happens? Because it feels like that's what it was giving.
But it's not supposed to. It's a fairy tale. It's supposed to be something little girls look up to and say, maybe it'll be me. So every little black girl thinks she's got to work 3 jobs, save the man, kiss frogs, hope for the best. It was the craziest thing. It was just the craziest thing. Dating down, like if you think of the symbolism of Princess of the Frog, I'm sorry if I'm diverting, but the fact that she had to kiss him, he turned into a frog dusty. He is a dusty frog. And
maybe it was a warning.
Dusty frog, so she can get what she wants. She's got to go down. She said, "I would never." At the beginning of that movie, when those 2 girls were little, and they did the story of the Princess of the Frog. Tiana was like, "I'll never kiss a frog." So they made her lower her standards because when she was a baby, she said, "I'll never kiss a frog," and there she was having to do what she said she never wanted to do, lower her standards and kiss that damn dusty frog. I'm done. I'm gonna go on.
Ring that she and I was 16 months out of the housing project. So I didn't know what she taught like a ring she meant. And so she's talking about this ring and she's talking about VCR. I don't know I don't even still know that. Like letters that go with diamonds, I guess is there things that go with that, right? Cuts and colors and what have you. And as she talked, this is the truth. As she talked about what she valued, again, this is me, not anyone else. As she talked about what she valued, and here I am, somebody who at the time was in social work school, working in Philadelphia's public schools, working with some of the poorest children on earth. And she's saying that she's actually becoming less attractive to me. Actually, the more she becomes.
Well, that's a good thing. You cannot afford what she wanted in her describing the diamond, and she became less attractive to you. I feel like that's a good thing. You guys found out that you were incompatible.
Exactly.
I feel like that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
She's describing the diamond. I'm thinking, her face is literally breaking in front of me, and I'm thinking, wow, she's just not even pretty anymore. And I don't want to talk to her anymore because we clearly are in a different space. When I said to my wife, before she became my wife, I asked her, what would you say if I tied a blade of grass around your finger? She said, I would have a blade of grass. And for a long time, that's all I could have afforded was a blade of grass. And there have been times in my career where it's been up and it's been down. And blades of grass was all I had access to. And what kind of person wants to feel like their value ebbs and flows like the stock exchange in their bedroom? Who wants to feel like that? Think of the message that you're sending. It's not about lowering your expectations. It's about being humane towards people. The conversation
standards. I mean, let me tell you, I'm going to tell you 2 private personal stories. Okay. First, when I got married, I wasn't the Iyanla Vanzant of, fixing my life and whatever. I had a couple of books out and my career, I had been doing the work for like 20 years, but unless people see you on TV or hear you on the radio or go on Oprah, they dismiss you. People, the lady from Oprah. No, baby, I was doing the work 20 years before I got on Oprah. And that's the same thing we do to bus drivers. I think, and trash people. I think sometimes they can't even feel the value of the service they offer because we put them down and we dismiss them.
Before you tell can I just jump in? I'm going to tell you something about you that you don't know that about you and me. So in 1992, I lived in Philadelphia. I played on I lived in Philadelphia in 1992. And I was on a men's football team. And most of the brothers who were on this men's football team were the men who we're talking about, who worked different jobs. Acts of Faith came out in what year?
92, 91.
So watch how the story goes. One brother on the team got Acts of Faith. He bought 30, 40 of the Acts of Faith himself.
The little purple one.
The little purple one. He was a bus driver. He came and handed them out to all of us at football practice. You were speaking into men who were most of us were still single. We were still trying to figure out who we were. You were building us up even before you met us.
Wow. Listen, I 2 things I want to say. One is, I think a man has to be able to provide. For me, I have the 4 P's: provide, protect, perform, and please. That's
so even you have the period. Provide.
If you're a lawyer, what is a man never going to provide?
Please note that she just said her standards require men to provide, because some people gonna come up on the screen, upon here talking about, I was unemployed when my wife, the girl decided to marry me, and she had nothing to say to this man, even though her standard was to. Then you're up here dragging Ebony. No, you are wrong, because even your own standards require providing. No.
That's the craziest thing to me is that, like, okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
Wait, it's gonna come when the people come on. This part I don't really care about. When people start coming on, it gets messy. Because no.
That's it. You got to be able to do that. But let me tell you how I lived that. When I got married and I wasn't Iyanla Vanzant, I was just growing into that. And my husband did not earn the kind of money that I was earning at the time. And we talked about it, you know, when she makes more than him. And we came up with a really workable plan and how we were going to do. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. And we were both going to add a percentage to our joint bank account to handle our household. Even though the amount I put in was more, the percentage was the same. We were each going to give 75.
You got to do all these accommodations.
It doesn't, but
for egos.
It's so exhausting because it doesn't matter if the percentage was the same. You made more money. That's why you were putting more in there. He made less than you. Really? Oh my God! Like she's trying
that's
to
what I'm talking about.
situation.
It's like people advocating for things that they don't do and don't believe. They're, to me, the worst. They are the worst. They are the most dangerous because they are telling you to behave in a way that they're not even doing themselves.
Yeah, I'm telling you, black male worshipers are from the devil. I promise you they are. They are from the devil.
She want to convince us that they put equal amount in by using the percentage. God, ain't nobody gonna
And how well did it work? Is she still married to him? Did that work? Did that help him feel good?
No. The story
because to most black people that will fly. If she says, well, we're putting in the same percentage, most black people are going to see that as, oh, he was contributing equally. No, he was not. Because even if two people are putting in 20% of their income, but one has less money, one only can take 20% from $100 every month, and she's taking 20% from like $60,000, her 20% is going to contribute way more than his is.
How was he providing? Somebody said, Sam said she had the common core marriage or something, like where everything is just graded down on a curve.
Like girl, but they not even in the same tax bracket. Based on what she's saying, I'm thinking they not even in the same tax bracket.
Oh wait,
they're not contributing the same.
Well, till you hear this Christmas tree story.
5% of whatever we earn. So if my 75% was 10,000 and his was 3,000, that's okay because we were on equal footing, adding the same percent.
No, you're putting in $7,000 more, lady. Like, what are you talking about?
Are they married though? Did it work? Why is she talking about a tactic that did not work?
No. It's not even about it working for me. It's the fact that she's about to try to convince us that they're the same. That's the part that behooves me.
Yeah, because 7,000 is the same as 3,000. Like,
right?
That's
like,
what I'm saying. They're putting sugar on shit.
You give 30%. He makes $1. He puts in 30. He puts in 30 cents. Hercules.
She is trying to convince us that it's the same. It's equal. They're on equal footing. No, not even close.
I could, I was making nice money. And what I didn't have to put in the house, I tucked over in the side. Well, I'm a Christmas person. I love the Christmas tree. I love, not because of the religious or the commercial aspect. I just like the way it looks and feels and sounds. So we decide, he's a Kwanzaa person, grassroots, community organizer. He does Kwanzaa. I did Christmas. So this is what we decided. He would support me with Christmas. I would support him with Kwanzaa. He would buy the Christmas tree and take care of all of that. And I would buy the Kenora and the candles and set up the Kwanzaa and the Zawadi for the kids and everything. Okay. So this one particular Christmas, I'm driving along and I see this Christmas tree of life. Okay. Big 10-foot spruce. We got 12-foot ceilings. I mean, this thing was divine. This was many, many years ago. And I jumped out my car and I went over to the man and I'm sniffing the tree and licking it, because I'm into Christmas trees. And I asked him how much it was. And he said, $80. I said, please hold this tree for me. Please hold this tree for me. Now, in my mind, I said, I can't even give you a deposit because my husband has to come and buy it. Please hold this tree for me. I'm going to go home right now and get my husband to come buy this Christmas tree. And he said, okay, I'll do that. It was early. So I go home and I'm all excited. And I said, look, babe, I found the tree. You know the place? And he said, okay, how much is it? I said, $80. He said, I ain't paying no $80 for no Christmas tree. And I'm like, done. I love the tree. Why? You said you would get the tree. Yeah, I'll get the tree, but I'm not paying no $80 for a Christmas tree. Now, in my mind, as the money earner, I can afford an $80 Christmas tree. I want the $80 Christmas tree. And I'm trying to adhere to our agreement. So the next day he went out and came back with a Kwanzaa bush. This little thing, I don't think
I didn't even have a Kwanzaa bush. I know about the Kwanzaa bush. Okay.
Look, the reality is he can't afford what she can afford. That's basically what he's saying. He can't afford what you can afford.
The story for me doesn't get even, it's not bad yet. I mean, it's already bad. This is
Yeah.
going to cause resentment. This is going to cause resentment. There is no submission in the world that's going to make you okay with this for a long period of time. If you are used to a certain lifestyle and you have to downgrade to be with someone, I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying resentment is going to build. It's best to stay with people who are in your social group, who are at your level, and who can engage in the things that you engage in. But this is not even the part that is the problem for me. The part that is the part, I don't give advice. Please ignore everything I'm saying. This is all entertainment from my perspective, because I don't care what people do. I don't. But it's the problem, because she gonna continue the story, and it's a mess. Like, I'm gonna play it. Unless you guys want to say
But
something.
thing is, it's not even just going to be resentment. It's going to be insecurity. He's constantly going to be thinking he doesn't bring anything to her life. You don't need me. You don't think I have no value. It's gonna be a whole bag of insecurities that come out of the fact that he can't even afford the $80 Christmas tree that she wants.
But
Yeah.
Sin, it goes even deeper than that. He can't even keep his word on the bargain.
No. Because he doesn't have the money. Because in order to keep his word, he has to be in a certain income bracket that he ain't in.
And you can't afford $80. What are you doing, Iyanla?
She's
Because he has a different mindset. Broke people have a broke mindset. They really do. And that's not to be, listen, I grew up poor. So I know, like, I grew up poor, living in cars, living in churches. The struggle was real. So I understand the broke mindset. Now that I'm not broke, I have to actively work to get out of the broke mindset. The broke mindset is saying that even if I have, because if he can contribute $3,000 to put into their home pool, he can afford $80.
Yeah.
His broke mindset is saying this is too much to pay for a tree, even though his woman wants it. It's a mindset that goes with it that nobody wants to talk about.
She gave him her card to be the sole provider. Best play date relationship ever.
So much. I look at them and I'm like, well, what is that? He said, it's the tree. And I said, in my arrogant, masculine, competing, dominating mind, in my mind, I said, I ain't touching that thing. So the next day, I went out and I paid $80 and brought the tree home and dragged it into the house. He came downstairs and he looked at it. Ooh, I can still feel it in my spirit. Steve, he didn't say a word.
You crushed him.
Of his spirit.
Oh, you crushed him. I'm telling you now.
You emasculated him.
He remembers that Christmas.
He didn't keep his word.
He didn't keep his word, and then she emasculated him, because basically when she brought the tree, she said, I can afford what you cannot afford. And that probably completely just did him in. I bet you it did.
Right. But you see how he can be wrong, but she's wronger. It's like he can be wrong for not keeping his word, but she's worse because she got the tree she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, who is this right here? Is this the orange pill we were just talking about?
We're not going to get on Shahrazad Ali because I've been trying to get this lady to debate me on her old expired ass talking points for a long time, and she won't do it. She will not do it. Other people have asked her to. So I know she ain't trying to have a discussion. She's not.
Ain't Orange Pill a nurse? Is he a nurse?
Orange pill is the one who don't know the difference between majority or part.
Orange pill is the one who would never date a woman who owns a home.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
I can't get past that. Like, really, we
over here.
Orange pill, hit me up so we can have a discussion, because I need to understand this lack of home.
He's not here in our chat. He's not in our chat.
Oh, he's in her chat. Oh yeah. He is.
Wait, he's in whose chat? Oh, in this chat. Oh, okay.
It just so happens that he was just over there and people were talking
and he
about
gave
him.
his Dusty $4.99. I got it. Okay, I see.
It put the first nail in the coffin of my marriage. That was one thing. And as I said before, I've had many non-sexual male friends. He wasn't non-sexual, that was my husband. But men have taught me how to be a woman because my father didn't. But my friends, my male friends, here's another situation. Iyanla Vanzant, I'm traveling, flying all over. And my partner of 13 years, a beautiful man, we never had an argument, not once in 13 years. He just passed away 2 years ago. He took me to the airport. He got out the car, was coming around, he got around. I was out the car. And now I'm opening the door to get my suitcase out the back seat. He grabbed my hand and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? And he looked me in my face and he said, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me ever. And in that moment, oh my God. So now, if you're a man in my life and you don't
I really need to speak
Wait,
to this.
what happened? He
No,
said, "Don't do." What did she do?
Don't do-
Yeah, he wanted to take her bag out for her, which is what men are supposed to do. Basically, he was raised right.
So I didn't register this then, but I do now. My friends, my women friends, they find it very difficult to date because of this. Everyone in my inner circle, they cannot date anyone without comparing them to me. And it's a really high bar. So it's actually quite interesting to hear this because I never paid attention to this. All of their men hate me currently. Not really, but playfully hate me because apparently they keep bringing me up to them when they want them to do things for them, when they want their man to do things for them. So this is actually kind of sweet, but don't grab someone by their hand.
Take my bag out the car. I'm done with you. Bye. I'm out. Okay.
You're talking about energy. You're talking about that there's a yin and yang. You're talking about how people come together and how they show up to the world. And what I hear you talking about is how.
Can you pause for a minute? She's not talking about energy.
Not.
That's not energy. That's not. Males are taught to open doors for women, carry bags for women, things like this is not about energy. This is about socialization that Black men missed.
Yeah.
But it's the whole cosplaying of being a provider and being masculine. Like, this is cosplay. It's like, okay, you put in a percentage into the family account, even though I make significantly more than you. It's cosplaying being a provider.
No, but look how beautiful. She just exemplified the issue in the community. There was an action and a reaction. She adjusted based on what he was doing. She said she never did that again because he was willing to take the bag out. So now you don't have to because he's going to. If he wasn't going to do it, you're going to have to do it. That is just, it's like, I don't understand how you try to do math on one side of the equation without seeing the other half. Like, I don't understand how you do that when you are explaining that there was a man who was a friend who engaged with you in this way that made you feel a certain way, and then you were able to, quote unquote, I'm going to call it resting in your femininity, even though I don't want to call it that. You were able to do that because of what he did. Yep. I don't know. I don't understand how.
Yeah, she doesn't understand. She's acting like she doesn't understand how the symbiotic relationship works. That if he's operating in masculinity, then the woman can operate in femininity, as illustrated by then. He was actually operating in manhood and masculinity and how it's socialized, which allowed her to rest in her femininity. It's just like, she's annoying.
$80 to Black men out of the house. Oh, I am not the standard. They definitely hate me, though. Men are like, no, I have to pay for everything. Yes.
You recognize that in men, many men, that there is a desire to be a provider.
There is.
And quite.
Where's the innate need to be a provider? When y'all telling people that they need to settle for less, where's the innate need to be I just can't with him.
I don't think it's the need to be the provider. I just think they want the power that goes along with what they believe the provider is entitled to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, fully.
I think they do too. Being a provider comes with a certain level of power and control and dominance. It absolutely does, and that's why women were screwed back in the past when they could not provide for themselves. There was an extremely high rate of abuse because these women, you can't provide for yourself. You have to just sit there and take whatever he gives you. So I absolutely agree that I think they do want that. They absolutely do.
Yep. People want the end without having to go through the process, and that's ridiculous. One of my mentors said to me a while ago that everyone is like, oh, I wish I could play piano. I wish I could play piano, but none of them would actually go through the training it takes to play the piano. And so he didn't understand why it is that so many people are like, oh, I would sacrifice anything to do this, when they're like, no, you wouldn't, because you could. If you would sacrifice to become that which you want to be, then you would just sacrifice it and do it. You don't want to sacrifice. You just want the end result. That is not how life works. No one
Yeah,
is
but
about to.
but piano working, when I tried taking piano when I was just starting college as an elective, and the piano teacher said that the part of your brain that, because my issue was being able to read the music.
Yeah.
They said that being able to read music and play the piano is the same part of your brain that processes math.
Yes.
So that's what was always a problem for me. Um, I've always had math anxiety, even though when I went on to do statistics and research methods that heavily involve math, I did well in those classes, but it was because I did have to put in the extra work to compensate from the anxiety that I get from math anxiety.
Yeah.
And so for them, it would be a challenge. It was a challenge for me. It just, for me, I didn't process it as I processed it as this is a
It
huge
would.
mountain that you got to climb.
There
No,
are
I
solutions
don't.
now, though, Sin, because I have a piano downstairs and I have stickers of the notes. So the pictures of the notes, they're also on the stickers on the keys. And so now I can
Yeah,
associate
that's what I
the
would need.
pictures on the
Yeah,
keys as opposed to reading the notes.
but that's the
I would
thing,
have to
though.
have something like that.
So the truth is, people won't give up anything to get. When you say I'd give anything to have that, you are lying. Not you, not y'all. But people
Yeah.
are lying when they say I'd give up anything, because give it up then. Do it. Give up 10 years of your life to learn something.
Well,
They
the,
won't.
the thing is, they, at the end of the day, they can get it with putting in optimal work. Now, for me, I wasn't willing to put in optimal work. Soon as they said math and piano same, I dropped the course. But I'm sure if I would have sat there and tried it, I'm pretty sure I could do it. If
Yeah.
like you said, statistics and research methods are two classes that most people have to take twice. I didn't have to take it twice. I actually got a really high grade in both of those courses, but that's because I did put in the extra work. I
Yeah,
actually
because
did.
you did what people do, and the high achievers, you have to prioritize. You can't just do everything. You pick what you want to do and spend your time doing that, and then you put off what you don't want to do because you make the judgment of what is important. But I
I
just
stayed after class. I went to every study session. I was like, I am not taking this class over, and I am not failing it. And then I didn't. So
I get the highest grades in the hardest classes. Like if the class is hard for me, I get the highest grades because I work harder in them.
A PhD or no D, that person is a problem. That will be a lowering of standards. A person who doesn't value you, that's a lowering of standards, and that cannot be discerned by job.
Listen, here's the piece, and I can own this. I thank God I've healed it, because we did at some point, I think every woman at some point either relied on or depended on a man to provide, to protect, and to support, and he didn't. In the same way I crushed my husband's spirit with that Christmas tree, our spirit as women gets crushed when men fail to show up in their bigness, in their greatness, providing, protecting. And then I think what happens, and this is where the work that I do, I think that what happens is we carry that disappointment, that anger, that hurt, that betrayal.
How are you going to not carry that when you have to protect yourself from now on? Like you can't just be like, oh, he didn't do it. And everyone, all these men. Crystalline said this in a live like a year ago, where it's like, if there's only a couple good apple in a basket of apples, it's very hard to just keep dipping in blindly to grab an apple, hoping that it's not going to be a bad apple. Like you're going to have to at some point recognize that maybe you need to change strategy. Like this is not just like you need to heal. And it's not about you are attracting your same frequency. I don't even know what that means, but period. I'm not saying it's when I say I just don't know what it means. There are bad people in the world, and you have to protect yourself. And if everyone has the same story in the community, there is a larger problem with the community and not just the individual woman experiencing trauma at the hands of one or two men. A lot of people are doing this. I don't understand why you think this is just like, oh, you need to heal individually.
right, because the Black woman doing her individual healing journey is not going to shift the Black culture. It's just really not, and it's not going to cause Black men to say, well, these women are healing. Even if 50% of Black women decided to heal, which is a lot, that's not going to influence Black men to do anything different. So they would just be over here healing, and Black men would just be still over here doing what they do, like sitting comfortably in their position. It wouldn't shift it or anything. I don't know why she's even saying that, except to be a manipulative Black man worshiping demon at the end of the day.
Now you calling her a demon.
She's acting like one.
What I don't understand is why no one ever talks about Black males and their preference and how they give all of their wealth, the ones that have it, to white non-Black communities via their women. Yeah, right? I mean, Kanye West talked about it. Kanye West made a song about it.
And he was telling his truth.
Carried in our hearts. And then we do something else so that never happens to us again.
That's where the job conversation comes in. That's where the belief is.
Yes.
That if I find someone that I would hire, then I have somehow mitigated the likelihood of finding a deadbeat. And I'm saying that deadbeats come in all degrees, in all complexions, in all parts of the world. And I'm also saying you don't have to poop on people who don't have what you believe to be high earning potential to say that you have a preference. Two things can happen. And men can and must continue to work to become the men who we want to be treated as. I'm not suggesting that some sister comes into the crib, sees a man with his feet up, ain't doing nothing, ain't been nowhere, and treat him like the so-called king. I don't care what his CV says. I don't care how many people he's worked with or for. I don't even care how much money he brings into the house. What we're missing is the important part of this. We're talking about a relationship. This is First, this is an emotional relationship. Whatever foolishness you dealt with in your past, learn from it, but don't let that be what dictates the way you talk to and listen to other people. It is a very ugly.
If you don't allow it to inform the way you interact with people, have you really learned from it? Like, think about that dumb advice. This is one of the stupidest advice I have ever heard. When you have learned from your past and your trauma, it has to impact the way that you interact with other people, because if you actually learn from it, you're attempting to not have it repeat again. So if you're learning from something that happened to you, how will you not let it affect how you interact with people? It should affect how you interact with other people. It should cause you to have other standards. It should affect you. That is the point of learning from the past, learning from trauma, so that it doesn't happen to you again. I don't know what he means, like, oh, learn from your past, but don't let it affect how you interact with other people. No, please let it affect how you interact with other people. Please let it affect how you interact with other people.
You know what? I came to an epiphany as I was going upstairs to use the bathroom, and I'm going to tell you the epiphany I came to. It's like a mini baby epiphany. So I wonder if Iyanla knows. I don't need to wonder if she knows the community dynamic and the pathology of Black men. Anybody who's dated them has come up with the pathology of them. Even men who have dated them know the pathology. I wonder, though, is she encouraging Black women to lower their standards to get these low tier Black men, because the higher the Black man goes, he's not going to be choosing the Black woman. So maybe that's her thing. She's like, well, these high profile Black men are not going to choose you. They're chasing after white women. So if you want a Black man, then you need to think more about building this heart rather than building somebody.
Not building this hard.
I think she's doing that.
And it's not even just that, because you read in Marriage for White People, it's not even just that, Sin. It's also that they if when it comes to marriage, they are the least likely to marry once they reach that 100,000 threshold. They are least likely to marry once they reach that threshold compared to other races of men who reach that threshold. And why did Ralph Richard Banks say that? He said because a lot of them have the mentality, why close the shop when business is still so good?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important for Black women to give up this loyalty, right? Because the loyalty only gives them a concrete option. They should not have a concrete option over here. And if they did not have a concrete option over here, they would do better. They would act better. They wouldn't have a choice but to.
I've literally been saying this like forever.
Yeah, no, the black women need to remove themselves as a concrete option to black men. It's like that clip that I played from the British black man in the beginning. And the
Yeah.
one thing that the reason why I play it is because he's like, well, yeah, we know you need this, we know you need that, but in reality, you're still going to date me, even if I don't give you these things. So he's telling you right there, it is because you refuse to withdraw yourself as an option in the face of their deficits, the many that they have, that is causing them to not give you what you want. If a person knows you're going to, that's why I say, and I had to learn the hard way, you have to have standards, expectations, and boundaries to the degree that you are willing to cut that person off. If you are not willing to cut him off, don't play no games, because they will call your bluff. They will violate your boundaries just to see if they go get cut off. And if you violate some boundaries over here, please do believe you will get cut off.
Yeah. Oh, my aunt said this. And my aunt said this, and I think it was on the Braxton Family Values or something like that, where my aunt told my cousin that if she found out her man is cheating, unless she's willing to do something about it, don't say anything.
Yep. It is. Why even bring it up to him if you're gonna, it's like they say, let that man cheat in peace. And if this man has been repeatedly cheating, why are you still complaining when you already know this is what this man do? Like, just let this man be, unless you're gonna walk away.
Yeah.
And there needs to be a cutoff point. And for black women, they allow a bunch of stuff. And I know, because I've been one of those women where you just allow a whole lot of stuff because no one taught you standards, expectations, and boundaries. You allow so much that now you have a whole bag of trauma that you have to heal from because you didn't have the boundaries or the wherewithal, the emotional wherewithal to walk away from this man when you needed to. And that's an issue.
And sin also, it feels normal. It feels normal to see the fuckery. If you've seen the fuckery, it feels normal. And you just think, well, this is just kind of the way it is. But going back to what you're saying about not being the foregone conclusion for black men is what's going to get them to change. That's why they literally say this. They literally say, yeah, y'all will complain, but you ain't going anywhere. Yep. Because you guys it'll be us who will say, no matter what you do, I'm never going to leave. I'm never going to give anybody else a chance, no matter what you do. You ain't shit, but I ain't going to leave. Why would they what incentivizes them to change?
And I'm sure you've probably heard it, Crystalline, because I've heard them come. And I think somebody probably might have said it on Themis's channel. I know they said it on mine, where they were like, well, I don't care what you say because most black women aren't going to do what you're suggesting anyway. Yep. So I'm sure you've probably heard them say most black women aren't going to go swirl anyway. That is a very dangerous position for you to be in.
Because they really believe, they've done a number on us, right? They going back to what you said earlier. Trying to convince us that we're ugly, that we are not deserving, that the only men that will even love us if we deserve love at all is going to be black men. And that brainwashing happens very early and very often. And so it's that element of this that causes black women, I think, to kind of double down, because there's part of them that believes that. So they these type of women who say, no matter what, I'm not going anywhere, because it's a fear that because of the indoctrination of what people are convincing you of from a very early age, that then you're going to transmute that into being loyalty when it's just a lot of fear. You're afraid.
It is. It's because black men have actually thoroughly and successfully convinced black women that nobody wants them, that they're not desirable to anybody. And that's one of the why is my brain trying to tap out? I know why, but that the pie chart they make for the domestic violence cycle. That's one of them on there. Breaking down your self-esteem, your self-worth, and convincing you that nobody wants you but them. That's how DV abusers get the woman to stay, because he's convinced her that there's nowhere else to go. And that's essentially what black men have done. They've convinced black women that there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely in the abuser's playbook to break you down. And even simple stuff like, Sin, do you remember? I remember overhearing older Black men say to younger Black men, don't tell her she's pretty. Don't blow her head up too much. She'll think she's so much that she'll think she's better than she is. Then, she'll think she's too good for you.
Yep. You could probably do a poll, and if Black women are being honest, if they're with a Black man, ask how many times he compliments you on a daily basis. How many times? They're probably not doing it. They're probably not doing it.
Do you know how it's like they don't want to tell you you're beautiful? They say, yeah, all right. She all right.
Nope. Or just right. Don't say nothing at all.
They find some way to kind of make it like, oh, she's a baddie. Like there's like, what is wrong with articulating? You are so beautiful. I think you are so beautiful. I feel so lucky that I'm with you. Says no Black man ever.
No, like, they don't want you to feel good about yourself. They don't. And it's just, to me, like, where did y'all get all this hatred for Black women from? I don't understand it.
But I think that's also fear too. I think that the reason why they say all these things is because they're afraid that if Black women thought something differently, it would be a wrap.
It would be a wrap, though. They're right in that. Like, I get why they're doing so much work over time to knock down Black women's self-esteem. Black women are the only outlet that they have. Black women are the Black man's welfare. It just is what it is.
But it's the same thing with the domestic violence person who says nobody will want you. What he's really doing is projecting his fear because he fears losing you, losing the control. And so it's the same thing.
Abusers have their own set of psychological issues. There's a profile for an abuser too, but they do that. It's a lot of it is out of their own insecurities and their own inadequacies, and that's why they're convincing the woman that she's inadequate and she doesn't have any other options, so that she will stay with him, so that he doesn't have to feel inadequate about losing this woman. I guess that's why they call it a cycle, but essentially. Black women should look up the cycle of abuse, and then they will see the dynamic that plays out in the Black community.
It mirrors, even with the whole, do you see what you made me do?
Yep.
Like, think about, extrapolate that.
It's always Black women. Oh, well, she didn't make me do this. Well, she did this, and that's why I had to do that. Well, Black women have been doing this. Well, it starts with the Black woman.
You see what you made me do.
Yeah. Divine Diva, all she did to me was deflect, but let's continue.
You feel to be a man who's listening to you talk to him like you talk to somebody else. Like, yo, I didn't talk to you like that. I don't treat you like that. So don't talk to me this way. And now I'm saying not even as a romantic person. I'm saying even as an educator. When I deal with moms, for instance, who come in there and talk to me all reckless and foul, yo, I don't know who treated you like that, but since you've been in this building, nobody talked to you like that. Nobody talks like that. So that energy, you leave that shit out on the street because nobody here is interested in that. Nobody wants, because your head would explode if I talk to you like that.
But that's the piece that I want my sister women to understand. Yes, we've been hurt. Yes, we've been disappointed. Yes, we've been betrayed. But you know what, Steve? I'm only going to attract a certain kind of man. I don't care what his job is, energetically.
You see what she's doing, how she's doing the same thing as the man do, put it back on the Black woman. Did you attract this man?
It is your fault if you got abused because of your energetic level. That is what
you attracted him.
That is what how could you sit there and say some foolishness like that? Like that doesn't mean it is your fault you got abused because of your energetic level.
Right.
Do you see what you made me do? Do you see what you made me do?
It is. It's the same logic. It's your fault because something about you attracted that man, and you need to go inside yourself and figure out why you attracted abuser. Then we attract Black male abusers because most of them are abusers. It just is what it is. That's why we're attracting them.
Like, I feel like you have to really not think about the logical next step of that statement that you just made. Because I don't think she's women right now that when she did it, but that's what she did.
Yeah, that's exactly what she did. Definitely.
Relationship with a man, 6'4", 260 pounds, and whipped my ass every other day. Broke my jaw when I was 6 months pregnant. They couldn't even wire my jaw, so they tied my head up like with gauze. They couldn't wire my jaw because I was 6 months pregnant. I couldn't get anesthesia. Yeah, I lived through that. I was raped at 9. pregnant by a man and by a teenager at 16.
Art at 9, I apologize, trigger warning. You cannot, with any kind of conscience, say a 9-year-old energetically pull that into her vortex. Please,
No.
that is some
No, if
foolishness.
that's her line of thinking, then she had a lot more healing to do before she should be setting up giving somebody advice. Give people advice on the things that you have actually healed from. Clearly, that is not one of them. That's obviously not.
In the same sentence where you're talking about no man will come to you who will hurt you because you have a different frequency, you attract what you are. You're telling a story about you being a child. Please, this is just disgusting.
Well, theme is she grows up from the era that that girl was just fast. Oh, well, look at those shorts she was wearing. So that's the era she grows up in, where they actually do blame little girls for being violated by grown men. This is the Black community.
Wait a minute. Like, am I hearing this and seeing this right? She had a baby at 9.
No, 16.
And had a baby
16.
At 9?
16. She was art at 9, but had a child at 16.
Oh my God.
Oprah talked about this. Monique talked. The fact that we could just list a random Black celebrity and they have gone through literally what you've gone through, except the child maybe at 16. And even some of them talk about losing their children. It is a problem that is beyond the individual woman. Like, you need to stop. This is ridiculous now. Every woman cannot have every Black woman cannot have the same story. And you're talking about some energetic level at 9.
Yeah, no. Because one of the biggest issue with survivors of rape is that and it's triggering for me because I went through it not at 9, but like, thank God it wasn't at 9, because I don't think you bounce back from that when you experienced it in your childhood. But the thing of it is as a part of the pathology of a woman who's already gone through that is a high level of blame that she's going to already naturally place on herself. And that is a problem, because I don't care what your energy level is. You're not forcing a person to violate you. You're not making a person violate you. And the reason it irks me is because this is already an issue with survivors of rape. It's already an issue already. It makes counseling difficult because they have to, there's a certain type of therapy you have to go through just to convince the person that it wasn't their fault.
Yeah. And she still loves Black men, divine Black women. See, this is the kind of stupidity that annoys me. I'm not even going to respond to this comment. I don't know why I put it up there.
Yeah, what?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. Me being petty, does he have a comb over phantom follicles?
But and that's the other thing too. The fact that Black men reward women who endure. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, you're rewarding somebody for enduring violence and pain and still not wanting to leave y'all. Like, that's what you think is a noble, fine.
No, I have to address this. You all are not allowed to use phantom follicles. I came up with that in the heat of the moment, and I do not want to be cursed. Karma is real, and I don't want that energy back over here. So you guys cannot use phantom follicles ever again.
It's okay. You can afford to get a hair transplant. You'll be all right.
Phantom follicles.
I was dragging one of the people them on Anton's show or somewhere. I forgot his name. Anyway.
Who never took care of his son, ever. And still, I'm vibrating at a certain place for myself, not for a man. So certain men can't even get it. I'm not going to attract a man who only wants to play video games. I'm not going to attract a man who's going to lie to me. I'm not going to attract a man who's going to beat me. And this is what I want women to understand.
Yeah, she's lying. Like, she needs to go somewhere. This
what
lady.
What do you mean attract? You're not gonna attract a man who's gonna lie. How do you put this much responsibility on the other party? Like, you were talking about being a child, and I can't get over the child thing. Like, I cannot get over it. And then you talking about attracting this and attracting that. That does not make sense.
It's just the arrogance, though. The arrogance of, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to be really sensitive about this, but I feel like it'll be the main ones that will be the treated the worst. The worst will have the worst abuse, that would be willing to just fling themselves on train tracks for the very men who have done these things to them.
Because look at what Nika just came in here and did, which is something the culture does as well, which is congratulate Black women on their ability to struggle and endure abuse from these men. Like, that's not a divine woman who would sit up and allow and blame herself for what another person did to her. No, that's not divinity. That's her being broken. And you got to understand that this is coming from a place of brokenness. I think for Iyanla, because she's not over it, because of course, when you're 9, if that happens, that's going to shatter your whole psyche. I think she has to rationalize it that way. I think she has to. In order to cope with it, she has to rationalize it, that she is responsible for what happened.
I'd like to see a video from Sin comparing different cultural expectations for men when it comes to marriage versus Black American culture or rhetoric. Maybe you have the different culture.
Like, I compare it in nearly every one of my videos.
Yeah, she does that. Yeah, she does that all the time. You do that really good too. You do that well.
You do that by drag.
Dragging up and calling them nothing as bitches, but the point still is the same. Sometimes I wish I could be softer, but I stopped trying because that's just not my personality in this type of situation. And that's why I'm saying I can't be anything other than who I am. Like when I'm off the clock, so to speak, Sanji gets repressed and Cynthia comes out. And it's a much more calmer, laid back person, but I can't not be aggressive in this type situation. I can't. And I'm gonna stop trying not to too. Okay. I try to be softer.
I did point this out. Like when I watched, random note. When I watch Fresh and Fit, and these women, one of the women will come and start dragging Fresh or Fit, I don't care which one. They will say, oh, you're masculine. And these women will try to like contort themselves into like sweet, submissive people. And then it becomes like you've given up all your power because you want to fit some foolishness. They want to disempower you. Drag.
Yeah, look, if they want to call me masculine, and they have, like we both know, like me and Crystalline both have been called everything except a child of God in this place. Like, but if they want to see me as masculine, yeah, I have to operate in my masculinity in this space. I have to. I don't have a choice but to, because this is a space full of vultures and piranhas. Like, how I can't sit here and be, emotional and soft and not like, no, not in this space where somebody's always taking AR-15, so to speak, and firing off at you. No, verbally, like, no, you can't be soft in that situation.
And it doesn't even help because I'm kind of the counterpart. I'm pretty soft and feminine, and I get dragged even more. Like, it doesn't matter if you're feminine. It doesn't matter if you are harder or more assertive in your speech. It doesn't matter. It's just no matter how the delivery is, no matter how the characteristics of how it's being delivered, it doesn't matter. They will still drag you. Sin, you've been here for a long time. You know, like I'm still living, still see photos of me crying, Crystalline Kerosene crying, because Black women ain't supposed to cry. Like, y'all have all the
one thing I can say is that I rarely see you operate in the masculine, and I couldn't even think of one.
And look how they treat me.
Where I've seen it. Yeah, like she always operates in her feminine, always.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Like, sorry.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because she operates mostly in the feminine.
Yeah. As someone who has been abused as a child, I'm so sorry. Like this story, the fact that literally everyone I can think of have said something to this effect bothers me. And people just pretend, like even Nika is out here like, oh my God, and she still doesn't hate Black men, divine. That is the kind of thing that keeps abuse going. It's just disgusting. I would never tell another woman they are attracting abusive people. While no matter what they aren't responsible for another person. Exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I can't even believe that she's saying what she said, and she's supposed to be a life coach. Like this is crazy.
Yeah, and no one is going to challenge it because it's going to be like, oh, let's brush over that. Anyway.
You up your internal game, your external game will follow suit. It won't matter what kind of money he makes. You will attract.
No, I'm not going to the money. I need you to explain how a 9-year-old can up their internal game to not be abused. That's what I want to know. Because you brought up that story in context of upping your vibration. That does not make that is so out of order. That is so out of order. And yes, it sounds like the young girls are fast and the adultification of young Black girls. That's the kind of conversation that is happening now in my mind.
And doesn't adultification of Black girls start as early as 7 or 9?
Probably before that, really. I would venture to say probably more like at 5, more so than, because like this is crazy. But I know this is how, like, in the generation that she's from, this is what they would say, that the girl she's fast, or she had on something that provoked or baited him, or some wild, crazy, dumb excuse for his predatory behavior. But this is just a disgusting reality of the Black community. And I really feel like we should talk more about it.
Yeah. Did Ebony turn on Mr. Peabody personally? I can't tell.
I'm sorry. I'm screaming at this screen pause of Iyanla's and her mouth wide open. I'm sorry. That's hilarious.
I mean, your soul is fulfilled. Yeah. You're not going to look at a paycheck. You're going to look at integrity. You're going to look at honor. You're going to look at accountability. Let's be real, Steve. If you, right now today, as a PhD social worker in the world, would you be a good catch in a transactional relationship for let's say, in the world today, the VP of a bank or the VP of...
That's a great question.
When have relationships not been transactional, though?
Right? But if you are a PhD, you bring a very specific kind of skill set, and you could go into certain environment and blend right in. The idea that you don't know this is a problem for me. The idea that you don't understand that having a PhD makes you able to provide for your family in case someone else loses out is a problem for me.
The fact that she doesn't understand that being a bus driver does speak to the integrity and character of a man is what's bothering me. It's like, stop acting like people's occupation doesn't say something about them. Like, this is just so annoying. Like, oh, he's just a bus driver and that's just it. No, no.
I mean, if we substituted it to be like the manager of Burger King, it's the same thing. Like, it's the same character trait. Like, I wouldn't date the manager of Burger King.
So I disagree with you, Sin, on this. I don't think it says anything about their character.
See, I actually think it does. I really think it does. I think it speaks to the level of discipline they have. I think it speaks to the level of tenacity, the level of commitment that they have. Because at the end of the day, they stopped at a high school diploma. Everybody else continued going. So
right, and it also speaks to their. I mean, listen. What kind of grades do you need to get when you're a bus driver?
I mean, you just
what kind of specialized training? It also talks to. You
just need to graduate from high school, so the grades don't matter. But in my defense, I don't think you need higher education to be of good character. I actually don't believe that. I don't
think it's good character. I think you can be a good person. I don't think that's what Sin is saying, but it does speak to the level of competency and the level of drive if it doesn't match yours.
Yeah, you have less important character traits, or you demonstrated that you have less important character traits than the person who's not a bus driver.
You're not about to sit here and say less character trait and do it so eloquently as if you're not dragging.
Listen, a person who decided to become a bus driver is less than me, who stayed in school and got a degree in psychology. Nobody is going to convince me of anything different, because I put in hard work to that. I could have stopped when I had a high school diploma too. I could have stopped But I didn't go. I kept going. You kept going. Crystalline kept going. A lot of people kept going. We're not bus drivers at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
but
Right.
because you didn't go to school, it could mean that you saw a different path. I'm not just talking about bus drivers, but I don't think that it says your character is bad because you failed.
Okay, you don't have a bad character, but you're just not motivated. You'll settle for subpar. You don't have high aspirations. You lack discipline, or you're lazy and you just didn't want to put in the work, or you made some mistakes to where you couldn't put in the work. Either way, something occurred to where you couldn't put in the work, the commitment, the dedication, or the discipline that somebody who's not a bus driver did.
Let me crystallize this. Let's talk about vacation.
And crystallizes.
Yes, I want to make this crystalline clear right now. Okay, so the bus driver, where do you think the bus driver wants to go on vacation?
Probably the Maldives too.
No, seriously.
You said want.
No,
You
I'm
said
saying,
want.
where would a typical bus driver want to take a vacation?
I feel like the
The
word
bus driver
want.
doesn't even know where the Maldives is.
I
He
feel
probably
like the
thinks
word.
it's an endangered species.
I feel
A
like
bus driver likely ain't leaving a city because they can't afford to.
You know, maybe
I
they're
feel
going
like y'all are using the word want very loosely, and I want a lot of things.
But so where is your ideal vacation, Themis?
Oh. Right now, my ideal vacation is Finn.
I'm switching to my cell phone because I'm about to leave really quickly before I get off of here. I have to go do something.
Oh my God, there's two of you. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
I'm
I don't
about
think
to
the world
close
can
out this
handle
one.
it.
I'm gonna close out this one actually.
I'm gonna skip to the back after this question because I do want you to hear the people coming in. What was your question? Where's my vacation?
The question, what's your ideal vacation?
My ideal vacation is probably in Thailand.
Okay. And if you were to take a cruise, to take it from somewhere, what ship would you take? Carnival or
I don't like cruises.
Norwegian?
I don't like cruise. I wouldn't be on a cruise.
Okay. So here is my point. My point is even just the basics of picking a vacation versus going to the Poconos versus going to the Philippines, the Maldives, wherever. Like, these are things that are just basic where your mind is here and they want to go, what's wrong with the Poconos? And you want to go to, some exotic place. They don't really understand it. They've never even heard of it. They think the Maldives is an endangered species. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
no, I don't disagree with that. And I remember I took someone we're eating beluga, and someone used like a silver spoon to pick it up, and like everyone was kind of laughing, and I felt bad because the person was a friend of a friend that I brought to the event. But so like I understand there's going to be some kind of clash, but the issue that I have is not the issue. I don't think that speaks to character. I think there is ignorance. I think there is a lot, but I don't know. I feel like character is difficult because I find like people who generally don't have a lot tend to have better character in terms of charity.
somebody said the ideal vacation for the bus driver would be Wakanda.
All right, we're done. I'm going to skip through this because I don't want y'all to miss the call-in. He says a lot of other mess, but I want you to hear the call-ins.
If I'm a partner, if I'm a potential partner, and I hear you say that, I think, you know what? I would want to hear the rest of your conversation because every one of us has got to grow. And so many brothers have not shown up to do what we needed to do. So there's so many sisters who feel like they have to do everything. They anticipate opening the door and standing on the outside and taking their car to get all the fluids filled. They just think you just like that's something they got to do because they've always done it. So why leave room in your life for somebody to do it if they're not going to do it? But I hear you acknowledging that. You know what? I'm prepared to give somebody that opportunity.
Do you have a question, beloved?
I did have a question. So to your question first, would I date a bus driver? Absolutely. But for the bus drivers, for the everyday blue collar workers, how patient do you feel like they would be for a woman like myself that is trying to grow and trying to learn from showing up in not so positive ways and making that turn and now realizing that I do need to be better at being in my feminine and working on my areas of opportunity? How patient do you think they would be with me? Because the same way I would date a bus driver, would they date someone that's working on themselves?
Beautiful. Thank you. Shut up and listen to the answer, beloved. I hope all the bus drivers, truck drivers, taxi drivers out there heard this beautiful sister's question. Would you be patient with her as she unlearns and relearns how to be feminine as opposed to masculine because of the way she's been treated in relationships? So I want a bus driver, truck driver, or Uber driver. Call me and let me know. I can't answer that for you. I won't be arrogant enough. But here's what I will say from my work on myself in the world and on the R spot. Very few of us know how to do relationships. And the same way we want the men to show up this way with the goods and the men want us to show up. The men want us to show up in a certain way. Now, they have to speak to what that is and why that is. But I think we all need. So for you bus drivers, cab drivers, doctors, lawyers, judges, police officers out there, when you meet a sister, a woman who is trying to relearn or unlearn things that she's learned because of hurts, disappointments, we're asking for patience. We're asking for patience, you know, and what that looks like. And don't discard us because we've got issues. Some of y'all have issues. Some of y'all got monogram luggage.
Can I just give a shot on some of this? Just, I think everyone can hear the authenticity and sincerity in her voice. She's not saying that she's a mess or that she's perfect. She's saying she's like the rest of us, just trying to get right. And I think you attract the energy that you send out. And if you are sending out the energy of somebody who's authentically looking for their best self, I think that you attract that energy back. What somebody does for a living, you'll find out through conversations afterwards. But what they do for a life, which means the way that they pay their debts, and they will be more than patient. Patient people will be patient with people who want to be better. It doesn't matter what they do for a living.
Good. Do we have another caller out there? Thank you so much, beloved Dallas, Texas, for calling in. We have another caller.
So much, beloved.
Thank you. Where you calling from, beloved?
I'm calling from Chicago, Illinois.
Chi-Town's in the house. Okay, you got a question or a comment?
Yes, thanks so much for having me. So my question is, why is it, how can I word it? So when a woman decides that, hey, I do want a man with integrity, who's kind, who's hardworking, et cetera, but I also have a particular amount of money that I want him to make. I do want a man to make $100,000 a year. Why all of a sudden is the woman now considered a gold digger, superficial, just because she also has a particular amount of money that she wants him to make as well?
Do you consider yourself a gold digger?
No.
Okay, so then what do you care? If you have that preference, that standard, I want him to have integrity. I want him to be nice to his mama and whatever. But in my book, he's got to make $100,000 because I know what I make. Just be aware that you may blow a really good brother who makes 75. Just be aware of that. You don't have to give up your standard, but also know that there may be one who's making 75 that you'll blow.
Can I just
do you see what I'm saying though? I really think that this whole thing is because in her mind she knows that the black men who make more than that, even if they make 100K, they're going to be feeling themselves way too much and they're going to start looking for white women or Asian white women or Hispanic white women, but somebody who has white skin.
Yeah. And they will
can I just ask a question to the audience? When somebody says, yes, beloved, does it irk you like it irks me? Does it itch the back of your eyeballs like it does me when people say that? Put a 1 in the chat if it irks you like it irks.
It just seems condescending and fake to me. Like she could keep the beloved.
And it just seems like the opposite. Like when people say beloved to me, it just feels like the opposite of what you mean. Like you really don't think that way about me.
Yeah. He is doing this with too much glee. This is not the call that I care about, but I don't remember where the call is. So I'm sorry. Let me play this. But yeah.
It's just, where does that number come from?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's okay. Where does the $100,000 come from? Where does that number come from?
Inflation, life, things cost, and I want to make sure that we're able to live a pretty decent life. I'm not trying to live a luxurious life. I don't think $100,000 is going to make me live a luxurious life. I have a birthday bag. I just want to make sure that will be okay. And also, I would like to have children.
So essentially, and one more question, and answer this to the extent you feel comfortable. About how old are you?
Oh, I'm 38.
Okay. So then essentially you would say no to anyone who's a teacher, right?
No, first of all, teachers are hustlers. Teachers usually have that job, plus a tutoring side hustle, plus whatever else they have going on. I wouldn't say no to a teacher. They're very ambitious. Okay.
So the reason I asked that question is because in most cases, teachers, social workers who are about the same age that you are probably making in Chicago about $50,000 to $75,000 a year at best. So they're $25,000 below. They're 25% below your starting rate.
Okay.
And so that's why I asked the question. So it isn't, now we're not even so much just having a conversation about whether it's a bus driver or not. The reason I asked you a question about why the number and I appreciate your answer, is because there are entire classes of people who you would otherwise likely respect and may, because of your age, meaning you guys are a person who's 38 or so, or even 42, who's on a STEP program, who's in corrections, who's in police officer, who is sanitation, who is a teacher, who's a social worker, who's even a nurse, is not likely by 38 to be making $100,000.
Oh my God, a nurse makes a lot of money. What is he talking about? Anyway.
I agree with Steve. And, I was interested too in where that number came from.
The girl, I don't even understand what is happening here. They said her having her number is fine. I don't know why they're pressing her on it. Like, okay, she won't date a teacher. She won't date a bus driver. She won't date a nurse, apparently. Okay, fine. I don't even know what kind of nurse you're talking about, because there are definitely some nurse practitioners who, whatever, I don't care about what they're doing.
And I just want to say this, the teachers in Temecula, if you have seniority, you're making above six figures where I am. If you are a teacher, if you're in a good area and you've got some numbers about, by the time you're 38, you could very well be making well over $100,000 a year if you're a teacher in Temecula.
Why are they pressing her? Anyway, I have so much to say, but I do want, there's a call that I want us to all react to before it ends, but I want to get to it, but this is not it.
But why is she asking a woman if she's a gold digger simply because she wants the man to match her income? Like, I don't like this notion of a gold digger because you're asking a man to prove that because your income level proves that you can accomplish what that woman has accomplished. Like, I don't want a man, aside from the psychological issues that's going to come and that's going to appear in him when he sees that the woman can afford stuff that he can't afford. But aside from that, why would you want a man who is demonstrating that he can't put in the level of work, dedication, and commitment to better his life that you put into yours? Like, why are we calling these women gold diggers?
And that speaks to character.
Yeah. And
that's what Sin's talking about when she talks about character. Not that they're a bad person, but the type of character traits.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually need to sit with this for a minute, because when I think of character, I think of things that are very specific. I'm not joking. Like, I think of things that are very specific, and I don't judge.
You keep saying character, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
I literally love his accent, specifically how he says violence. I love it. I personally love it.
No, I love the way he says, I don't care. I can't even do it the way he says, I don't care. Say it, please. Please.
No, I'm not here for y'all's entertainment.
No, because it's like a mix between Jamaica and Britain. It's like a mix between the two.
Oh my gosh! Please say I don't care.
Why you want to have children, and that's fine, beloved. Hear me. I'm not judging that. And if you up your energy, you'll attract 100,000 or even more. But I'm wondering, when do you find that out? When exactly do you find that out? Do you ask that? I'm asking really from a place of sincerity now. When do you find that out? How do you find it out?
I never asked.
She's lying. Oh, no, I don't know if she's lying. That's wrong. It is ridiculous to me that you think it's hard to find out what someone is making. At least not if you don't go look into their W forms. But I'm saying we generally know that within the first couple dates. Like, we're talking about a lot of random things in their job, and you can do estimations. It's not like, do you make 100K? Like, no one does that. They probably should, but no one does.
I do. I look up everybody on Ben Verified. Anybody who I date, I look them up. I know how much money they make. I know how much property they have, if they own cars, if they're married, if they've been bankrupt, if they've been divorced. I know.
I do a full background check of everyone that I'm like friends with. If you're in my inner circle, not even just dating, if you're in my inner circle, we all know everything about each other. Absolutely not.
But I think just through conversation, when you get to know someone, they pretty much tell, around about what they make and pretty much their lifestyle. You know if they're okay or if they're in the poorhouse or they're struggling. So I just don't want a man that's struggling.
So can I just, that's a great point. Can I just give you just another wrinkle to because how much a person makes is only part of the story. It's how much they keep, what their spending habits are, what their debt situation is. You can
point, you may miss him because he don't make 100,000. But thank you for sharing.
To me, when the same thing, the example you just used, it's the same thing. Here, you want more than you're contributing, and I don't see that that's an issue.
Even in that, that's a trans.
See, that is it. You heard that? Sorry, this is randomly. He said, this woman, he asked this woman, do you make 100,000? The woman said no. And then he's having a problem. He's saying, you want more than you're contributing. But when a woman who is rich says, oh, I want someone rich too, or I want someone on my level, that is also a problem. So a woman who is poor saying, oh, I want someone with more money is a problem for you. But a woman who says, I want someone on my level is also a problem for you. And the weaponizing of you should be getting someone that's contributing as much as you seems antithetical to everything that y'all were talking about before.
Also, the idea that it's not how much you make, how much you keep. I understand the principle of it, but you know what? If you make $1,500 and you keep $1,500 because you live in your mother's basement, then it's not really about how much you make versus how much you keep.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up. Good catch. I didn't even think about that because I usually just accept that as a truth, but it's really not.
I mean, if you're being taken care of,
yeah.
Transactional, and when you have a relationship with a man's income, you're gonna be disappointed. Let me go to my next caller. Caller, are you there? Yes. Wait a minute. Don't be on the speaker. Put your mouth to the phone
and turn off the
you need to be connected to arrive there, however, and you need to stay in your wheelhouse and understand that you do have one-offs where women can land, this guy who's rich or whatever, but in everyday normal life, you need to be equally yoked. And so don't have the expectation of a man to bring to the table what you're not bringing to the table. Is number one, is my opinion. And yes, my father, he was a chief of the fire department. He worked really hard. He made a lot of sacrifices.
He's just not, that's just.
Why would we, again, what you like, I love. Whatever you think is going to work for you, I know it's going to work for you. Where you're 10 toes down, I'm 10 toes down, and heels included. You got what you want. Enjoy. What I'm saying is, in your declaration of what you want, you don't have to tear other people down.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. That's clear. And let me say this also. And I don't know, so I'm asking this question because, see, I didn't grow up with this kind of thing, so I don't really.
By the way, I don't disagree with that. In declaring what you want, you don't have to tear other people down. I don't disagree with that. Now tell that to the men.
We're right. Tell that to them, which they're not going to do. But I have to go. I'm at my destination now. Thanks, Themis, for having me. Thanks, Crystalline, for coming through. It was definitely nice chatting with you. We'll have to do it again.
Oh, we will. We gotta make some more heads explode.
Absolutely, because they're going to be taking clips and doing their million-hour live streams, but whatever, they can be as raggedy as they want to. But what was I going to say?
You're cool with me, sis. We good.
I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, no, we'll definitely do it again. And thank you, Themis, for allowing me to come on. And it's been fun. It's been very fun. I'm actually disappointed that I have to go.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that so much. Crystalline and I will finish this up, but I really, really appreciate you for coming on. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Have fun.
Really know. Let me see how work with me brain. Use your words, Iyanla. Use your words. Do you find out if he's a good person before or after you find out his salary? That's number one. And number two, if you find he's a good person but doesn't have the salary, then what do you do? So all of you people calling in, the numbers on the screen.
Wait, you don't know if someone is a good person for a long time. You can be married to someone for years and then find out they're a bad person after years. This question literally does make sense. It's all got you. Like all of this is like a setup, like gotcha moment waiting to happen for the people calling in. I didn't even notice that. You saw that, right?
Yeah, but also I don't understand if these people understand how conversations go, but in every conversation that I have, whether it's at a conference or it's at a dinner or a gala or a cocktail party, like literally within the first 5 minutes, I know what you do and where you live. Like that's how people talk. Like, I don't understand how it's some big unveiling secret to know what a person does. You find out before you have any feelings at all.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah.
understand. I don't understand that it's like some big secret that you're revealing. I'm sorry, but if you're not going to tell me what you do in the first 5 minutes of the conversation, I'm going to think you're a drug dealer or something. If you say I do a little this and that, I do a little that, you're a drug dealer.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You're a drug dealer, de facto. What did you think about Ebony's response to date a bus owner over a driver? Is this a builder if he owns his company? And what if Ebony did get a prenup? But I'm with Ebony. I'm like completely with Ebony.
And here's the thing. He talks
Thank
about
you.
Ebony was asked the question. She didn't tear anybody down, because if the argument is you can say what you want without tearing somebody down, literally, was she not, correct me if I'm wrong, but literally, was she not asked the question specifically about bus drivers? She wasn't trying to tear bus drivers down.
Yeah. Are y'all actually watching the whole vid? I'm embarrassed. I call in child. Y'all can skip that part. Nope. Well, I don't know if we already skip it, but we're not. I was trying to go through it quickly.
This is the R Spot. I am Iyanla. My guest today is Dr. Steve Perry. Here's the question I want you to answer for me. Do you find out the salary first and then determine if he's a good and I guess
Yes, you do, because you find out in the first 5 minutes.
Sorry?
And my guest, Dr. Perry. Did you have a question or a comment, beloved?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I just feel like as a collective, it would really benefit the Black community if more Black men supported each other to make more money, because I feel like that's the only way we'll rise as a collective.
Yeah, well, I think Black women, now I have no argument with that either. And I think Black women should support Black women. And I think we should support each other. I think we need to create generational wealth. You know, I said I would drive a bus driver, but if anybody's planning on asking me for a date, know that I got a prenup. Because this 45 years of work that I've done goes to my children and my grandchildren. I may love you and you may rock my world, but you get your piece. And that's why I would never get married again. I'm open to partnership, companionship, but I would never get married again because, the state would tell me what I got to give you. And what, like I said, 45 years of this, my goodies.
Now you falling asleep off your chair, Pink Pill. As hard as I work, my letters are showing up even when I don't speak about, period. She won't even do it. She won't even do it.
I can't.
Why she don't talk about her marriage to a speaker, lecturer, and an architect? She is a bogus and full of ish. She was not married to a bus driver. No. Yeah.
How are you going to build generational wealth with a bus driver and you're a millionaire? You're building it all by yourself.
Yeah, you're going to give it to him. Yeah, you're literally going to just give it.
It's so double-minded. Is that the right term?
Yeah, I mean, I for me, it's like it's holding two conflicting ideas, and the dissonance is sort of resolved in I need to do this for the community. I think that's where our femininity requires this. I feel like there's cognitive dissonance, which is the discomfort, and she has to, like, for you to say you attract your vibration and then follow up that with you being 9 years old and being, you know what, I feel there has to be some discomfort happening. There has to be a sort of double speak going on that she's aware of. Like there has to be. You can't just say this stuff. Like you can't. So yeah. Too many James Evans and not enough George Jeffersons. Don't be like Florida. Be like Wizzy. Y'all are quick with it.
But it, like, you know how we love to say now, everybody says two things can be true at once. It is impossible to be a super successful person and desire to have generational wealth and then also advocate for marrying a bus driver. Like those two things literally cannot exist in the same sphere.
Yeah.
How does that work?
I feel like adding all these caveats, which, like, don't force people to date who they don't want to date, girl. Like, this don't make no sense. Like, this whole conversation is very disingenuous because they're not owning up the fact that they need you to lower your standard. When Black people are committed to these high earning positions to give love, we miss the years of relationship training that happens in your poor 20s. No, when you're in your poor 20s, you date people in your poor 20s. I don't know. people tend to date within their socioeconomic bracket. So, period.
Is this the same? Never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
This recession has all the grifters showing their true colors, even our trusted therapist. Girl, get that bag. And he has a Kwanzaa bush on his face. All right. I'm gonna continue. He won.
Children and my grandchildren, and I don't make no bones about it. Yeah. Do I have a caller on the line?
But do you realize that she's saying?
No, go ahead.
I don't like, she's literally advocating for something that she, in principle, will not allow for herself.
Yeah.
Every indication. She's literally, unless people see, maybe this is some high level chess, because she's literally saying, yeah, everybody, I ain't dating a bus driver either. But it's so high level that people just aren't getting it. Like, she's literally agreeing with Ebony.
Yeah.
But she's doing it on some 3D.
No, it's not
level.
It's conflicting only because she agrees with Ebony, but she don't want you to agree with Ebony. That's my interpretation.
I think that's it.
Does this boil down to men can't handle rejection, hence all the pushback? Now they are mad. I don't understand. Someone said that. I don't know. It wouldn't affect. Whatever. We only become equal citizens 75 years ago-ish. And the expectation is we all have degrees and own our own businesses. Aspirations don't match the history. No, it just means if the woman can do it, the man can do it too. That's all that means. All right, let's play some more.
Turn your volume down and put your mouth to the phone.
Okay, can you hear me?
We sure can. Where are you calling from, beloved?
Oh, I'm just like the last caller. I'm calling from Jacksonville, Florida.
Whoa, Jacksonville on the line. You have a comment or a question you want to share?
You know what? I want to say, first of all, shalom, wagwan, peace, auntie, and bro. Hope everybody's having a good day. Actually, I am a bus driver. And my husband.
I don't want to date you.
Both have to be.
Not you.
You have CDL as well. You both have CDLs. But when we first met, I've had my CDLs for a very long time, since the early beginning of 2000. He recently got his in 2015 or 2014 or something. And I was making more money than him when we first started. But that conversation didn't come up. You know, I moved from to be here with him, and I took a dramatic pay cut. But when I met him, it wasn't about how much he made. It was because he made me feel the way I was it. And this was, so I didn't realize how angry I was when I moved. And then we had gotten into a kind of a spat. He was like, "Why are you so angry?" And I had to stop and think, and I had to unpack that. And I was like, "Why am I angry?" And when I found out why I was angry, I had to confess that. I was like, I've been holding a lot of stuff in from previous relationships, or maybe something triggered me from a past discussion. And I had to confess that. And ever since then, him and I, we watch a lot of stuff. We watch a lot of relationship shows, and we talk what you did with Ebony. He actually agreed with Ebony. I clearly did not agree with Ebony. Not because I didn't think that she should have preferences. It's because I thought that she kind of moved the goalpost in saying that it was her preference because she wanted to be a more feminine woman. And then it kind of went to, I'm trying to raise the Black community. I was like, nah, that kind of wasn't where you went the first time. Not saying that her second statement wasn't true, because it was true according to whoever felt like they weren't reaching their goals. Me personally, I always thought you judge success by your character, by how good of a person you are, how you treat somebody. I never.
Nobody judges success like that. That sounds all good and dandy, but no one judges success by how good you are. That's great, but we can define success. The fact that everyone is advocating for people to keep their standards low is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was hard for me to really understand what she was saying, that she was a bus driver and her partner was on his way to being a bus driver and she made more money. I didn't really, it was hard for me to understand what she was saying.
Yeah, let me skip through this.
None of my friends, I don't think we ever thought that success was determined by how much money you made. I just never thought that.
I wouldn't date no female bus driver. Let me just
that ain't true, though. Let me just say, that ain't true. You asked the right question, and in the context of the conversation, it was received the right way. What has happened since then is it's very disappointing, to be honest with you, and at times it comes off as cruel.
Yeah. Do I have a caller on the line? I know the lines are busy. So when you call in, get straight to your question, and then we can hear from as many people as possible right here on the Art Spot. My guest today is Dr. Steve Perry. For those who are just tuning in, I want to thank you for holding on, for being patient. Caller, do you have a question or a comment? Where are you calling from? They have to, I know there's a delay.
The delay, yeah.
Hello? Hello, turn your sound down and put your mouth right up to the phone.
Hi.
Hi, where are you calling from, beloved?
City.
Yay, Brooklyn, I hope.
Yes, actually.
Hey, Brooklyn's in the house. Yes. You have a question or a comment, beloved?
Yeah, I actually have a comment. I think I got this idea from another YouTuber. She talks about a lot of things, but she brought up an interesting point, and I personally think it's also missing from the conversation, is the fact that, you know, when we talk about socioeconomic, right, like there are two components of that. You have the financial, and then you have, you know, your social circles, your interests, what books have you read, if any, you know? So I think that what we're missing is that, you know, people are in different social circles, and it's hard to overcome, you know, if someone, for example, you go to the ballet on Saturday night versus someone who's never set foot in.
Beloved, I need you to get to the question because people are hanging on and I want to get in as many people as possible. What is your question?
Yeah. So my question is, why do we expect, because I feel like we only expect Black women to kind of step out of their social circles to, like you said, meet a bus driver. It's like, okay, well, some people, a bus driver's not even around them. So I think that just because someone isn't finding, I guess, what they're looking for from their social circle, that doesn't mean that they should step out of it. You know what I mean?
No, I don't, because I never said that. Where did you hear that somebody is only asking Black women to do that? First of all, I'm Native American, Latin American, and African American. So I have a trifold cultural experience. I
love that she's being challenged, though.
Me too.
And that's a testament to these conversations. She done heard somewhere, somehow, in these conversations, and she's bringing it to Iyanla, and I love it.
No, this is the issue. What did your ethnic background have to do with this question? Like, I'm so. Someone said preference Vanzant. Wait, where is it? Oh my God. Oh my God, where is it? I can't find it. Someone said preference Vanzant.
You know, I feel like that was kind of a redirection tactic more than anything. But I just want to give shout outs to the girl who challenged her and said, you know, why is it that Black women are the only ones? She said, well, who said that? I'm Native American, and I'm Hispanic American, and Asian American, and Black American. Who said that?
None of that matters because you're Black. I don't know what any of that meant, because she's asking about why Black women, and if you're saying I'm not speaking as a Black woman, what do you mean? I don't know what you are speaking as a Black woman.
And this is how you know it's. I'm sorry, there's a delay for me too.
No, go ahead.
This is how you know it's disingenuous, because now we are the world in all of us. But when she was talking earlier, she specifically said brother.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how you know. Just pick out those little things, you guys, of the things that these throwaway little things that she's saying, and it adds up. She's calling in a previous caller, she was talking about the brothers. Now we are the world.
Right? Wait, but she gonna call up a white woman.
For white women. And so they can speak there. So I'm talking in a broader human perspective. In the comment.
No, you're not.
I was talking women.
Nope, you're a liar.
That's a lie.
This is
from the pit of hell.
I wanted Sinja here and you here for this part, but this is such a problem. Why are y'all hiding y'all's hand? We were talking about Black women and Black people and Black men. That is what this conversation was about. To pretend like it wasn't is literally annoying.
Yeah. And it completely discounts the entire conversation. Now you want to be, we are the people and all lives matter us, when you literally have been drilling into Black women for the last, I don't know how long this conversation's been going on, and it's been brother, sister, black man, and we
They have
all
said
know
the word.
Iyanla.
They did. They referenced black men and black women dynamic.
Yeah. So now it's we are the world.
This is ridiculous. Like, this is actually a problem. Wait, is that Truth Teller? Hey, Truth Teller, I haven't seen you in like forever. Welcome back.
Women in
No,
general.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you said that. I'm talking about the general conversation that people have been having online. I've seen people say, "Oh, well, black women should do this and black women should do that." I'm not saying you said that. So that's why I'm asking you, like,
I don't know why they did that. Because people see my brown skin and just say that I'm black. They totally dismiss my indigenous side. They totally dismiss.
I can't. I quit. I'm done. You know you're wrong for that.
Y'all need to stop assuming she's black, because she ain't.
People see my black skin and they automatically think I'm black. They see my dreads in my hair and they think I'm black. They see that I'm dark. My full lips, they think I'm black. I get that problem too, sis. I know exactly what you mean. I'm really, truly an Asian woman. South Korean. But all they see is my black skin. That's it. But I'm really an Asian woman from North Korea and South Korea at the same time.
I am like legit confused. I am legit confused by this where this is going. Like,
now she's not even black famous. She's been talking about black male-female relationships this whole time, and jokes on us, she ain't even black.
Oh my God, she's about to take over for the oyster. Because she's not black. Period.
Oh my God. Do you honestly think the manosphere would embrace Iyanla Vanzant?
Yeah,
be honest, y'all. I'm talking to you, Themis, and in the chat. Do you guys honestly think they're that desperate that they would?
I don't think it's desperation. She's not black. So yeah.
And I'm a Korean woman from North Korea and South Korea.
We're joking, but I'm being dead serious. I say if you are not black and if you claim your lineage outside of blackness, I feel like people should be able to do that. So if you don't want to be black, then you're not black. Period.
I cannot.
She said she's not black, and because you see her black skin, you think
I
she's
have that
black,
problem all the
she's not.
time. People see my black skin and they don't believe me when I say I'm North Korean. I don't understand it. The world
when she started with this, I fell out because, right. I'm sitting here confusion.
My Latin side, or that I have that trifold experience. I don't know why. You know why they do it, beloved? Because they don't listen. And then what they hear gets triggered, and then they speak from their wounded place and not from the healing place. I think that's why they do it. I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong.
You are.
Is that good?
Okay. Yeah, I just think that we need to remember that, white women are not out here, who went to college and they're working in corporate America. They would not, go out of their social circle to date a bus driver. So we shouldn't expect black women to do the same. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that. I don't know.
Hang up and we can pick up another caller. But go ahead. Somebody, let me just say this. Let me just say this because it's just so unloving. So when I said that I have a trifold cultural experience, very often people see the brown skin and just consider me black, and not that I'm red and brown. So somebody just put in the thread. So you're not black? Absolutely, I'm black to the bone, red to the center, Latin to the core. Yeah. But my point is this, Steve.
So she's Native American. What'd she say?
She's Latino, which is not a race.
Latino and Native American, right? But she's black to the core. Explain. And then I just want anybody at all to notice that she didn't actually answer the GD question.
Yeah, no, of course she's not going to answer none of those questions. Martin Luther Cream over there looking ridiculous.
the double-mindedness, the schizophrenia, and I don't use that word very much. The multiple personalities of all of it.
She hung up. She hung up on you.
I can't. How are you Black to the core, but you are 3 different other races, and she gave you a challenging statement. She said, why is it that Black women are expected to do these things? And she made it about being triracial.
I don't even know why the triracial.
But I just want to show this is a tactic. Like when they don't have an answer, this is what is a thing. This is a common tactic. I don't know if the people in the chat know this. If you guys understand the patterns of it, it's like if they can't really answer a question, they'll take one element of what you say and blow it up and fill up all the time, blowing up that one element that you said so that they can obfuscate and bypass the actual point of what you're saying.
Yeah. That's why I don't ask, unless I'm trying to help someone, I do not ask compound questions. This man is an educator. Shouldn't he be teaching kids to make as much money as they can to help provide as much as they can for their family? No, absolutely not. They're not about to do that because to do that would require work. Thank you, by the way. What he's going to do is instead stand up here and cry. Not too much, Crystal.
Not too much what? I'm just too much, period. But this whole conversation has been a contradiction. And it's like, it's almost a study. Like I could write an essay. If I was in college, I'd write an essay on all the contradictions on this. It would be delicious and juicy to do.
Iyanla is feeding off all the energy from the mess she created a wild vampire. I hope not.
How can you guys do you even understand what she's saying now? Because she's saying date the bus driver. I wouldn't date the bus driver. I want a provider and generational wealth. Y'all need to date the bus driver. I'm not really a Black woman. I'm Native American, Hispanic, and I'm Black, but I'm Black to the core. Like how? Yeah.
While she'd attack an equally wealthy woman for not wanting to marry down when she herself is scared from her experience doing so. She doesn't want to marry down for the same reason you don't, Iyanla. Exactly, AJM. Exactly.
Yes.
That breaking down, that little nastiness. And I don't know if that was a woman or a man. But women do that to each other. And then that's the kind of thing that a salary will not address.
Well, not at all. Not
she didn't
at all.
do anything wrong. She's offended at, okay, this is some gaslighting bullshit. I can't.
Yeah. So she would never again choose any man, girl, right? She done with them, but y'all can keep them. This is why I advocate for Black women to open their options. Look, I don't advocate for anything but love because absolutely these people are not it. Like no. And then she questioned my gender. I heard that. I didn't know she was talking about you.
But why would she take that as a personal attack on her Blackness when the lady was just asking a question that she didn't want to answer?
Yeah. No, because she just be outraged instead of engage. That was a rhyme. Period. Bars. This explains it. These biracials are confused. It's all making sense. Not calling Iyanla biracial. Period.
I know she's the preference now.
Yeah, preference Vanzant.
Things that if they're being even honest with themselves, they wouldn't say that if they were standing in front of you or me or anyone else for that matter. That's just not even how they really feel, and they don't want to show up into the world that way. But it's what they're allowed to do through anonymous finger pointing.
Can I ask a question? And please forgive me. And if I get to have to do it, I want a white woman to call, because how this conversation got to be, for my conversation, which was about women, how this conversation got to be just Black, I don't know.
Shut up.
I think I would say one reason it is because of the obvious aesthetic of both you and Ebony.
You made it about Black people. She made it about Black people. Everything that she said, she went on Black shows. Was she not on Charlemagne? Wasn't she on the Breakfast Club? Is that a Black show? Is she not talking about a Black woman? Does she reference brothers in the conversation? Is she talking about Black people as a whole in this conversation? And now she is claiming that this is a conversation on all lives matter. Like, I cannot, like, you literally made this beat about Black people, and now the seat is hot. Now you want a white woman to call. Can a white woman call?
Oh, they're gonna call.
I need a white woman to call.
Yeah, my grandma didn't move up north for this foolishness. She's playing the lawyer's dodge. She's not about to give you a straight answer, True.
It's like,
because of the disparity between African American male achievement as it relates to economic and African American female achievement as it relates to educational and economic. The gap that's widening between Black men and Black women is something that is well charted.
Oh, so now we're talking about Black. Now we're talking about Black, but you weren't talking about Black.
It's only when it's convenient we're talking about Black, but when you're in the seat that's hot, then it's all lives matter. But when we all know you're talking about us. We all know you're talking about Black people.
Was she talking about Latino or indigenous people? Please let me know that. Because y'all play too much. Y'all really play too much.
And I want to know who is coaching white women to date bus drivers. Who is dating Asian women to date bus drivers? Like, who is she talking to?
Absolutely no. My email address is themestode@gmail.com. So the name without and. This woman loves for our community is beautiful. The white woman who called in told a story that validated Black women point like mine and in the comments, but she and the guy had different tone with her. Yeah. I remember this. Let me play it.
And it is something that we should be talking about, but not using as a hammer to beat men over the head. And I think that there's a need, I think there's a thirst within the Black community to have that conversation about how do I exist as a woman who has a master's or a JD or a PhD who wants to have a partner who I believe to be evenly yoked. So I'm measuring them by their academic and economic achievements, while the fact that these men who are Black typically are not achieving at the same academic levels as I. And so I think that you've sparked something, while otherwise unintentionally, that speaks to a conversation that's happening in many living rooms between Black people, which is, what does the future of my relationships look like?
Yeah, but here's a question too, Stephen, as an educator. Caller, I'm coming to you. For me, the public school system so dishonors Black people in general, Black men specifically.
Destroy.
It destroys them. Absolutely. It wasn't my sons going to school and my grandsons going to school. It was me in the kitchen and on the sofa and talking about really the power and the beauty of Black history and African culture and Native American culture that put some, hooks in my grandson and my son. And this system, and now that they're trying to outlaw.
So y'all were talking about Black people, but pause. The system is harsher. The school system is harsher on Black men than Black women. We're pretending like they're not in the same classes, but okay, let's give you that it is. I don't understand what you're saying, because for you to homeschool and have that, you need some kind of resource. You need at least a person to be home teaching. So if you're asking for this, you understand the economic incentives for men to have more access and resource. You don't just say, Iyanla, sorry, I am not going to send my child to public school because it's bad. The reason you can do that is because you have some kind of access. Don't know how much access, but you have some kind of access. To want other people with boys who you don't want to send to the public school to not be able to educate them is ridiculous.
I'm just confused. Oh, so we're talking about Black people now again? Where's the white women? Where the white women callers at? Because I thought we weren't talking about Black people. I'm so confused. Where the white women callers at?
She gonna call them up. One of them gonna show up.
what they teach us about who we are. My great-grandson, he can't go to public school. I will not. If I have to homeschool him from my walker.
And that's the part of this conversation that's not being truly nuanced, supported, meaning that when you're looking at the end product of Black women being the what I'm told is the highest growing group of entrepreneurs, the highest growing group of advanced degree getters among all attainers of all, and African-American men not just slowing, but literally being stopped. What we're not considering is that there's actually something.
Who is stopping you?
That's what I was going to say. Stopped?
Who is
Or just
stopping
not
you?
doing it?
When we have Black men online talking about how crappy education is and you don't need to go to school and blah, 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 for me, those men are not being stopped by anyone but themselves. It is kind of ridiculous to hear this. It's actually kind of ridiculous. I am of the belief that systemic oppression exists. But you're not about to sit here and tell me that you could not get into any university because of racism. You can tell me that this specific school prevented you from coming in because of racism, but you're not going to convince me you couldn't get into any university in the United States because of racism. It's not going to happen. I am sorry. That's ridiculous.
Especially when you've got all these HBCUs begging for Black men to go there. But I just want to say, like, there's some people who are saying that I'm talking over you. There's a lag, you guys.
Yeah, no, there's a lag.
Talking over him.
Yeah, there's a lag. There's a lag. Yeah. No. Oh, no, please don't do that. Please don't do that because there's a lag. I do that too back. Themis, is Crystalline going to be mad if I drill entitled Black Men on my live tonight? What do you mean?
Why would I be mad at that? You drill whoever you want to drill. I'm just waiting for the white women callers because I thought this wasn't a Black conversation. So it's really weird that we're now talking about the victimization of Black women. So she's gone from I'm not Black, I'm Native American, and then switched the role to be a victim. And now she's like, let me change the subject all the way over to the victimization of Black. Do you guys not see the pandering that is going on here? Like she's literally trying out to be Miss Pearly Things.
Yeah.
Who is Native American, what does she say? Black and Hispanic. Like she's going through all of the talking points, and it's absolutely so obvious to me. Like, is it obvious to you, Themis? Like she's just totally deflecting from the fact that she didn't have an answer for what that woman said. Why are Black women? Oh, this ain't a Black conversation. Then the next two conversations is about you being Black to the core and about Black boys in school, but this ain't a Black conversation.
Yeah, right? Because it's a lie.
Pissing on my leg and calling it rain.
There is a boot on their neck. There is. Logan isn't the only person who killed.
Okay. So why are people mad when people divestors and everyone else say there's a boot on our neck? Why do people get mad, but no one is getting mad at him for saying there's a boot on your neck?
Because it's okay for us to say that.
Killed a Black man. I mean, it is happening every single day. I can tell you that in schools that I've run, where we had a gifted and talented program, 85% of the school is Black, 15% is white, and 45% of the school is a school's gifted and talented program is white. How is that possible? Under my nose, under my watch, it's happened. So there are conscious decisions that are being made in our schools that are destroying. That's why we're here.
Okay.
That's why we're here.
Under your watch, a 15% of white people in a school is a majority in the gifted programs. That is a problem for you under your watch. It sounds like schools aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you're in charge, you said, under your watch. So that's the problem for you, sir.
Well, I think that I don't want us to lose sight of the conversation. Loving with conditions, using status and income and economic position as a criteria for dating and mating, which came back to would you date a bus driver, and setting economic criteria for the transaction of relationships, which
is also conflicting, since you're like, oh, we're not talking about dating. You're literally posing a dating. I'm tired of this. This double speak is annoying me. Yes, wine.
out of a conversation.
I need it.
About showing up with masculine energy with so much intellect, less intuition, less heart space, more mind space, till we are not even evaluating and choosing and assessing partners from a place that's true, real, and authentic for us. So we got all of that in the mishmash today. It's been a great conversation. I hope you've learned something. And I think I have a caller on the line. Caller, are you there? We hear you, caller. Turn your volume down and put your mouth to the phone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Chicago, the far south side where we love. I just want to say, as a black man, I'm so disappointed from what I'm hearing. And my wife, before we were married, she took me as unemployed and probably would have been happy if I was a bus driver. But
as a black man, my wife, before I was married, took me in unemployed, and she would have been happy if I were a bus driver. Iyanla, you said men are supposed to provide. What say you? Even if they're
I
bus
want to hear
drivers.
what she has to say.
Oh, you don't. I promise you, you don't. So because you were unemployed, a bus driver is good enough. Got it.
She started redeeming qualities in me as a person and said, if there are 10 boxes to be checked and you got 7 out of 10, brother, I can work with that.
Wow.
So, and I'll keep it short, but I cringe that some of her friends look at us as the gold standard of marriage, but didn't see the work we put in and invest in each other emotionally. And so I just feel really, really discouraged from some of the sisters, black or white, whatever color, who overlook a hardworking person who's driving a bus. Like that's a negative attribute to have, that you're a civil servant or whatever. And so I just feel like, hey, let's stop looking at surface level stuff and look at the person and give each other a chance. That's all I got. I love you both. You raised me in my life indirectly, and we love the work. Thank you.
I want to ask you a question though, because I always like to give people an opportunity. You said you were unemployed when you got married. Is that accurate? Is that what you said? That's interesting. That's interesting.
He speaks to a feeling that I've had, to be completely honest with you, sis.
Oh, he didn't want her to speak. You get this?
Yeah, Does she ever speak on it? Because I want to hear what she has to say. I don't care what this dusty man in a bow tie has to say, because I already know what he's gonna say. I want to know what she's gonna say.
Yeah.
But this one was different for me. This hurt me. There was a cruelty that I heard that was coming towards men that I felt like is not necessary. You don't have to go that hard. I liken it to when I'm working with children. Y'all can pick on each other, right? Because there's always going to be some of that. But there's a point at which what you just said about him, you know that they're homeless. That's not funny. Making fun of that, there has to be rules, right? There has to be rules of engagement, things that we can play about. That you can't do. Same here. This was a brother, and I feel him. I lost my job within a year of being married. I sat on my couch with a master's degree from the University of Pennsylvania, honors in this and da-da-da, totally unemployed, with no money coming in.
He is annoying. He stopped Iyanla before Iyanla could respond to make sure Iyanla understood that he is in the same boat as the guy that was unemployed. And as her friend, she is now stuck with the reality that she can't really push back at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she wasn't going to push back that hard, I don't think. Themis, can I please come up and real quick? No, the panel is closed tonight.
Well, Themis, I actually have to get going soon.
That's fine. I'm on weird.
And I really don't want to. This is one of those situations I really don't wish that I didn't have to go. I'm going to catch the replay, but if I can just give some words of encouragement to the women who are listening to this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ladies, you are entitled to having a quality man who is capable of being at your level or higher. You are not being cruel. You are not being heartless. If you say you don't want to date somebody who is not at your educational and class level. And I want to say this, class seems to be the conversation of class seems to be a bad word in the Black community, but there are class issues here and we are not all the same. And Pookie is not entitled to date me. And if you are a lawyer, It is not your obligation to your community, to femininity, to whatever, to date down. You rise up or you fall flat. That's, men, what you need to do. Not trying to spend all these hours and days trying to convince women who are on the ascension to shrink themselves. Rise up or fall flat. It is too late, Iyanla, for this conversation because the horse has left the barn. Nobody is buying this. And I am so grateful for it. This is some bullshit. This is some double-minded speak. It is, to me, borderline abusive because it is a whole lot of telling somebody one thing that you aren't even willing to do yourself, then midstream saying you're not saying what you're saying and that you're not talking to who you're talking to. This is, it's already too late, Iyanla. It's too late. We already know better. The world is simultaneously too big and too small. The world is too big that we know that we can find men from a variety of different places that meet our standards. And the world is too small. We all know the notes. We've all compared the notes, okay? We all know what we know. Black women have been comparing notes who live in Chicago and in Miami and New York, and Black women are comparing notes with women who live in Nigeria, Kenya. They're comparing notes in Jamaica, everywhere. The world has become so small, it's not working anymore. Rise up or fall flat. Black women ain't stopping for you. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you very much, Themis. I'm going to listen to the rest of this when I get a chance, but I do have to go. I haven't even had dinner yet. So.
Oh yeah, no. Go eat. Thank you so much for being on. I truly appreciate everything that you add to the convo. Thank you.
It was my ultimate pleasure. And thank you all for being supportive and always being so welcoming on this platform to me. Bye.
Bye. Faden is using the bar as a footstool, and we are still encouraging males to limber under it.
And I sat on that couch and prayed God would give me the opportunity to one day work in a school. Just work in one. I was watching the Columbine shootings at that point. Like it was unfolding while I was sitting on the couch. And I said, God, please give me a chance to be a part of that. Please give me a chance. But I had no job. Believe me now? We find now. But that hurt. When I heard the things that were being said, when I've heard them being said, this is not motivational. And don't you think for a second that you're any better than anybody, that you get to set the gold standard, that you're going to raise the race by telling us we're mediocre because we work for the community. That's mediocrity to you? I don't ever want to be excellent in that person's eyes. Never. Never do I want to be excellent in somebody's eyes who looks at a servant, somebody who serves their community, as mediocre.
Well, here's a comment for you. So now we need to give unemployed Black men a chance. Here's another one. He heard the way they've been dogging us out. That's a comment for you. And that doesn't have anything to do with this conversation. And that's what happens. Those people got stuff that inside as women that they need to clean up so that they can move in a different way. Who's couch
that's that meanness that you're talking about, though. That's that meanness.
Yeah.
That's that meanness.
Hey, I just want to point this out. It is highly disrespectful that if I am live, for you to be announcing someone else's live stream, but I don't know who. It is okay to go watch someone else's live stream. You don't have to announce it in here. I think that's highly disrespectful. I don't know if that's courtesy on YouTube, and maybe I don't know, but it feels disrespectful to me. So I would ask that you don't do that, please.
That's that aggression. That's
that the bus driver, the lawyer, the judge, the cop, nobody wants that coming from a woman because that's a heart condition. That condition is
matter. No one wants to come home to a man talking to her like that. Nobody does.
Ladies, my sister women, again, you can have your criteria, you can have your standards, whether it's $100,000 or no dollars or whatever it is. But here is my conversation for you. Move from the feminine of your heart. That's.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Alexander. I'm not talking about. Thank you, Alexander. She was. Yeah, I appreciate her tonight. No, I'm not talking about Alexander. I was talking about I was talking about someone in the chat. No, I was not. That wasn't about the super chat. Someone was announcing someone else being live, and I find that like odd and a bit disrespectful. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's like courtesy on YouTube, but I didn't know. I don't know.
What will tell you what's important. Move from the energy of your heart, not your intellect. And we as women, so many of us are men in skirts. We move from the heart, we are neck down dead. And we demand and require things, not just of the men that we want to love, but of our sons, of men in general. And we need to anchor the feminine energy back on the planet, because the biggest woman of all, the biggest feminine energy of all is the earth. And she's turning on us. Okay, the weather, the tsunami, the volcano, they just gonna wash poor Mississippi right off the map. That is the biggest feminine energy. Again, I'm talking about feminine energy, and all of these questions about relationships I find quite exciting and interesting, because I'm old school. Me and Grandma Snookums, we are old. So a lot of these things that I hear, I don't understand. I want to know, when do you ask the question about the income? Do you ask it early on before you know him, or do you, that a white woman who makes more, earns more than a white man would have the same kind of issues that black women have made up are only about black men? Becky, I appreciate you.
And they somehow will start off.
Let me go to my caller. Caller.
All right, so this is the white lady that she asked to come on. So let's hear it.
Are you there? Where you calling from?
I am. Well, I'm in Florida.
Turn your sound down. Put your mouth to the phone. Thank you, beloved. Where you calling from?
I'm in Florida. I'm in Bonita Springs, Florida.
One of the moderators, please block Nika Bubbles. Nika, please do not frequent this space again. Thank you. Can one of the moderators block Mr. Whitty? I would much rather you not frequent this space again. Thank you to the moderator who is going to block Mr. Whitty.
Florida.
What is this with Florida and Chicago? Okay, what's your question or your comment, beloved?
So you had asked for a white woman to call in, and here I am.
Yay, a white lady! Hey, Becky!
I'm enjoying this conversation so much because I've dated men that make less than I do, and they somehow will start off wanting to date a successful woman, and then they want to break that woman. They are intimidated by the fact that I make more money and that I like to do things the way I'm used to living, and they're not used to living that way.
Okay.
And it's difficult. I don't mind paying for dinners, but they want to pay, but then we end up in different types of restaurants or hotels, things like that. So it's kind of a different lifestyle, and it hasn't worked in the past. And I really related to that men in skirts, or ladies and men in skirts comment. But
I think the one thing that came to us is that it's now across the board, that a white woman who makes more.
No, it's not that. That's not what you should have gotten from that. She is explaining that these men are uncomfortable when they have to watch the woman pay for everything, and it doesn't work well. It doesn't work well in any community. So you telling black women to do it, and you calling a white woman on to explain to you that what happens in their community, they are reaffirming what literally Ebony said. I don't know how you're trying to spin this, but that spin is not working. She's literally telling you it doesn't work. Also, you didn't ask if she was dating a black man or whatever. You didn't ask the race of man she's dating. Is any of I think my moderators aren't here, because how is this still possible? Can one of my moderators do the blocking, please? Please block. And it's not because I'm upset or anything. I don't think you are in alignment with this space. Guys, I apologize if I disrespected any. I don't think anyone disrespected anyone. You call black women pit bulls in skirt. You didn't get blocked for nothing. Can someone block Mr. Whitty, please?
Earns more than a white man would have the same kind of issues that black women have made up are only about black men. Becky, I appreciate you. So what do you do, my love? What do you do? What do you do?
I'm a real estate broker.
No, I didn't mean in your job. You're giving me your credentials. I mean, what do you do in a relationship when you make more than... We do the same thing. We do the same thing. Okay, so what do you do when you find out that it's not working? I mean, how do you manage that? How do you, as a white woman, because for whatever reason, Black women seem to think this is only their problem. Thank you so much for calling. So what do you do?
It's hard because sometimes my heart gets involved, and I found myself playing small. For example, I was going to Italy last summer, and my boyfriend was trying to find money to pay the car payment. And I couldn't talk about Italy in front of him. I couldn't show my excitement about my trip with my girlfriend. And so I kind of played small so that he could feel bigger. And it didn't feel good to me, and it didn't feel good to him.
Wow.
And he has 2 children. I have no children. So it was, he would buy dinner and then feel guilty that he wasn't sending the money to his daughters.
This is incompatibility being explained. I don't know how you interpret this in any other way than incompatible. She is explaining to you that she was incompatible with the man she's dating because of the economic level, socioeconomic level. She literally is explaining to you the problem. She is a little, I don't know. She is saying she had to shrink herself down to make him feel better. She said she couldn't speak about traveling with her friends because he didn't have money. She said, I don't understand. I don't understand how this is not clicking, how she is hearing something different than what Ebony and the other Black women have said to her. I don't know how she's hearing anything different.
So can I jump in?
He wanted to send the money to his daughter, so I want to big him up for that.
Good. Can I jump in? First of all, thank you for sharing your story. And there's nothing that is linear about this. There's nothing simple about what you're saying. And no one should judge you for, again, wanting what you want and wanting to travel to Italy if Italy is where you wish to be. One of the things
Then stop judging Black women for wanting what they want. I mean, they don't want it by and large. This is the problem. So y'all are fine with this lady saying it's incompatible. And now you the fact that this just played out on the live stream is annoying me more. The fact that this just played out on the live stream is annoying me more.
I can offer, though, is this. It's about the overall contribution to the relationship. There are some things, for instance, that your partner can do that you cannot, and some things that you can do that he cannot for the sake of this. And in such a space as that, you determine what you value, right? So if it is traditional roles that are driven by economics, then there's that. But there are other ways to engage in making sure that each of you, to Iyanla's earlier point, her 75% versus her ex's 75%, it's not the same 75%, but it's 75% of your contribution. And so what then can be done? And then I would offer this to many women who are trying to have a relationship with a man and not make him feel like crap. Don't make him feel like crap. Acknowledge the things he can do in the same way you want to be acknowledged for the things you can do. Money is not the end all be all. It changes. And as you
Why are you telling this white woman about how to date? I don't know. I don't feel like you have the right or authority to do that. She's telling you that money has been a problem in her relationship because the man want to take care of his child, which is a good thing, and she wants to travel because she don't have any children. I don't know if she have children, but she can take care of them. I don't understand why this is a problem for you. I don't know why. She definitely didn't ask your advice. This is bizarre. She is gaslighting. Black women are saying the same thing. It happens more with us, and yes, increasingly to other races of women. Yeah. This is so annoying. This is only Black women are bullied into giving janitor a chance. This is not expected of white or Asian women. Iyanla is so disingenuous. Yeah. And this is the problem. Like, date whoever you want to date, but don't try to don't beat someone into submission. Don't tell someone, oh, your standards are too high because you're a multimillionaire and you say you won't date a bus driver. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. That you would even ask her that question seems odd and out of place. And then have a live stream talking about, I am not talking about dating, while opening up the panel to talk about people dating. Talk about, I'm not talking about the Black community, while specifically talking about the Black community. Like, all of these things just lead me to believe like you're kind of lying or at least misrepresenting the truth. By the way, I will not stop saying this. The fact that you said when you hire your frequency, you attract a certain kind of person to you. You are who you attract, and then you go into abuse particularly abuse of children, that is absolutely abhorrent. And I'm going to say it is a sort of psychological misstep. And then she spoke, because it does not make sense for you to make that statement about you attracting what you are and then go into an example of being a 9-year-old being abused, because that 9-year-old girl has no control over who does what to her. You have tried it for the last time. That is absolutely abhorrent to me. That is absolutely abhorrent. I will never get over that.
As a real estate broker, think you will be going really well for you, and then they could not be, God forbid, but they couldn't, that your face could change. So identifying something other than your economic intersections or confluent or changing directions of those things. Find something else that you have in common. Find a thing that matters to you, and then work towards it. If you can, if you can't, you can't.
But here's the thing, Steve, and I don't know this to be true for her. And in Zinga 75, I'm getting ready to call you out. I'm getting ready to call you out because you will not dishonor this conversation, my guest, or me. She says she is making our point, but I guess it's more valid because she's white. And nobody.
That lady is right. This chat is a good chat. Whoever is the people in her chat, I like the people in her chat because they are not. Please, I am begging you. I want my chat to be like this chat insofar as I don't need you to agree. Hold me, and not just me, hold other content creators accountable. Do not just jump on a bandwagon. Keep us honest. Keep us truthful, because that was a drag that was deserved. And I love that the people in the chat are not having it. They're like, money matter. Let me zoom in on this chat for 2 seconds. Let's zoom in on the chat. Black women, keep your standards up. The Sanderson sister, economic and social go hand in hand. I bet she did that. Italy mattered. Bingo, Becky. I love this. I know the energy must have been off. Thank you, hashtag Black women. I know this energy must have been off, because this chat, I didn't even realize this chat was that savage. They were absolutely not having it. Money does matter, money matter, gaslighting, like, the chat was not, the chat was chatting. The chat was chatting. Sorry, I want to see the chat more.
Nobody has said or raised what she said. I wasn't even talking about that. She made the point, but here's my point that I want to make in Zinga 75. Here's the point that I want to make. She said that, and I know this is what happened with me and my husband, so let me speak about it personally. I didn't mind paying for the thing, but as a man, it crushed him when I did so. And she said she played small. I didn't even know how to do that. I didn't even know.
This is so weird. You paying for something crushed him because he couldn't afford it. What do you think is going to happen over time if you continue to date people in this way? Not about you and your ego. Think about him and his ego. If you think you buying an $80 Christmas tree crushed him, what happens when you date people who cannot afford things and their ego get bruised over and over and over again? This is why these kinds of relationships do not work. You have explained over and over and over again reasons why this should not be happening. And maybe it should be happening, I don't know. But as of now, everything people have articulated is that the man's ego is not enough, or it's not where it needs to be. Maybe it's too much. It's not where it needs to be for them to be dating women who earn and are doing better than them, because it takes a kind of humility to adapt to this woman's life. Try it if you want, but I promise you, the research says this does not work. You are going to be shrinking yourself over and over and over again, and it will not be enough. That is my opinion based on the research. Abuse goes up, cheating goes up, him leaving you goes up. All right, try it. Yes, we are not inclined to deal with those who depend on us while simultaneously and chronically being ruled by socioeconomically, economically, and psychologically subpar partners. Becky said it. This woman called her Becky to her face. This is so wrong. Look at my comment on the side there. Haha. Wait, where's your comment? Here. The Sanderson sister says, I am black and I made the same point and you gaslit me talking about your Native American. Now you went back with a vengeance, Sanderson sister. Then you went back still dragging in the comments. Y'all were over there dragging. I understand why she was probably off. It is. I don't mind, and please do it to me. When you disagree, please know that I welcome disagreement. It is a hard thing to be looking in your chat and everyone in your chat is dragging you. Please do not just agree with me because I don't mind the discomfort of you disagreeing with me. But I can't imagine how she's feeling looking in this chat. Someone said the tone, this right here. The tone with Becky is totally different. This is saddening. Yeah.
Know how to do small, but he didn't want me to pay for the trip. He didn't want me to pay for dinner. That would crush him. So then we just didn't go.
And let me just, I don't try. I try to spend as little time engaging in ignorant statements as possible, but just for this sake, I don't know.
Why I did it because it's energy. It's energy.
No. But I was gonna say this. I don't know if the men she's dating are black or white. I don't know that.
Me.
So
right.
Y'all don't, but y'all assumed, and that was the problem. None of y'all asked her because you didn't want to hear the answer. And I would venture to bet that the fact that she's calling in on Iyanla's show meant that she was more than likely I'm not going to do it. I knew, by the way, I knew I was not going to guess before I continued that statement. So I don't know why I'm pretending like I'm just bailing out and not telling you what I think. But I was never going to tell you what I think her boyfriend or people she was dating is based on the content she's consuming online. But period.
It's not even a point of conversation. But I think you have a really interesting caller. I see in the comments somebody very interesting.
Where?
If you look, I think the next caller is someone who I think would be interesting to.
Okay. Caller, are you there?
I am.
Good. And who are you? And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Chicago as well.
Okay, good. Welcome. And your comment?
Okay, I'm calling because, my husband just called and he shared the show with me, so I started watching. And I just wanted to say, there's a couple of things happened. He mentioned that when we got married, he was unemployed, which he was.
Oh, okay.
I'm not about to do it with her. The face is giving glowing. I'm done. I'm tired. It is 5:30. It's 5:30. It has been 5 hours and 25 minutes. I don't know how we got through 5 hours and 35 minutes. I need to send Sinji and Crystalline something because I actually do appreciate them sticking around for like over 2 or 3 hours like that. That's pretty spectacular. So I do appreciate them for helping me with this. So thank you all so very much. For those who were signing up for the debate, there were too many things happening. We will. Someone said, Themis, let that part play. Not Oh Christmas Tree. All right, let me let that part. We've already been here.
Go ahead.
Yes. So I just wanted to share, I think, and I agree with what you all are saying, and I have friends as well who are having a hard time in relationships. But what I wanted to say is that finances, work conditions, life conditions, all those things.
Someone said, I need Sinji. Where is it? I need Sinji to enter the chat.
Change and shift. And if you plan on having any type of real connection to any person, husband, otherwise, you have to have a foundational connection, value alignment, love, respect, those things, and they will translate. Because I don't know that when we got married, I actually made a nice amount of money. Today, that was 7 years ago. Today, we now make the same amount of money, and I've also grown my income. So, but the piece I wanted to really touch on that maybe this is weird talking to y'all on the delay, but what I would like for you all to speak about.
Themis, please check your email plus IG for Discord access. Look in the community tab for there's instruction on how to join the Discord. But if you email me like right now, and title it Discord with your username, I'll get to your email. Apologies for the delay.
Is how society beats down Black men. And so I just hate that we also beat down Black men sometimes. And so it's okay if the love, if the respect, if the value alignment is there to work through the things that maybe you weren't expecting to work through. So that's my contribution to the conversation.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you. And I'm so glad you hung in there with him. That's so good. Thank you. You know, we're at the top of the hour, so we're going to have to wrap this up. And again, thank everybody for tuning in, for calling in, for being on the line, because obviously this is a much needed conversation, And I want to go back to the original premise, which is that as women, I really want you to hear me. As women, we can turn this thing around. We can turn this around where we can get what we want. We can have the love that we want. We can be valued and respected, that we can find partners that value and respect us, that we can honor them regardless of how much they make. If we move into our power as women, we can turn this thing around. And my concern is that, you know, because we've shifted into this masculine way of thinking and being, and we do love with conditions. You know, as a mom.
Someone said she hung in there. I wasn't gonna comment on this, but when she said she hung in there, I literally imagine someone hanging on for dear life on something that is like broken apart. Like you hung in there sounds like a whole lot of mess. Look, when I hear you hung in there, I literally think of like a Ferris wheel at like one of them raggedy circus things, and it's just falling apart, and someone is like holding on for dear life. just like holding on for dear life. She said, "Yeah, good, you hang in there. You better not hang in nowhere." And I'm done. She said also, women can turn it around. And I feel like she kept turning it around vague, and I feel like she meant the community. I feel like she's saying, y'all can change the community and fix the community. I feel like that. Sorry. I need to eat. I've gone almost 5 hours and 30 minutes without eating. This is a problem.
You know, my babies might have been ugly as warmed over poop, but they were beautiful to me because I was loving them with my heart, you know, and I will frequently say, I don't do ugly. And I've dated some pretty nice looking men to me, and they may be something that somebody else.
Yo, this is the woman. I probably should. Let me not. That is the woman, the man in the
wouldn't look at it all, you know, but what I want to say, my sister women.
All right, so that was the woman in the manosphere. The men were talking about, like, she was upset that the men brought Oyster into the manosphere and elevated her, and the men dragged her in the manosphere, talking about she needed to fly in and save Chicago.
Get out of your heads, get into your bodies, clean up your hearts, clean them up. And not only will you attract the person you're supposed to love, you won't care that he drives a bus or picks up trash or works in the morgue. And you might attract one who's a judge or a lawyer or a doctor or a neurosurgeon. You might attract one who's an artist, who's a sculptor or a painter, but you're going to attract your vibrational match. And you don't have to worry about what he makes. He's going to be your vibrational match. And I want to encourage us as women. I'm talking to the women because that's where this conversation started. I didn't start talking to men. I want to talk to the women. And I want to say we have got to stop putting men down, number one, and putting each other down. We have to stop it. I don't care if it's Ebony or Becky or Francis or Shaquina. I don't care. As women, we have to rechannel our energy. We have to rechannel our energy and stop looking at other human beings to make us happy. It's enough to get up, brush your teeth, take a shower, put your clothes on, tie your shoes, get to work, do the work. You can't make.
Completely agree, Sinji. Completely agree. I don't give advice, but if I gave advice, it would be this. This whole fairy tales. I started with Anita Baker's song Fairy Tales for a reason. It's all a lie. It's an illusion. These people are lying to you because absolutely not. You need to actually start operating out of being methodical and calculated in your moves as opposed to like just falling in love. That's some foolishness. Broke men need love too. You can give a bus driver for a forever home in the eyes of an angel. Wait. I know what I'm gonna do when he starts talking to end this.
Make anybody else responsible for your happiness. You want somebody to bring you the icing, not the cake. You the cake, boo. That's what I want women to understand. You are the cake. So I'm challenging us to stop this. They didn't do this. I've been beaten, raped. I'm telling you, my husband, not my boyfriend that I was living with. My husband broke my jaw.
All right. So while they're talking, this man says, and this isn't just a black woman's problem now. This has become a westernized modern woman problem. It just affects the marriage rates of black women the worst. And shout out to Miss Vanzant. This is going to come up now. He's going to send another super chat. I thought that was it, but he's going to send one.
When I was 6 months pregnant. And if I can heal from that, we can heal. I want us to heal and anchor our hearts and our intuition and our healing power on the planet as women. And I promise you, if you do that, it really won't matter what he makes. You will attract. And your partner's not in jail if you're not in jail. And your partner ain't a drug addict if you ain't a drug addict. Your partner ain't gay if.
That literally makes no sense. That is not true. I don't know anyone. I thought I knew, but I don't. I'm sure there are people who have dated men who are in prison and they're not in prison. I'm sure there are people who've dated someone who is a drug addict and they're not a drug addict. This idea is so ridiculous to me. This frequency idea needs to be explained to me. Y'all need to come explain this. Not tonight, but some other night. Y'all need to come explain to me this frequency thing. As the great philosopher Tina Turner said, what's love got to do?
If you ain't gay, you are the only one who gets to say what goes on in your life. I want to thank you. Dr. Steve, do you have some closing words? I want to thank you for being here with us today.
I'll say this. This to me is an important conversation. First of all, thank you for having me. And thank all of you who participated on the level with the vibration that this was meant to engage. That being, date who you want to date. Or don't date who you don't want to date. Establish your priorities. They're yours. It's your life. And don't tear other people down. We, as black people, have enough experience with being torn down. The last thing that any one of us needs is to look up on anybody's screen and see somebody who looks like us from our community making us feel less than we should feel. Finally, there is no secret to a happy marriage except for to be happy. And there is no such thing as an uninterrupted pursuit of happiness. And so, whatever it is that you're looking for in your relationship, might I suggest you bring it?
I would say that. And let's have another conversation about gender.
Whatever you're looking for in your relationship, make sure you bring it. So when Ebony says, I want a man who makes as much as me or is on my level, why do y'all have a problem with that? And don't tell me y'all don't have a problem with that. Why are y'all talking about the black community when Iyanla just said she wasn't talking about the black community? This was all about the black community. I don't understand what y'all are doing. It's just this constant need to lie is kind of ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous. So anyway, I am going to end it here. Thank you all. There, so many of you stayed on. I truly appreciate you guys for hanging in there with me. we've been going for a while. That was 5 hours and 30 minutes. So, period. After a long day's work, I came in and did more work. Live up. Living up to my potential. What was Vanzant doing when she vibrated to those three hug? Y'all play too much Breezington. I will send an email. Please, 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 if you're in the debates, respond to the emails. Part of why I couldn't continue with the email is the inconsistency in response that I was getting. So I do need quick response when I send out the blast with the email. So thank you guys so very much. Let me get into this after show for 5 seconds. Bye. So, I started with the idea around institutions, tradition, and really keeping things closer to our homes and in private. I think it's harder to do in today's world where everything is so accessible and we need to continuously provide content, not just for like subscribers or anything but like family. I think the ultimate thing that I want to impart is privacy and the ability to carry an iron fist in a silk glove, the ability to understand power not as this abrasive, obnoxious thing that's upfront, but something that you keep behind. I think it's even more powerful now because I think people are under the misconception and the real delusional reality that being physically stronger is somehow more powerful, and I promise you it's not. The people with power, I do not believe, are the people who you see up front. Power being showcased at a high level is very, very dangerous. So people with real power don't showcase and broadcast it. So I don't agree that you should just be out here flaunting what you have. I think that makes you a target. I think this also applies to relationship. I don't believe it is smart to be talking about what it is that you want and expect from your partners publicly, particularly when it comes to finances. I'm not saying don't have standards, because definitely I'm all for it. I'm for higher standards. But when it comes to people asking you, they're trying to take your power away. You keep power in my mind, and you keep yourself safe by not putting out there the kind of energy, even if that's what you want, because all these people are triggered and they're going to try to harm you, attack you, and drag you down. I don't think it is wise. I don't think it is smart to give a number. Even if you will only date millionaires, I don't think it's smart. I think you can talk around it, get to it, you can teach without giving specific numbers. Because these people are about to drag because they're not about to meet any of it. So this is not advice, but this is how I see power differential and power negotiation in the real world. The truth is, Ebony did not have to tell us she's not about to date a bus driver for us to know she's not about to date a bus driver. And it shouldn't be wrong for her to say, I'm not dating this. And it's not wrong at all. But know that when you do that, people who are just going to be triggered are going to come on the attack. And I hope, the one thing that I do hope is that she was aware of what would have happened and that she's prepared and planned for this, because these people are annoying. These people are annoying, and I don't appreciate the fact that because you cannot achieve the level of success that this woman requires, that you're about to drag her for her requirement. That doesn't make sense. This was a great live. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. if nothing else, I think the ways in which we navigate the world should change a little. And I've thought about this in my own personal life to, maybe because I talk so much on YouTube, but to say less and to observe more and to see how I can be better at eliminating people from my life and figuring out how to engage with different kinds of people without making it known. Because I think there's something really powerful. I think there's something really powerful in not always saying what is on your mind all the time. And also, don't let people beat you into dating broke, man, if you don't want to. Like, if you would rather be alone than to date someone broke because you want to provide for yourself and create something for yourself, do not let people force you and shame you into doing it. Absolutely not. So I'm with you, AJM. Being powerful via abrasiveness is immature. Being a silent force via sovereignty is next level. Internalize that locus of control. Yeah. Thank you. And when you're overtly powerful, you're literally setting yourself up to be a target. And that's how I'm going to end that. I had some questions for you all, and I wanted to open the panel, but I'm not about to do that because it is definitely late. So I will try to do another stream sometime and we can do it. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. I love and appreciate you all in this community that we've built. Thank you to Sinji and Crystalline for coming on and sharing space so graciously with me. I truly appreciate your work and the ability to just help me understand more. So thank you both so much. And thank you to the audience. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye.